Hello.
At about 500, only in America.
Dated ideas of what training for strength versus size. New study, the researchers had a group of novice-level trainees bench press 3 times per week with different repetition schemes. All training groups rested at least 3 minutes between sets. The strength group did 4 sets of 4 repetitions, increasing the load after they hit 4 repetitions on the last set. The hypertrophy group did 3 sets of 8 to 12 repetitions, aiming to hit failure in the 3rd set and increasing the load after hitting 12 repetitions in set 3. The power group did 4 sets of 6 to 7 repetitions at a mere 40%.
Okay, none of these people are training hard.
Of 1RM, aiming for maximum effort and performing bench throws. And then the control group did 4 sets of absolutely nada. After 8 weeks, the strength group did not in fact gain more strength than the hypertrophy group. In more advanced lifters, we do generally see that higher training intensities lead to greater strength development. For 1RM strength development in particular, which is often what we imply when we say strength, we're talking about maximal strength. The closer you work towards your 1RM, typically the better the strength gains. But this is a finding that is mostly applicable to more trained lifters. In novice level or untrained lifters, we don't see this very strongly yet. That's why I typically favor starting with a little bit higher repetitions for exercises.
Dude, you can just look at the progression scheme they were on. They weren't even training hard.
Where this doesn't turn into cardio like squats. You don't want to do sets of 20 for squats. But for exercises like bench presses, I typically favor sets of 8 to 12 repetitions, more for novices than sets of 5, because the risk reward is just not there for going heavy. The hypertrophy group also did not in fact gain more muscle mass than the strength group.
You're gonna go on my desk and fuck everything up for no food?
In fact, arm lean mass increased significantly more in the strength group than the hypertrophy group. Now, segmental DEXA.
That is very easy to explain. They were training harder. You can just look at the progression scheme. It was fucking retarded. 12 reps on the last set? So basically, the first fucking 2 sets they were doing, they're just fucking around, doing nothing. And then maybe the last set, they even trained remotely hard? Like, this is fucking stupid.
Scans, which is what was used here, are not terribly accurate.
No, the lottery draws tonight, so tomorrow I'll be a millionaire.
So when you do a DEXA scan, and I see this all the time in clients, people get worried about, oh, my left arm is a little bit bigger than my right arm. The level of precision needed to really diagnose that is just not there with a DEXA scan. The total full body estimate is pretty okay, but the segmental estimates of your trunk versus your arm, left arm versus right arm, it's not very accurate. So I wouldn't put a lot of stock into this, and also...
Now I can finally sing It's the Final Stream, the Final Stream, It's the Final Stream.
Yeah, it's the final stream. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We saw that total lean body mass and trunk lean body mass did not significantly differ between the groups. Still, a trend towards greater arm gains, or generally some trend towards greater gains in the strength group, is not completely unexpected, because they did 4 sets instead of 3 sets. They also did sets of 4 instead of sets of 8 to 12, but most research finds that within the range of about...
They just trained harder.
4 to 30 plus repetitions.
Dude, Menno Henselman can be like an actual idiot sometimes. I remember he was promoting that like garbage Meta-Rec study on red meat. Like saying, oh, see, red meat's good for you. Like, what a fucktard. Yeah, sometimes he's just so stupid.
America, could a video reminding the military not to commit crimes lead to the president demanding executions? But here we are. 6 lawmakers said, hey troops, follow lawful orders and refuse illegal ones. And Donald Trump responded with, punish them with death. Truly, incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, actual service members are calling outside lawyers because they're worried the administration is ordering strikes that could make them war criminals. So the civilians are asking the troops to follow the law, and troops are trying to find out what the law even is, and the commander-in-chief is rage posting during sundown hour. Let's break down what an illegal order actually is, and why this whole mess is more than just political theater. Senators Alyssa Slotkin and Mark Kelly, and Representatives Jason Crow, Maggie Goodlander, Chris DeLuzio, and Chrissy Houlihan, all Democrats, released a short video reminding the military and intelligence community that they had a duty to refuse illegal orders.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals
Against American citizens.
like us. You all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law.
Or our Constitution.
We know this is hard.
And that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
Trump's response? Kill them. He posted
Yes, people in the chat, it's the final countdown.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
seditious behavior punishable by death.
Yeah, for literally telling the military to follow the law. He said they should be put to death.
He also reposted someone saying, hang them.
Hey VG, how was the new Marvel beat 'em up game?
Really good. Highly recommend it. Haven't played through too much of the game yet, but that may in fact be the best beat 'em up ever made. It's really good. Thanks for the donation, E-Nation.
George Washington would. And on Brian Kilmeade's show, Trump clarified that, yes, death means death. Quote, in the old days, if you said a thing like that, that was punishable by death. So why release this video now? Because over the past few months, Trump and Hegseth have been ordering the military to initiate boat strikes that seem to violate international and domestic law. The strikes triggered resignations, freaked out our allies, and sent service members scrambling for legal advice.
Hey Scott, I'm sorry to interrupt, but with a story like this where the law intersects with the First Amendment, it's important to look at how the media is covering it.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Yes, cockeyed cash. 40 minors gave sworn testimonies that they'd been raped and trafficked by Epstein. Cash Patel under oath, there's no credible information that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked minors.
There's no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay.
There's no credible.
Yeah, something tells me no. Whoever started the AI consumes absurd amounts of water narrative ended up creating one of the most persistently damaging misconceptions that the public has internalized. So many lives, but people so caught up. Artificial intelligence detects breast cancer 5 years before it develops. 3 quadrillion gallons of water to screen one single breast. I don't know where the fuck they... What? I don't know where the hell that's coming from.
So these are the 2 major communist countries in the world. They have...
Hey man, I'm sad that it's your last stream. I'm gonna miss these. It's been a great time these past 5 years and lots of ments. But I'm glad you're gonna be a millionaire tomorrow. Hope you can adopt some animals with your newfound wealth. Cheers.
Probably not. Might get another cat, but kind of depends. Thanks for the donation, though. I sleep to VG soothing voice.
Of this big ideological world-changing mission, we're going to spread communism around the world. So why didn't the fact that they were both these communist countries do more to cement the relationship?
Isn't the problem with communism is
Yeah, it's better than Shredder's Revenge.
that the economics of it don't actually work? Fundamentally, these two countries are continental powers, and sure, they change out ideologies, but the principle that each one should be king of the roost, that hasn't changed. And that would be a mutually exclusive proposition of who's going to run Asia and then Eurasia. It's supposed to take over the whole world, right? And we're supposed to have a classless society, right? And that's why we don't even worry about governments and things, because they're eventually going to melt away. Well, that's all nonsense. Now, why the Russians feel obliged to take other people's territory, part of it is this feeling good while other people squirm. There's that aspect. But it's also from being on the plains of Eurasia over history, people have invaded you, and so you have an established paradigm of how you deal with other people that is deep-seated over thousands of years. I can't totally answer the question because there are a lot of Russians and a lot of Chinese whose decisions together add.
Energy, but for gasoline are really low, electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go into the next subject. And everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country.
So that's what he's going with now. What are you... Stop. Oh my god. Anti-Semite. Let me see. Never sold out, always voted conservative, always America. So she's bragging she hasn't gotten APAC money? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You should really title this stream as the final stream just to make it clear. You might want to edit that in.
Sure. Guess I can do that. There we go. Dodo don't need $2. Didn't he learn anything from his last relationship? What the fuck?
Okay.
Well, hopefully he has a cohabitation agreement.
Okay, let me watch this.
Normal jars, they have like a little indentation.
Wait, hold on, wait. Well, wait.
What?
Just turn. I'm not saying like use instruments to try to. I'm
Why?
saying. Ow! That hurt.
Years ago, we got into a relationship 3 years ago, and we've been working on it since. I think the reactions will be, there will be joy, there will be others. It could be a good influence in others who are either looking for or working on their own relationship. Good relationship, I feel experience. A lot of people are very quick.
Yay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Just thank God Marjorie Greene is no longer in office.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Mr. President.
Oh, wait.
And about 500 news outlets reported on the Trump administration's reaction to Senator Kelly's statements, but depending on the sources that you follow, it's hard to tell if they were even talking about the same event. And herein lies the real danger. It's not just the facts that shape public opinion, it's how those facts are framed. Reporting on the left usually focused on the hypocrisy of going after Senator Kelly for telling the truth. This is in stark contrast to the headlines from the right, which typically quote the Trump administration's use of the words like seditious in single quotes, implying that the senator's actions were in fact seditious. And then from the center, headlines show greater restraint, opting to use less emotionally charged words like controversial, which has its own kind of bias. And this type of analysis is why ground news has been my favorite way to stay up to
as long as it's military in nature. However, this inference doesn't apply to a patently illegal order. So shine your shoes, stand guard, fire when fired upon, secure that compound. These are legal. But execute these prisoners or, spoiler alert, fire upon the shipwrecked are not. History shows
Dodo to $2. What is with women and not being able to open jars? Oh, dude. Don't get me started. They can open jars just fine. They just like to bullshit and waste your fucking time. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Shows what happens when troops don't resist an obviously unlawful command. In March 1968, a U.S. infantry platoon under the command of 2nd Lieutenant William Calley conducted a raid of a village called My Lai in South Vietnam. After taking the village, Calley ordered his men to round up the remaining civilians, push them into a ditch, and murder them all. Calley's men even shot children as they fled. Calley was court-martialed for his actions and charged with 22 counts of murder. At his trial, Calley argued that he was just following the orders of his company commander, Captain Ernest Medina, who had ordered him to kill every living thing because there were no civilians there, only Viet Cong. When Calley radioed back to Medina that the village was full of unarmed civilians, he claimed Medina told him to kill them anyway. Medina denied giving those orders, to be clear. Now, should Calley have refused those orders if they were given? The Uniform Code of Military Justice clearly establishes a superior orders defense. Just following orders is a complete defense unless the accused knew that the order was unlawful or if a reasonable person would have known it. Calley was convicted of 22 counts of murder, and the Court of Military Appeals said whether Lieutenant Calley was the most ignorant person in the United States Army in Vietnam or the most intelligent, he must be presumed to know that he could not kill the people involved here. In order to kill infants and unarmed civilians who are so demonstrably incapable of resistance to the armed might of a military force as were those killed by Lieutenant Calley is palpably illegal. Calley's case was an easy one. It is illegal to deliberately kill unarmed civilians during a war.
Vegan Prism, $2. Is this really your final stream? Yep. It is. I'm retiring tomorrow after I collect my lottery winnings. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Even if a superior officer tells you to do it. But the line between lawful orders you're bound to obey and unlawful orders you have to refuse is not always so clear-cut. Soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen taking orders during operations often must act swiftly. They don't have time to deliberate on the legality of the order, let alone call a lawyer. There's also a big difference between a palpably illegal order and a tactical or policy choice you might disagree with. For example, service members can't refuse.
It's been an honor being a moderator in VG chat. I'm so sad this is the last VG stream, but all good things come to an end, I suppose. In the final moments play See You Again by Wiz Khalifa. You know, if you stream tomorrow it will be very embarrassing.
Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Gig.
Used to deploy in support of a mission they believe is illegal, even if the president is arguably exceeding his own authority. U.S. Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom was murdered in Washington, D.C. on the day before Thanksgiving. Her former boyfriend said she thought the deployment to D.C. was pointless. Nevertheless, she followed orders. Just days before she was murdered, a court ruled that the deployment of the D.C. National Guard and the out-of-state National Guards was illegal. The court concluded that the president does not have an Article II power that can override Congress's statutory authority over the district. The court stayed the order while the Trump administration appealed, and Beckstrom was shot and killed 3 days later. But a service member generally can't refuse an order to deploy just because he or she thinks it's illegal. In 2006, First Lieutenant Aaron Watanda refused to deploy to Iraq because he believed he would be ordered to commit war crimes. At his trial, the court didn't let him raise the legality of the deployment as a defense because, quote, the order to deploy soldiers is a non-justiciable.
Vegan Prism, $2. So you actually won the lottery. I thought it was just a joke. Well, not yet. Tomorrow. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Prism.
Political question. What other kinds of orders would be palpably illegal? An order to torture a detainee, for example. The UN Convention Against Torture, to which the United States is a party, prohibits cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment of detainees. Army Field Manual 2TAC22.3 permits 19 types of interrogation techniques, but doesn't allow torture. This means that if a service member is ordered to waterboard a prisoner by a superior officer, they can't just say, "Hey, I was following orders," as a defense. And the service member would be required to disobey it. If they didn't, they risk criminal charges under Article 92 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice for dereliction of duty, and frankly, everyone in that chain of command that gave that order passed along would also be liable. So what about the boat strikes in the Caribbean?
Hey, as the old saying goes, don't be sad because it's over, smile that it happened.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dota.
Caribbean. According to the Washington Post, on September 2nd, intelligence analysts reported that their surveillance had confirmed that 11 people aboard a boat were carrying drugs to the United States. This would be a crime that, in the past and in accordance with international law, would have prompted U.S. agencies to intercept the vessel, confiscate the drugs, and arrest those on board. However, the Pentagon's new policy is to bomb the boats. An intelligence analyst told the Washington Post that Pete Hegseth gave the directive to special operations commanders to kill everybody. On September 2nd, after the first missile strike, the officials realized that 2 of the passengers had survived the blast, prompting a special operations commander to initiate a second strike to comply with Hegseth's order. So what does that mean for the service members who have been ordered to strike those vessels and kill survivors? They are in an incredibly tough position. First, let's deal with the initial boat strikes. Last August, Colonel Paul Meagher, a Marine judge advocate at U.S. Southern Command in Miami, spoke out against the boat strikes. Colonel Meagher warned that these operations would make service members liable for murder. He was overruled by senior administration officials, including the Office of Legal Counsel. The U.S. government hasn't confirmed the identities of the people who were killed, but the Associated Press said they included an out-of-work bus driver and a fisherman who had agreed to help transport illegal narcotics. If they were drug trafficking, these were crimes, but they would not qualify as an armed attack on the U.S. as defined by domestic and international law. So the boat strikes look like illegal orders because the U.S. simply killed people instead of putting them on trial. So what about the September 2nd boat strike where service members were told to kill survivors? The law of armed conflict prohibits targeting individuals who are hors de combat, which means out of combat due to shipwreck, wounds, surrender, or other incapacitation. This principle goes back hundreds of years, and the Department of Defense's Law of War Manual uses this very situation as an example.
Wasn't Hegseth coming up with some kind of cope? Like, he very clearly committed, a war crime. And I can't remember, but I heard some story that he was making up some stupid excuse already.
Example of an order that service members must disobey. The requirement to refuse to comply with orders to commit law of war violations applies to orders to perform conduct that is clearly illegal or orders that the subordinate knows, in fact, are illegal. For example, orders to fire upon the shipwrecked would be clearly illegal. Orders to kill defenseless persons who have submitted to and are under effective physical control would also be clearly illegal. According to reports, the Joint Special Operations Command told the White House that the double tap strike was necessary to sink the boat so the debris didn't become a hazard to other boats. That's certainly an argument, but it's a weak one. An order to kill survivors breaks with the rules of engagement that service members are trained on. Troops may only use deadly force to counter a clear, immediate threat. A group of former JAGs condemned these orders as illegal. Quote, "The former JAGs working group unanimously considers both the giving and the execution of these orders, if true, to constitute war crimes, murder, or both." The U.S. is not at war with a sovereign state, but the administration claims that these are strikes against terrorist organizations. The former JAG working group says it doesn't matter whether the victims were enemy combatants, terrorists, or civilians, because any way you look at it, the U.S. has no right to kill indiscriminately. Quote, "We call upon Congress to investigate and the American people to oppose any use of the U.S. military that involves the intentional targeting of anyone, enemy combatants, non-combatants, or civilians, rendered hors de combat, out of the fight, as a result of their wounds or the destruction of a ship or aircraft carrying them." Reports indicate that some high-ranking military officials expressed deep unease about ordering strikes without clear legal justification or stricter safeguards. That's probably why the United Kingdom is no longer sharing intelligence with the US about suspected drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean. And here's the nightmare scenario for the people actually carrying out these missions. If the legal theory behind the boat strikes collapses, the liability probably won't fall on the president or Pete Hegseth. Trump is arguing.
Yeah, of course not. Why would the people whose idea it was, who are in power, why would that ever, why would they ever face consequences for their actions?
Arguably immune, as I talk about in my other video. Instead, liability may fall on the junior officer who pulled the trigger. Under the law of armed conflict, the individual who carries out an unlawful killing is personally responsible. The superior who gave the unlawful order can also be charged, but the order itself does not immunize the person who executed it. The Uniform Code of Military Justice makes this explicit. If a service member obeys a manifestly unlawful order, one any reasonable person would recognize as criminal, they lose the obedience to orders defense completely. Instead, they can be charged with homicide, aggravated assault, dereliction of duty, or other offenses, depending on the consequences. The justification for the boat strikes is legally thin, and everyone knows it, including the troops. That's why so many are quietly asking themselves, am I being ordered to commit a crime? Service members are calling outside legal organizations like the Orders Project because they're genuinely unsure about whether the missions they're being ordered to execute are lawful under US or international law. Many aren't given basic intelligence like who's on the boats or whether drugs are actually present. And they aren't being paranoid. Admiral Alvin Halsey resigned just 1 year into his tenure after he clashed with Hegseth over whether the boat strikes were legal.
Jesus Christ. Dude, it's just insane how they're so incompetent.
Using an illegal order puts service members in an impossible situation. The law says they must disobey manifestly unlawful commands, but the moment they do, they open themselves up to investigation, pretrial confinement, and the full weight of the military justice system, while a judge later decides whether the order was actually illegal. Meanwhile, President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have now denied giving an order to kill survivors of the boat strike, thereby throwing higher-ranking officers under the bus.
And Pete said he did not want them. He didn't even know what people were talking about. So we'll look into it. But no, I wouldn't have wanted the second strike. The first strike was very lethal. It was fine. And if there were two people around, but Pete said that didn't happen.
Well, someone gave that order. And until leadership admits who, the only people facing consequences are the ones who had the least power to refuse.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails.
That is some fucked shit.
Hey,
fucking Hegseth, dude. All right, let's well, actually before that, Frank has a very important update for us. Yeah.
Well, looks like I won't have a roof on my house until the spring. Hopefully the ice and water holds up. First, bad snow here in PA. It looks like 6 inches right now. And the person I entrusted to finish the roof while I was getting eye surgery dropped the ball. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have just postponed the surgery and finished the roof because this is a disaster. You know, I was hoping it wasn't going to snow that much or it was going to be a little bit and I could clean it up, but nope. Everything's off. You know, there's 6 inches of snow on the roof. There's no real reasonable way to get that off. All the materials and stuff, the fascia board and everything needs to be resanded and repainted. It's a complete disaster. I give up. If you guys missed the old video, roofing company basically did half the job. Rain got
How do, it's every month there's another tragedy. How does this keep happening?
got in, caused all this damage, and my house ditched me, and now the second company dropped the ball too. So I don't know what to do at this point.
Oh my god.
Thank you guys for the suggestions, but blowing half a foot of snow off the roof with a leaf blower is actually the easiest part. The real problem is there's half a foot of snow covering all the materials in the yard, every single thing, and the fascia boards need to be resanded and repainted, and the weather keeps ruining them, and it's a complete fucking disaster. What I will do is I will go up, probably break my neck, trying to blow the snow off of this godforsaken roof that has a ridiculous pitch. I have safety gear, I have harnesses, I have like cougar paws, $300 roofing shoes. I will go up there, I will blow all the snow off the roof, I will get all the materials cleaned up, and then it's probably gonna fucking snow again. That's the real problem, guys. By the time I get all the snow off, by the time I get the materials cleaned off, by the time I get everything fixed, it's probably gonna snow again, but I'll try it once. It's ridiculous.
Well, Frank doesn't have a roof right now. Poor Frank. Can we still reach out to you on Discord or IG after whatever happens tonight? Yeah, of course.
Why don't you give him a pardon?
The thing that's wildest about it is the context of this coming after 2 years and the destruction of Gaza. For most people, Pierce, they're thinking of the tens of thousands of babies that he's murdered.
You know?
Oh my god. Who's that fucking gay retard's name? Dave Smith. What a fucking pussy, dude. Like, of course, you know, one of Joe Rogan's friends. Just retarded anti-Semite dumbass.
You know, on a rare occasion, I think I have to agree with some of your remarks.
The moment they're inside, they get shot dead. This seems like a prima facie war crime.
The level of interest, scrutiny, and alleged care about what happens.
Yeah, I thought I retweeted your tweet on this, which essentially just said that, and I don't know.
What's the volume on the thing?
Know that there's much more you could add to it. I mean, it's just so indefensible and right in front of you. I guess like the thing that's wildest about it is the context of this coming after 2 years and the destruction of Gaza and support for Israel.
I don't care whatever happens to Frank, he did this shit to himself and has no one but himself to blame.
Well, yeah. He's just an evil, awful, retarded person. So yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Absolutely collapsing around the world. That in the wake of all of that, like for most people, Pierce, when they think of the crimes of Benjamin Netanyahu, they're thinking of the tens of thousands of babies that he's murdered. They're thinking.
No, they're just thinking about how can I be an anti-Semite and promote the hatred of Jews without saying I hate Jews. Oh, I know.
Got some test Scipionate on the way. Are there any videos/online sources I can go to figure out how to inject? Nervous about hitting a vein or nerve ending? How often do you rotate an injection site? Use lats/delts/triceps/glutes.
You can just look at YouTube videos. Todd Lee has videos on how to inject. I don't like using insulin syringes, though. Todd Lee's a big fan of insulin syringes. I just use 30 gauge needles. Insulin syringes, they're not very long, so I tend to get more post-injection pain using the insulin syringes because the actual steroids aren't like getting injected deep enough into the muscle. But some people prefer them just because they're smaller and they freak people out less. And in theory, they might cause less scar tissue. I just inject a different spot each time I inject. And I just rotate between my shoulders and my glutes. Haven't bothered trying to inject my lats or triceps yet. So I'll do like front delt, middle delt, rear delt on both shoulders, and then glutes. Right cheek, left cheek. And you can just Google it or watch YouTube videos and see how people do it. Thanks for the donation, though, Gummy. Thanks for making the How I Cured My Depression video. Well, glad it helped.
Thinking of destroying all of Gaza, which we can only reasonably deduce that the whole goal of the thing was what they're, like when you were arguing with Dave Rubin and they dismiss Ben Gvir and Smotrich as ministers or whatever. But the only thing you can deduce from this is that the plan all along was exactly what they said, to make Gaza unlivable and try to drive all of the Palestinians out of there.
Like, he's saying this when Hamas never made any civilian shelters. They embedded themselves in civilian infrastructure. And they're the ones who initiated October 7th, knowing Israel would retaliate the way they did. As soon as they initiated the October 7th attack, all these Hamas leaders, like Sinwar, they brought their families into their fucking terror tunnels and went into fucking hiding because they knew exactly what Israel was going to do. They were going to bomb the shit out of Gaza. They were going to scour the earth looking for these fuckers. Why else were they hiding in these deep underground fucking tunnels with their families? So, like, this guy is just a fucking lying jackass. I like, fuck you. I hate how these fucking idiot losers are allowed to just spew fucking nonsense as much as they fucking want.
But in the wake of that, the guy who's clearly, at the very least, has this real problem with incentives, where the war continuing is in his political interest, and think about how disgusting that is. But now he's going to say, oh, what it'll bring unity to Israel to absolve.
Who initiated the war in the first place, fucktard? Like, by the way, this is the same guy who said Winston Churchill was the real villain of World War II because he heard it from some fucking Nazi dipshit on what's his name's fucking podcast. Who's the fucking Nazi jackass on Twitter? The Russian bread loaf fetishist. Tucker Carlson.
My crimes? Well, that's awfully convenient now, isn't it, Pierce?
Jonathan Conricus, surely you can't defend this, can you?
Well, as you know, Piers, not a spokesperson for my prime minister, never was. I spoke on behalf of my military. And, on a rare occasion, I think I have to agree with some of your remarks. And, I think head of opposition in Israel, he made the point that this isn't really a pardon request because there's no admittance of guilt and there's no repentance. So I think it's mostly a political issue. I try to stick in my lane, to speak about things that I actually know a little bit about, military affairs, our enemies, etc. And I wouldn't wander too much into it. And of course, you have your opinions on it, and that's fine.
Well, to be honest, look, there are opinions that would pertain to any world leader. Just to be clear, I mean, to remind people of what these charges are, and he would have been on trial by now if it wasn't for the war. And as I said at the start, many people believe
that he actually is on trial, Piers. He is on trial a few times a week. He's in the section of the
I'm
trial,
sorry.
which is
Just to clarify, I meant
counter evidence.
I meant it would have all been sorted by now if it hadn't been for the war. Likely, right? I mean, we can't say for sure, but it's likely it would have been dealt with. It was paused for a significant length of time.
I think we can agree that it would have been faster, but I mean, the proceedings are ongoing. They're interrupted every day. I understand from various notes in the courtroom, and that the prime minister has to leave because of events, and he's tending to state affairs, and he gets notes from his assistants, and many of the proceedings have been cancelled. So definitely the court and the court proceedings have been delayed by the fact that the defendant is actually running a country at war.
Right, but of course right there is the incentive for him to carry on warmongering. I mean, he could argue, if you were being cynical. I'm not saying that's my view. I'm saying if you were being cynical, you would say there's the incentive right there. Now, just to remind viewers of what the charges are, The first involves fraud and breach of trust. The allegation is that he and his wife Sarah received various goods from an Israeli Hollywood film producer, an Australian billionaire worth $200,000 in return for favourable economic and political treatment when Netanyahu was in government. Another fraud and breach of trust set of charges pertaining to a newspaper.
Is this actually your final stream ever?
Yeah, after I collect my lottery winnings tomorrow, this will be my final stream. Thanks for the donation, Ivory.
Owner offering favourable coverage to Netanyahu and his family, alongside less favourable coverage for his political opponents in Israel's largest newspaper. In exchange, Netanyahu allegedly used his influence to promote legislation that would impose restrictions on rival publications and bring significant financial benefits to the paper owner in question. And then in relation to the other charges of bribery, fraud and breach of trust, Netanyahu is accused of using his powers and authorities as a public servant to promote a telecoms company, Bezek. Under the alleged arrangement, the owners of the telecom company exerted substantial and continuing pressure on editors of its publications to change its coverage in line with various demands made by Mr. Netanyahu and members of his family. Now, I don't care if it's Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the President of France. It could be anybody, right? It doesn't matter who the world leader is. These are serious charges of bribery, fraud, and corruption, which should be treated as the serious things that they are. For a world leader to be committing these kind of offences, and albeit he wasn't the actual leader of the country at the time most of this went on, but he was certainly one of the power people in the country. This is an abuse of power that he's accused of. And it seems to many, including me, Jonathan, if I'm brutally honest.
Well, there you go. He committed the genocide because he pocketed money from a telecoms company. So it's proven now.
Let's just at the top. That it's a further abuse of power to try and get yourself off the rap while you are the serving prime minister. And that's the problem. And I would say that whoever it was.
And I would agree. And I would say that if someone wants a pardon, then there's an established norm for pardon, and that is to accept responsibility, admit guilt, and ask for forgiveness. By doing so, begging for pardon. That's the way someone who is not a legal scholar and an expert, understands it, and that's what I read is the acceptable norm. That isn't what we're seeing. What we're seeing is part of it's a political move at a very select point of time towards the president in order to apply pressure there and eventually to get rid of something that definitely appears to be a quite burdensome nuisance for the prime minister. That's what I read into it. And as a citizen, you may call me naive, but I actually have trust in my legal system. I've seen previous sitting Israeli prime ministers be charged with corruption and sent to jail and serve time in jail. Not 2 weeks like in France, but actually serve more than a year and a half. A guy that you had on here, Olmert, was convicted of corruption and he was summarily sent to jail and he served jail time. We have a former president, which is a far less executive power, but nevertheless a head of state. He was charged and convicted of sexual misconduct and things of that nature.
But you've never had you've never had a serving prime minister, right, using the fact that he's on trial for criminal charges, using the fact that he's the prime minister to get himself off the hook. And Dave Smith, to bring you back in there, I mean, he was...
No, never a serving one and a very powerful one at that. I agree.
Well, look, I'm glad that you've conceded on that ground. Dave, he was the minister...
Well, Israel has their own Donald Trump, I guess.
...of communications when this happened. So he was a member of the government. Like I said, we discussed the abuse of power and the irony of another abuse of power to do it. How relevant or otherwise is the pressure that Donald Trump brought to bear on this, urging Isaac Herzog, the president, to fully pardon Netanyahu before this? Because you can't imagine that Netanyahu would have done this if Donald Trump hadn't preemptively said what he said.
Maybe he would have, but certainly it's a pretty big deal when the president of the United States of America, the commander-in-chief of the world empire, and of course, the country that props up Israel, inserts himself in their domestic politics like that. I mean, that is no small deal. So it's certainly noteworthy. I think it's also noteworthy that in that same trip that you're talking about, Pierce, is when Donald Trump joked around about how Miriam Adelson, his biggest donor, prefers Israel to the United States of America, only to then a week or so later, after he made the demand that Israel simply not annex the West Bank, the Knesset voted to annex the West Bank while J.D. Vance was in Israel. So I don't know. I mean, I actually love, Pierce, that at this point when we do these panels, the first question that you ask the pro-Israel guest is just, you can't defend this, right?
Well, to be fair to Jonathan, though, but I would say the reason I like having Jonathan, but the reason I like Jonathan coming on Uncensored, I do think he's been far more intellectually honest about some of these issues than many other people on the Israeli side. He's not afraid to say when he thinks things are wrong. You may not agree with a lot of the things he defends, but he's not afraid to be critical. Many of the others are blind, on both sides, by the way, can be blindly non-critical of whatever their side does.
Well, let me... In that spirit, Pierce, I will say, and I appreciate Jonathan acknowledging what he did up front there, but I would say just maybe something we all could agree on. The idea that Netanyahu has put, it's obviously very self-serving, but the idea that Netanyahu is saying, well, you have to pardon me because that's what's best for national unity. You know, that's how we move on from these divisive times. I could say, as an American, I remember Barack Obama, as I'm sure you remember, Pierce, making this exact pitch about not prosecuting Bush administration officials for war crimes. There was a lot of pressure on Barack Obama from his left-wing activist base when he first got elected and took office in 2009 to prosecute some of the war crimes that had clearly happened, clearly been committed by the Bush administration, torture and lying us into war, all types of stuff. He said, no, we're not going to do that because we have to move on because that's what's best for national unity. And how has that worked out for us, Pierce? We entered into the most divisive times certainly in my lifetime, I think undeniably in modern American history. And I would just say that if you ever want to see national...
Yeah, because dumb fucks like you just believe Chinese propaganda.
Unity, or if you ever want to see times of political divisiveness come to an end, the only answer is to hold criminals in government accountable. That's what actually would get people to believe in the system.
I would ban the pardon system in America, apart from where there is a clear and egregious and provable miscarriage of justice. I would just ban it. I think the moment that you can basically pardon, if you're in office, anyone on your side who's done anything, that is, in a way, it's an endorsement of crime, right? I just don't understand why people think that is a good system, and it gets abused by the left, it gets abused by the right, it gets abused by everybody, understandably. I want to just switch, Jonathan, to this appalling video that emerged from the West Bank of Israeli security forces shooting dead 2 Palestinians who, it appeared from the video that's come out, and they pull up their shirts to show that they are not carrying weapons. They put their arms in the air to surrender. This was during an ongoing Israeli military operation in the city of Jenin. And you can quite clearly see them surrendering. Then you see the Israeli security forces pushing...
That dude was doing something weird.
...them or urging them to go back inside. And the moment they're inside, they get shot dead, executed. Now,
also, who the fuck is he to talk about war criminals when he supports Hamas?
Yeah. I mean, it's complete hypocrisy. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Just on the face of it, this seems like a prima facie war crime. If you have people surrendering like that and you then shoot them dead, that is an illegal execution, isn't it?
Yeah, so if the video is unedited, which I believe that it is, and I don't have any evidence to suggest that it has been edited, and I take it at face value, and if indeed what we see in the video happened, then it is a dramatic deviation from anything that is acceptable in the IDF, in combat activity or otherwise. And what currently is going on in Israel is that this is being investigated by the highest levels. The Israeli chief of staff, the commander-in-chief of the Israeli military, General Zamir just put out a statement after having visited the place himself. This is just a few minutes ago. It's out on Israeli media, and I'm sure you'll see it soon on international media, where he says that by initial assessment, this is it raises significant questions, and that this needs to be
it looks like an execution.
Investigated deeply, and if there indeed was, if this appears to be true, then there need to be consequences, and there will be consequences. Now, what's going on is that there's an investigation. The troops who are involved here are actually part of the police. They're a police special counterterrorism unit that operates under the military in military operations in Judea and Samaria, fighting Palestinian terrorists. The raid, or the activity specifically here, was many hours of hunting down terrorists that were planning attacks, and one of them had executed attacks against Israeli civilians. And they finally surrendered after they understood that they couldn't fight anymore, and then this allegedly happened. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, they might have gotten fed up and pissed off, and they knew these people killed some innocent people and then lost it. Who knows?
If it is indeed what happened, then I think there should be drastic measures against those involved. This type of behavior cannot be condoned. And I'll remind everybody that we've had similar but different instances in the past. In 2015 or 16, I believe it was, an Israeli soldier wrongfully shot, illegally shot a Palestinian terrorist who had tried to attack Israeli troops. That was also caught on camera. And that soldier was investigated, stripped of his ranks, and thrown into military jail.
Have any of them, Jonathan?
It was a heated political debate.
Look, again, I admire your candor about this, and I'm glad you say what you've said. But two observations I would make. One is that the IDF actual spokesman, Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Shoshani, said shots had been directed toward the two men as they exited a building. Now, we can all see that is not what happened. So that's a lie. So you've got an IDF spokesperson on the record lying.
You have another kidney stone. Maybe you should drink more water, Aaron.
How is that a lie, Piers?
Because they were not shot as they exited a building. They've been shoved back under the building by the Israeli.
It's a pretty big omission.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
they came out and surrendered them, and then were pushed back in, and then executed. Yeah. They weren't shot as they exited the building. Yeah. And the second thing I would say is you've got our old friend Ben-Gvir, the national security minister, who gave his full backing to the officers involved, saying terrorists must die. And Dave Smith, I'll bring you in here. Right here, you've got two of the biggest problems in this whole war. One is that we only know about this because it was caught on camera. And it begs the question, how many more incidents like this have been going on that we don't know about? Once again, I'll remind people, and Jonathan, I know you agree with me about this, it is outrageous that the international media remain banned from the ground in Gaza, where they could verify what's been going on there, even though we're 7 weeks into a ceasefire, albeit one which has continued to have a lot of violence within it, but it is a ceasefire, and you still won't let the journalists in. I think it's outrageous that the Israeli government continues that ban. So you can't verify what's going on. But again, this only came to our light because of a video that was taken. And then you have people like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich who don't give a damn. They would happily see all the Palestinians out of there. That's what their stated mission is here.
Yes.
And the question then becomes, how much of their stated mission, which everyone on the Israeli side always tries to downplay, they're not that important, they're not this, not that. Well, they're senior members of the government. And I think, Netanyahu only got back into power by jumping into bed with these people. And I think he's been pushed ever more to the right in terms of his outlook on this. So you've got all this going on as the backdrop to this.
Dude, this is just such cope. Like, they're fucking retarded monkeys. Okay? Like, these are primitive assholes who follow radical Islam who just want to murder Jews. Like, give me a fucking break. What are they supposed to do? Like, as if Hamas isn't a fucking issue.
What do you think about this video and what it represents?
Yeah, Well, that's right. I mean, I think you hit a lot of it exactly right, Pierce, which is that, right, look, it's not just that the incident happened, which is horrible enough, but then the way that IDF spokesmen and the highest ministers in the government just lie through their freaking teeth about it. Like, they've been caught so many times, Pierce, and you're absolutely right. There's a whole lot we don't know about, and I think when you won't let the media in, it reasonably leads to a presumption of guilt. The presumption is that you're trying to hide a lot of
This was in the West Bank. What the fuck are they talking about? Oh, he doesn't realize the difference between the West Bank and Gaza.
things, but just look at what we do know, Pierce. We know that there's been multiple doctors in Gaza who have reported that toddlers have been used as target practice. We know that the IDF has admitted, multiple IDF soldiers and the Israeli government has admitted that they were firing live rounds into sites where people were desperately trying to get a little bit of food. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed.
No, that's all made up. He's making this shit up.
In this way. We know about the Where's Daddy program. We know about all types of like indiscriminate.
Dude, he's making this shit up.
Killing of innocent civilians. And every single time they lie through their teeth about it. And so I'm sorry, Jonathan can phrase this as like, that's not the IDF. People should be held responsible. There's an international.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to really often be exactly what the IDF does, and nobody ever seems to be held responsible.
I mean, it's very hard, Jonathan. Jonathan, it is very hard to maintain a position that the IDF and these security forces were operating, as you say, under their command, that the IDF is the most moral army in the world when you see them literally breaching the Geneva Convention on tape. You see them executing.
So, for one thing, that was the police. I don't think anybody ever made the claim that every single member of the IDF is the most moral person and they never have and never will do anything wrong. Like, this is like claiming, you know, like the whole George Floyd thing where the cops suffocated George Floyd to death. Yeah, the police are genocidal and they want to exterminate black people. How do I know that? George Floyd. Like, it's so retarded.
People who have just surrendered. That is a breach of the Geneva Convention,
Yeah,
specifically set up to prevent these kind of crimes.
Yeah, in putting things into perspective, supposedly these are terrorists who have murdered people, so...
This level of misinformation is exactly why we need hate speech laws.
I don't know if this would be covered by hate speech, but we need, like, retard laws, where if you say something retarded, you can get a fine. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If you owe back taxes to the I've always been blunt about health. It's one thing you can't debate your way out of. Like all of you, I've activated with superpowers.
Piers, I think, you know, a moment of honesty here, if we all may. It is actually quite tremendous, you know, the level of scrutiny of the IDF and of Israel, of Prime Minister, which I'm not here to defend, but I am speaking on behalf of my country in a sense. I think that, you know, the level of interest, scrutiny, and alleged focus and care about what happens, it is mind-boggling to see how much people allegedly care when it comes to dealing with issues that are related to Israel. And I think that one, you know, there's merits to what you've been saying, and of course, seeing a video like this, it looks horrible, and that is what I said, and I believe in it. And I also believe that just like in the past, and the name of that soldier was Elor Azaria, you can check it up, what happened to him, how the IDF dealt with the issue, internal pressures, political pressures that, by the way, weren't very unsimilar to the current situation that the IDF is dealing with a complex political environment where everything is sensitive, where it is Israel fighting against terrorist organizations, and where we have politics that are involved in fighting. But at the end of a long process and public debate, that soldier was held accountable for his deeds. And I believe that if these policemen are indeed at fault, which the video looks like they were, but we shouldn't be hasty in delivering a sentence here. Then they will too face justice and they will face consequences.
You know my other problem, though, Jonathan. Jonathan, my other problem
is just an assertion.
Piers, when you fight, but
I know what you're going to say.
When you fight,
let me just say this. Here's the problem.
But I mean, let me say it, Piers. You know, when you look at the amount of engagement, the amount of attacks, the amount of activity that Israel is forced to do every day and every night in order to defend itself, a very small percentage of activity doesn't go exactly as it is supposed to.
Yeah, but hang on. But I've just got your word for it. But Jonathan, Jonathan, hang on. We just have your word for that. Because the Israeli government continues to ban all international journalists, even though there's been a ceasefire for nearly 2 months.
That isn't true either, Piers, and you know it. There's been more than 60 journalists inside Gaza since the ceasefire.
There are people from Israeli government-friendly media taken in, embedded, and
international journalists.
Really? Well, why is
international journalists?
Well, Clarissa Ward,
60 crews have gone in,
Clarissa Ward,
including CNN and.
Okay. Well, Clarissa Ward, I'm glad you mentioned CNN because Clarissa Ward, who's one of the top people at CNN, one of their top international journalists, she said, this is your scheduled reminder, she posted today, that international journalists are still not allowed to report freely and independently inside Gaza. We're more than 7 weeks into this ceasefire. The previous excuse given by Israeli authorities for the banning of journalists was it was a security consideration, which was seen by many as a smokescreen, as articulated by the Committee to Protect Journalists. For 2 years, Israel sought to control the narrative on Gaza with a range of measures that are unprecedented compared to any war in modern memory, said CPJ CEO Jody Ginsburg. This includes targeted killings of Palestinian journalists, attacks on media facilities, the banning of news outlets, and
Okay, so first of all, this is CNN, and this is like clearly some fucking communist retard. She's bringing up shit like the raid on Al Jazeera where they arrested several journalists who were part of fucking Hamas. She's calling that an attack on free media. Arresting Hamas members. Like,
the prohibition on independent media access.
Jeez.
With a ceasefire now in place, Israel cannot be allowed to normalize this unlawful behavior. And yet here we are, she says, on Monday, December the 1st, an international journalist still cannot report freely and independently inside Gaza. And the problem is, Jonathan, and I know you agree with what I've said about this before. The problem is, it leaves us, we have to then take your word for it about how the IDF has operated, because we can't get independent word for it. It's only when these videos come out that it looks like actually they're not the most moral army in the world at all.
Piers, that Clarissa Ward that you're quoting and singing her praise is the same Clarissa Ward that I remember shooting a selfie video with big crocodile tears over a Palestinian so-called journalist.
She got duped.
Who, in fact, I forgot his name. Yeah. Well, no, she didn't get duped, and I don't think she did, and I don't think that she ever owned up to her mistake.
No, she made a mistake,
did she own up to her mistake?
Yes,
did she own up to it and say, "Oh, I called this Palestinian terrorist a journalist, and I sang his praise," when in fact he was a known
They made no pretense that it was a mistake, and they got duped. But she remains.
Oh, so she's a gullible retard, and we should listen to her. A gullible fucktard literally supported a terrorist, and we're supposed to listen to her as an authority. Okay.
Well, then she clearly does not understand that freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences.
Well, I think she's just a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
One of the outstanding foreign correspondents of her entire era. So to question
what
her
I
word,
think she remains is someone who has clearly shown her bias, clearly shown her personal bias
got duped.
When it comes
it happens.
to the Israeli conflict. Well, did she do a fancy video
Piers,
saying I got duped and I said something that was wrong and I misled my millions of followers on Instagram? I don't think she did. I think I would have seen that video if she would have, but she didn't, which shows you exactly a type of bias that Israel deals with.
All right, let me
Israel
bring in
deals
Dave.
with
Let me bring in
scrutiny,
Dave.
bias, and
Here, let
double
me-
standards like no other country, present people included.
All right, Dave.
Okay, let me just respond to a bunch of stuff that you've said there. And you called for a moment of honesty here, which I think I'm honest every time I'm on this show. But in the spirit of this moment of honesty,
This douchebag is a lying fuckwit.
let me just be honest with you, okay? This tactic that you just used, that we all just witnessed, where first you're saying, we have let the media in. I don't know what you're talking about. 60 different crews have been let in. And then Pierce shows you a CNN foreign correspondent saying, let me just finish my point here. Then he shows you a CNN foreign correspondent saying, hey, we're not allowed in. And then you immediately turn to a character attack on her. You immediately turn to, oh, she's a bad person. You see,
yes, she supported a terrorist.
She's sympathetic to Hamas or hates the Jews or something like that. People are onto that and they're over it. Let me give you some more honest information here. For you, I'm an American. Just like you said, you're defending your country, Israel. I'm an American. Your country is on my country's welfare. We have financed and given you the weapons and the diplomatic cover and the literal protection and vetoed the resolutions at the UN. We have protected and propped up Israel. And you have a lot of nerve.
Some of the most retarded horseshit imaginable. Like, by the way, after 9/11, every fucking country supported the United States when they, what was it? Is it Article 11 under NATO? All the fucking NATO members supported the US after the 9/11 terror attack with the invasion of Afghanistan. So, like, what is he talking about? Yeah, allies support each other. It's just so fucking retarded, everything he's saying.
To turn around and then say that we scrutinize what you do too much. I am forced against my will to pay for the destruction of Gaza, to pay for the military occupation of...
Oh my god. Yeah, here we go with the stupid gay moralizing. Yeah, it's just grandstanding retardation.
Palestine. And yeah, when I see videos of the military occupiers murdering a couple of surrendering people, yeah, I'm gonna...
surrendering people who are fucking terrorists who probably murdered innocent people, by the way. Like, they keep leaving that out. Like, these aren't good people being arrested. Like, holy fuck. If it turned out, like, the police were arresting a child rapist, would anybody be like, oh my god, I can't believe the police shot an unarmed person who was not resisting? It's like, oh, well, he was a child rapist. Maybe a good call.
Going to scrutinize that. I'm going to have an opinion on that. And it's just absolutely outrageous that you guys sit here when the whole world is watching. Sir, let me be honest with you. When the whole world sees you describe the IDF as fighting terrorism, we're all going, I don't know how dumb you think we are. The IDF, you were a spokesman.
Like, are you fucking kidding me? Bro, after Israel retreated a little bit after that temporary ceasefire agreement, Hamas started fucking mass executing people.
Spokesman for the biggest terrorist organization in the region, objectively the worst, and it's a region full of terror.
The IDF are the biggest terror organization in the region? Buddy, you realize, like, Arabs and Persians have killed more Arabs and Persians than Israel. Like, this just so baffling. Oh my god, this guy is such an idiot.
Why do so many people not seem to remember the 9/11 attacks? VG, it really wasn't that long ago. I was a toddler back when it happened and I still remember it like it was yesterday.
I don't know, man. Probably some retard shit. I don't know if there's just a lot of younger people who just we're too young to remember it, or if people just have like ADD or some shit now where they can't remember anything. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
See you tomorrow. And then the next day too. And I'll see you next week as well here. There will be Joey.
Alright, well, I'll keep streaming as long as there will be Joey. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Terrorist organizations.
You're ridiculous.
And the IDF is the worst
the
one.
Moment, I mean,
That's
you
the
had
facts.
my ear and attention and a bit of my respect until you said that nonsense.
I don't care.
The last part of what
I don't
you
care
said.
about your
You're
respect.
entitled to. Yeah, that's fine.
You're a spokesman
That's
for a
fine.
terrorist
You are entitled to
organization,
your
sir.
opinion.
I don't care about your respect.
Just more moral grandstanding.
Entitled to your opinion, sitting in your comfortable.
Like, none of these people can actually make an argument. They just do this moral grandstanding bullshit. Oh, Israel's committing a genocide. I don't care. Ah, la, 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 la. I'm not listening to anything you say.
Office in New York or wherever, you're entitled to have your feelings and opinions. The fact that you have them doesn't make it right. And the fact that you call the military of a nation state a terrorist organization, I think shows how ungrounded you are, and frankly, it's ridiculous. Yes,
just said,
I made
just
that
said
specific
a bunch of
remark
nothing.
about
That means
Clarissa.
you might as well have just been quiet for 30 seconds.
I said
What is that? You're comfortable in New York City.
Specifically,
You
what
say
I
a
said
state government
about,
is a terrorist organization.
I said what I
Yes.
said about Clarissa because I think it is very relevant when people who are when people who have the role and the power as the main conduits of information that shape hearts and minds and that really tell the story of what's going on, allegedly what's going on in Gaza, when they are shown and exposed to have a very clear anti-Israeli bias, yes, that is part of the story.
You showed,
that
you
needs to
claim
be
that she got a
informed,
story
and
wrong.
people should know about that because I think.
She got the story wrong because she has a strong anti-Israel bias. That's a pretty huge fuck up to claim that a fucking terrorist is a fucking journalist, wouldn't you say?
No, it isn't only that. And again, had it only been getting a story wrong and owning up to the mistake and saying, well, I sure got this story wrong and maybe I should look at the other stories I got wrong, then I wouldn't have mentioned it. But I mention it because I think it is part of the issue. The level of scrutiny that Israel is under by so-called journalists who are basically opinion people that have big accounts on Instagram and corporate funding in terms of networks is unprecedented.
Well,
There's
Clarissa
no other
Ward
country.
is absolutely.
And as to your
I will
claims
defend.
about-
Listen,
and as to-
Jonathan, I will defend Clarissa Ward. She is not, as you're categorizing her. They got duped, and CNN conceded they got duped. Right? It was an elaborate sting to this guy.
You don't just get duped. They're fucking anti-Semites. They bought into a load of bullshit. They drank the fucking Kool-Aid, and that's how they got fooled. Like, it's so silly.
To pretend to be somebody he wasn't, and they got duped. It happens in news. And CNN immediately held their hands up and said, when they investigated, we got duped. But when it comes to investigations, I'm glad you raised that, because there have been myriad investigations launched by the IDF, launched by the Israeli government into allegations against the IDF. And you know the almost universal common denominator. We never get to hear what happens to them. We never get told the findings of all these investigations. I read out dozens of them a few months ago. Unresolved. It's just, we're investigating, and then they just hope everybody moves on. And that,
did you read, Pierce, did you see on Friday, did you see the UN Committee on Torture on Friday just released a new report saying there's widespread torture of Palestinians. Hundreds of them have died from torture in the last couple years. There's widespread, like, what are we even talking about?
Oh, you mean like when they were being ruled by Hamas and they were getting tortured and killed by Hamas? You know, like how Yahya Sinwar was torturing people for political dissent or being suspected Israeli collaborators?
Israel's under too much scrutiny.
Yeah, the reason Israel's
torturing people to death.
Well, the reason, Jonathan, that Israel...
Like, he's saying this, but Hamas tortures them to death. Like, what the fuck?
is under so much scrutiny is precisely because it
What a
goes out of
retard.
its way to avoid scrutiny. Right? It literally bans.
I don't think that's the
it
reason.
Bans
If
the vast
you're honest,
majority
Piers,
of
I don't think
international
that's the
media
reason
from-
at all.
Well, let the journalists
I don't think
in.
that. No,
Let
I
the
don't think
journalists
that's
into Gaza.
the reason at all.
There's
no,
a
I don't think that
ceasefire.
is the reason.
There's a ceasefire.
I agree. And
but
as I
Jonathan,
said,
the bullshit excuse that it's for the journalists' own safety, which was always bullshit, because they've all reported from all sorts of war zones,
and here
including
I agree with you.
Clarissa, who's a very,
I agree
very
with
courageous
you about
journalist.
journalists, and we've
Let them
spoken
in.
about it a lot.
Let them
Piers.
go in and do their jobs.
I agree.
Then we agree.
I agree. And
But that's
they should
why
have
you
been
get
in a long
scrutinized.
time ago. No, that
Okay,
isn't
well,
why we get
but how about
scrutinized,
this,
Piers. That
Piers?
isn't
Could
why
you not just
international
imagine-
network, Piers, that isn't why international networks have their biggest out of London or out of US offices in Jerusalem, out of all places in the world. That isn't why the amount of international journalists per people here is the highest ratio in the world. That isn't why news editions around the world and internet and TV and shows like yours have such a tremendous focus on Israel. It isn't because Israel tries to evade scrutiny. It has to be different things. It goes...
What's quite interesting about this list is organised by the Stop Anti-Semitism Watchdog, is just the ones that I know who've come on this show. Tucker Carlson, Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasper.
Let's see. The Jews did 9/11. Yeah, that seems pretty anti-Semitic to me. Tucker Carlson, Hitler wasn't a bad guy. He had every right to invade Poland. No one should have ever stopped him. Yeah, that seems pretty anti-Semitic to me. This fucking kid, yeah, kill all Jews. Dude.
Remde Hamas was starving hostages to death, and all these people cared about were those Nazi Palestinians starving to death.
Well, yeah, and then you had that dumb bitch Greta Thunberg literally post a photo of the starving Israeli prisoner and then claiming it was a Palestinian. That was great. And then when somebody told her, she just deleted the post, never corrected herself. Yeah, people are stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Just those three alone. I've never heard them express their hatred for Jewish people.
Yeah, saying the Jews are responsible for 9/11. Yeah, that's nothing to do with hatred for Jewish people. And dude, of all people, Tucker Carlson. This guy literally said Hitler should have been able to do whatever he wanted. Like, literally.
Why would they be branded anti-Semitic, even if they've been aggressively...
Dude, I don't understand how normies... How the fuck do... Like... Surely you don't need to be an autistic weirdo like me who, like, just hears about everything to know Tucker's a fucking anti-Semite? Like, are you kidding me? Again, the guy literally said Hitler should have been able to do whatever he wanted during World War II.
critical of the Israeli government. Now, Dave, I'll let you respond to that because it really flies to the ongoing...
Oh, yes. Tell us, Dave, about how Winston Churchill was more evil than Hitler. Tell us about that, Dave. This person who is definitely also not an anti-Semite.
Running sore I have about this, because I get branded anti-Semitic, purely because I criticise Netanyahu's decision-making, which I think is completely outrageous. But it's done to silence
it's all they
legitimate
have, Pierce.
debate.
It's so pathetic, man. It's like,
oh, it's all they have, right? While all he can do is do some stupid moral grandstanding.
And like you, I think the list there for the Palestinians, it's insane that they go after her. But to Jonathan's point, even when he tied this together, look, Pierce, like just look at these facts objectively, okay? Like who is Jewish?
I can't fucking stand these people. We need to bring back gladiatorial combat.
You're out of here.
Like it's over. No more words. It's just pointless. You can't reason with stupid people. So, fuck it. Just no more words. Just gladiator combat.
From a
Some of that.
I'm going to
might
answer
be
this one because I've gotten it so often about the clitoris. Okay, when you take steroids, it gets bigger.
Hella
Soggy balls, $23. Let me see. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, Gummy is still like that. Oh my goodness. That's your baby. Thanks for the donation, Soggy Balls.
things going on. Coach Greg, and again, we're going into a deep dive on the side effects of performance-enhancing drugs in females. I think that it's often overlooked. Coaches prescribing SARM steroids like Anavar, Osterine, and so on without telling their athletes what exactly could go wrong. And so we have Hannah Hussein. It's not Hussein Farhat's sister. It's not his cousin. It's no relations whatsoever. And she isn't one in a million. She's admittedly on performance-enhancing drugs, and she's going to explain all of the side effects, answer your questions. For example, how big is your downstairs? How sensitive is it? Tell us about experiencing that big O at the end. Is it easier? Is it happen infrequently? Give us the details. That's what we want.
If only the Roman Empire had never fallen, VG.
I don't know if we'd be better off. I really don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
No, and so I do think that men, they want to know this. All the guys out there who are taking steroids, almost every single one, they want their girlfriend or their partner, or they're attracted to females who perhaps also take steroids. They're curious. They like the muscles. And so a lot of boyfriends, they get their girlfriends to take PDs without even explaining the side effects. No, babe, if you take this, you're going to look amazing. You look like that bikini model over there. And so the girls are thinking, really? I'd have to take some Anavar and I'm going to have a derriere as twice as big as mine right now? Well, I want it. And then they take these things, and sooner or later they're shaving, they have a deep voice, it doesn't sound as sexy, and their private parts, they've gotten larger than last time, which, hey, for Hannah, she says it was amazing. And so pros, cons, goods, bad.
I've seen her OnlyFans. She doesn't have like a massive clitoris or anything. It's like normal sized. So she must have had a really tiny clit before doing steroids. But yeah, her clitoris is normal sized. It doesn't look like, oh, she took steroids. She also has a pretty nice butthole, too. Gotta admit.
Bad. Let's get right into it.
If you're new here, my name's Hannah. I'm an IFBB pro female bodybuilder.
Hannah Montana has put on a lot of size. Man, she's enormous. Hannah Montana.
Today I'm going to be doing my second Q&A. Kudos to the people that can like turn those things out, like the professional YouTubers. I don't know how you'll do it.
And so what you do is you sit there and you press record and you upload. You don't need to take a week before doing a Q&A. You literally just read the question and respond. You don't need to practice. You don't need to rehearse. We want to see off the cuff, like what do you say right now? Like, do you really think I script all my videos? I just sit there, press record, and go. Because people want to know the real you, not the scripted answer, not what you felt like saying. saying? What is going on in your mind as you read it?
And one of the questions that I get asked quite a lot is, why do I think most people lie about being on steroids or PEDs?
Why lie? Why don't people just come out and say it? Like, I encourage people all the time, why don't you make videos about using performance-enhancing drugs? I tell everybody, I'm like, you really think it's going to hurt you? That if people found out the truth that you're not natural and everyone already knows you're not natural because, hey, you're an IBB pro, and this goes to males and females, it's like, what harm is it? Well, they'll say, oh, well, if I make a video saying that I'm not natural, I'll hurt my placings. No, it won't. You really think the judges think that you're natural? They don't. They think you're on steroids. It won't hurt your placings. It's not going to make them better. It's not going to make them worse. And let's be honest, who gives a shit? Why do we care so much about what we're placing? Oh, you're going to go from 13th place to 15th or from 6th to 9th. Unless you're winning top 5 in pro shows, you're not even making any money. Like, literally, how much are you winning in classic physique? What, $4,000 for first place? One Punch Man looked insane. He won $4,000. And if you're a woman, perhaps about the same, $4,000 for winning a bikini contest. Is that really enough to change your life? You're probably spending that much on coaching. Actually, you're probably spending a lot more and likely spending that much on performance-enhancing drugs. And so it doesn't matter. And so let's be honest, if you're not dominating a show, if you're not actually literally amazing, then who cares? Just be open about it. Hey, I'm on Anavar, I'm on Ostarine, I took in Clomiphene, Nova, say it all.
I can take some pretty good guesses as to why. One of them being that if they're sponsored in any way.
Yeah, I get it. Back in the day, if you said, look, I'm on performance-enhancing drugs, the contract would say you can't be. And so you would lose your contract. And so years ago, I think that was a valid excuse. Hey, you had to lie, your career depended on it. But today, do you really think it's affecting you? Do you think that at HTLT, that we're not going to sponsor you if you admit to taking performance-enhancing drugs? The owner, this guy literally is not natural. So do you really think that we care? And so don't lie to me. I'd rather you be honest. Hey, I'm on this many milligrams of test a week. I'm on this, I'm on that. We don't care. We're not going to judge you. And at this point, it's 2025. I do believe the people who are the most honest are getting the most amount of views.
I'm pretty sure one of the sponsored athletes that they have is a chick who's on PDs, who's a fake natty. Like, I could be wrong, but he was going over some of the sponsored athletes, and I don't know if they have a sponsored athlete list on their website, but oh yeah, affiliates and athletes. Oh, they submit athlete application. They don't have an athlete list. Yeah, I remember he was showing some of the sponsored athletes, and there was some chick who said she was natty, and she looked like she was on Anavar. I can say with a pretty high degree of confidence, so I don't know. I know there are some dudes in his company that are on gear, but it seems like they have a bias to promoting, people who claim to be natural. Ton donated $2. Those execution videos were proven to be AI generated, no evidence of Hamas resistance, torturing their own civilians, but tons of IOF torturing Palestinian hostages. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You're just a fucking retard. No one is falling for your propaganda anymore. Fuck Israel till Palestine's free. Yeah, well, you can say that all you want, but seems like Palestine just keeps getting clapped, so. Yeah, sure, keep resisting Israel, keep having them bomb the shit out of you, blow up all the buildings, all you fucktards can live in, tents outside, and, yeah, just keep resisting. Sure, at some point it'll pay off. Thanks for the donation, dumb fuck. I just gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. I might make another coffee. Yeah, I think I'll make another coffee. But I'll be back in a minute. I have returned. Fuck, god damn it. There we go. Fuck, god damn it. Yeah, that'll be great when I win the lottery, because then I can afford any drug addiction I want. So if I do crystal meth, I can literally do all the crystal meth I want. Son Goku $22 current status of VG.
Hard it is to be around stupid people, to hear the conversation and dialogue of stupid people, how they rationalize information in the dumbest way, how they draw conclusions and then go find other dumb people to agree with them. You can't tell me that that don't piss you off. My therapist, Erica Little, she's in Fort Worth, Texas if you want to look her up, told me that highly intelligent people suffer from a mild form of depression because they daily have to quantify the stupidity of others. This woman of God don't even know how heavy that statement was. Do you know how mentally exhausting it is to be around stupid people? And then you got to interact with them at work. I would love for you to give your testimony about how you had to deal.
I have no idea why, but my headphones just decided to disconnect. Thank you, Windows. I appreciate that.
Dumb individual. How hard it.
Yeah, it's true. More retarded female fitness nonsense. Oh yeah, this is gonna be stupid. Artificial sweeteners. Oh, here we go.
Experiencing bloating, random headaches, and sugar cravings, your sweeteners could be the problem. Artificial sweeteners like aspartame, sucralose, and saccharin bypass the normal digestive pathways in your gut.
They do not.
They can disrupt the gut microbiome, which
They don't.
affects digestion, immunity, and blood sugar
They don't.
control. And for some people, that leads to more gas, bloating, stomach upset, and believe it or not,
Oh, good. Thank you. It disconnected again. Wonderful. I love that. Oh, it's great when things don't work. Don't you love it when things don't work and you have to like turn them on and off again? Oh, I love that. Oh, it's wonderful. Thank you.
sugar cravings. And
Yeah, they do not increase sugar cravings.
some even report headaches, mood dips, and even sleep disturbances when using them regularly.
Well, that's because you're probably a crazy dumb bitch.
They're not toxic when used in moderation, but if you're using them regularly, they can absolutely disrupt your digestion, your metabolism, and your craving.
No. I love how she says this with no evidence whatsoever. Just none.
So if you're looking for better alternatives, here's some of my favorite options.
Yeah. What an idiot. Like, by the way, she doesn't even know what natural sweeteners are. She should have also added xylitol. There's another one too. There's xylitol and some other one. They're basically made out of wood pulp. What a fucking moron. It's funny how she put cinnamon in there after claiming these things can cause like digestive upset. Cinnamon can certainly cause digestive upset. What a fucking idiot. Yeah, well, thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Yep, that's pretty much true what he said about people being dumb.
Yeah, it's exhausting, man. Hopefully, after I win the lottery, I'll never have to deal with stupid people ever again, because I'll finally be able to create that, you know, weird vaccine thing to, you know, inoculate people from stupidity.
Lose followers and so on. And so if you're on the fence, just be honest.
We get judged pretty freaking harshly. And so on top of that already being judged, why would we then go admit to, to open it up to more scrutiny?
Great point. Bodybuilders are being judged. People are making fun of you all the time, like, oh, you're a narcissist. All you do is care about your appearance. And so if you add to that, oh, yeah, I take testosterone, growth hormone, whatever, people are just going to shit on you even more. And so they're like, I don't want it. And so here's the difference. People that don't have a strong self-esteem, they don't have the self-confidence, they can't give anyone anything, because if they take advantage of that knowledge, that information that you gave them, that it's going to hurt them. For me, I don't care. Hey, you're a 5'6" manlet loser. You're a former steroid dealer, importer. You sell snake oil. You're a bad person. You do this, you do that. I don't care. I mean, I talk about it in my videos. It brings me more views. And so I don't care. But most people, they care about what you think. That's right. You, I'm pointing at you. You watching this right now, they care what you think. I don't understand why. Like, why do you care about what other people think who you haven't even met? Like, I don't get that. It's like, are you now going to care if ChatGPT doesn't like you? ChatGPT, do you like me? No. I think you're not nice. You don't say please when you ask me all these questions and you boss me around. It's a computer. And so when bro from Bangladesh writes that you're a 5'6" manlet, a hobbit, if you will, and nobody likes you, that no one would want to date you because you have a horrible personality, why do you care? You haven't even met them. It's nothing. And so people, make the videos, say what you're taking, say what you do, and stop giving a shit about what other people think about you.
Even aside from the obvious, right? Like, say you have somebody that it's obvious they are on steroids, but still, why would somebody want to admit that they are and talk about it if it's not going to do anything for them?
Well, it's one thing to admit it, and it's another thing to lie about it. So, for example, are you on Anavar? Look at me and tell me the truth. And they say no, but they are. Then that's a deliberate lie. Now, if you just don't talk about it, to me, that's different. And so I would prefer if people were honest, but of course they aren't. But if you can, at least be honest, at least tell the truth when somebody's asking you. If you decide, hey, I don't want to make a video telling people exactly what I'm on because it's none of their business, then I can respect that. But if somebody's outright asking you and you lie to them, well, that ain't so cool.
It could possibly hurt your career in the future in any type of sponsor that you could potentially work with in the future.
Honestly, I think you have more chance of getting sponsored if you're honest. I think you have more chance of going viral if you're on it. Would this girl have a viral channel if she was saying, I'm not?
A lot of the things she's saying are kind of old-fashioned. So if this were like, you know, maybe even 5 years ago, but definitely like 10 years ago, that would be true. There's certainly a financial incentive to just keep quiet about it, because supplement companies didn't want you, you know, talking about it. You would have a risk of not getting sponsors. These days, honestly, like, you're probably more likely to get sponsored if you admit you're on steroids and talk about it.
Natural. If she had made that original video and said, I just want to come out here and tell everyone that I'm 100% natural. I'm 1 in a billion. I'm more rare than Hussein Farhad and Julian. And so, guys, I don't know why you keep accusing me. Would that have gone over well? Would she get more followers from being honest? And so if you're watching this video and you're on the fence, why don't you try making a video and see, maybe I'll make a video about it. Perhaps you can continue, and maybe it'll continue to go viral.
Number 2, why do some people deny the side effects of PEDs?
I think they're living in denial. Personally, I think they don't want to believe that it's happening. I think that, for example, when people take performance-enhancing drugs, you say, hey, what about getting a heart attack? You know, you're on Tren, the Tren twins and so on. No, it won't happen to me. You're living in denial, so it allows you the cognitive dissonance to keep doing it, saying no.
Like, I don't know why you'd assume steroids will give you a heart attack. Have you had a heart attack, Greg? Like this. This guy's been on steroids for how long? So, like, he's been on steroids longer than a lot of his audience has been alive. So, how many heart attacks have you had, Greg? So, yeah, this is just fucking stupid. We know how in the causal chain steroids could potentially cause a heart attack, and it's going to be primarily driven by LDL cholesterol. The only other concern would be your proportion of like red blood cells to platelets, and just your hematocrit. So if you can control those things, if your hematocrit's normal, red blood cell count, platelets normal, and you can keep your LDL low, steroids are not just going to give you a heart attack. Just stupid.
No, this isn't a thing. It's not happening. I'm I'm in denial. No, I think people do that so that they can convince themselves that it's okay, that they're not getting side effects, that it's perfectly okay, because once you admit it, you then have to do something about it. Like, if you know that your girlfriend is cheating on you, if you know for sure, you have proof, it's in 4K, you then have to decide, am I going to let her do that and continue to date her, or am I breaking up with her? But if you don't know, you're not sure, well, hey, it didn't happen. And so you can continue to be happy, blissful as you will. And so if she goes down south on a girls trip or something and hooks up with a bunch of men and doesn't text you back, doesn't call you back, doesn't do anything, you can say, hey, she's just busy, her phone died, she's having a great time, but never would she cheat on me. And so I think what people do is they say, it's not happening. And so that allows them to stay in the relationship. And so that is what they're doing, only with steroids, if that makes any sense.
When I started experiencing like the voice change, right? So I felt like I needed to clear my throat all the time, but I didn't hear my voice sounding different in my head. And still to this day, I still kind of sound, to me in my head, I still sound very similar to my original voice.
And so that's a great point. I never considered this. He's saying, look, when your voice changes, you don't actually hear it yourself. And so I know that when you talk and you hear yourself talk, it doesn't sound the same as when other people talk. And so that's a valid argument and a valid point. And so girls, what you need to do is record your voice. You record it and then you play it back. You listen to your voice.
Well, there's an app that will detect like pitch and shit like that. You don't just like you can actually get an app that will objectively show the like actual pitch and tone of your voice to see if it's changed.
Voice, and a month later you listen to it again and you say, is my voice changing? Because you won't notice it. Sometimes the effect is so gradual you don't see it happening. Think of it. Let's say your voice is 100% feminine and it only changes 1%.
Yeah, it's like boiling a frog.
And each and every day. You're not going to notice the difference. 100% to 99% to 98. Every day it's only 1% deeper. And so you remember yesterday and it sounds about the same. But perhaps somebody hasn't heard you for a month. It's been 30 days. It was 100%. Now it's 70. There's a distinct difference. You play it back and forth. I've done this with videos. Here's Alex Hormozy's wife before and here's Alex Hormozy's wife after. You hear the difference. It's immediate. You hear it. But if it happens gradually, you might not even notice it. Isn't there a saying that if you put a frog in hot water and you slowly boil it, it won't leave. It'll just sit there and die? Well, they don't notice a difference. Now, if they jump from cold water into boiling water, they're getting the frig out. But if it's gradual, it's just, hey, it's no big deal. And so, girls, what you need is you need a proper coach. Not all coaches are going to tell you anything. They're going to say, it's not really much different. It'll go back as soon as the show's over. You need to listen.
You get 50% off HTLT subs during the duration of your coaching. Yeah. I think he charges like $30K for a few months for his coaching, by the way. All ebooks free, exclusive 24/7 support, blood work analysis and recommendations. So he definitely tells people how to use steroids. Group calls with Greg and all of the coaching clients. Weird. I don't know who would want to do that.
As the show's over, you need to listen to someone else. Somebody like Coach Greg. Somebody like perhaps your best friend who can tell it to you straight. Look, girly, you're on steroids. I can tell you need to come off. It's too much. Whatever the dose is, you can't do it. I'm hearing it. I know you want to keep doing this show. I know you want to win the competition, but you can't. I'm hearing it. You need to have an intervention. You need to sit there, look them in the eye and say, your voice is changing. You need to stop. Problem is, most people, they don't want the smoke. Why would I get involved? Does she want to hear this from me? Hi, your voice is starting to sound like a man. How many of you have the balls to say that? Not many. I do. Listen, I can see you're starting to shave. Listen, I see your mustache is trying to grow. I see it. I see all the growth in the downstairs, perhaps. I hear the voice changing. I'm going to say it. Oh, you don't like me now because I told it like it is. I told you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. And so what most people are yes men or yes women. They just say the nice things. They're your friend, but are they really? They're only there for the good times. They're not there for the bad. And so when a woman is abusing steroids and you see it happening.
Have I reviewed the Natty Plus protocol by Connor Murphy? I think we already have. Basically, he's a complete and utter fucktard. So we made a video about that stupid shit 2 years ago. I don't know if there's a more recent one. Yeah, basically he's taking clomiphene and MK677, which are two garbage fucking drugs. And clomiphene's a SERM, and it can cause ocular degeneration and blindness, and it's more dangerous and has more side effects than testosterone. So I don't know why the fuck you wouldn't just take testosterone. He's a fucking idiot. The only reason he's promoting this bullshit, by the way, the enclomiphene crap, is because he can sell it. So he's a business partner with that like evil dipshit Tony Huge. Because SARMs are still a weird, you know, they're just weird gray market drugs. They can still sell them. That's why they're promoting them. It's not because they're any good. It's just because they can sell them. And MK677 is just dog shit. It's far, far worse, less effective, way more side effects than just taking growth hormone.
Have to be there for the bad. This is a bad time. You have to be there to help them. It's your duty, your responsibility as a friend. You tell them. You need to stop. Same applies to if you see them gaining 40, 50 pounds after a bodybuilding competition. Hey, look, you're my friend, you're fat. You stop eating. What is wrong with you? That's what you need to do. But hey, it's 2025, healthy at every size and do what you want with your body. No, tell them you need to stop.
I'm going to answer this one because I've gotten it so often, is about the clitoris, okay? When you take steroids, it gets bigger. And I covered that in another video, but people wanted to know how fast does it occur? How much bigger does it get? And is it more sensitive? How fast? It depends on what I would guess depends on what you're taking. Because as far as I know, everyone responds differently. What happened to me was it was very fast. It was probably within 4 months.
She was on excessively high doses and it still took her 4 months. And so to me, that is slow. You're going to notice that. If you're a woman and if you've never checked yourself downstairs, I'm going to suggest that you give yourself a glance. What are the gentlemen and or gentlewomen looking at when they go in that area? Give it a little look. Examine it. What is the size right now and what is it then? And if you can barely see it now and months later.
If you're having clitoral enlargement, you're going to feel it. So you're going to have like weird tingling feelings, sometimes sharp pains. So it's hard to believe that it grew a substantive amount and like within a 4-month period and she didn't feel anything.
Later, it looks like this, like the blue lobster claw, if you can imagine, or even thicker. It's been growing for years, okay? If it looks like this, you've gone way too far. It wouldn't look like that. Now, we have some smaller examples. This is going to be a lot more normal for growth in that area. This is very, very common for women who are using performance-enhancing drugs. This is much more common for women using a shit ton, way more than they should be. And so if you're looking like a blue lobster claw, and if it's blue, go to a doctor. Just go to the doctor now. Watch the video later.
Yes, go to the doctor so that they can look at your genitals and say, wow, that's a big clit. I don't know why you'd go to the doctor for that. It's not like they're going to do anything for you.
Figure out what's going on. And so you need to take doses that don't cause...
What do you mean figure out what's going on? You're on steroids. Your clit's growing. Like, you don't need to go to the doctor for that.
This, and I would argue, this is the max. Take it to the max. Take it to the max. It's a good song. If it's too much of a good thing is bad, you know? And this applies for both men and women. Now, if you can't see it, and where is it, babe? And they don't feel it. And as she stated, she's never had a finish, an ending, the proper ending. I don't know how we say this. A proper climax to the video. She's never had one. And it enlarges itself so that you can achieve that ending. Then that is a huge plus. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Hey, I would want that. I'm not a woman, but as a man, if I had a woman and she was able to achieve this, then, hey, I'm all for it. And you may be thinking, yeah, she just hasn't been with a real man. He would have done. Look, if you can't figure out how to finish on your own in your own privacy, what makes you think that you can? If a woman can't figure her own shit out, and by shit, I mean her own body, privately, from the age of, I don't know, 12, 13, 14 to 27.
Well, to be fair, women can't even figure out what they want to have for dinner.
Figure it out. If you can't, then practice harder than last time on your own and then tell your man what he should be doing. It's not for him to figure it out. If you can't get there, you can't blame your boy. And for the men, too much of a good thing. Yeah, more. Yeah, 6 more, 7. Yep, 8 more, 9. Okay, eventually, it's too much. It's too thick. You can't handle it. It's pain.
Whenever you are using your standing cycle machine for cardio, do your quads get overworked and fatigue quickly?
No. I do avoid using the elliptical machine the day before I train legs, just so that I don't, I don't cause any soreness or delay recovery, but I don't get like crazy, ridiculous soreness in my quads. Thanks for the donation, though, Blur.
Painful at some point, and please don't let it be the man that was with her before you. Please don't let it be that man. There's too much of a good thing, and it's now bad. And so, it's too much of a good thing. I'm sure there's weird fetish people out there. There always is, perhaps 1% of the population that love it, but most men, they don't. And listen, they're going to lie. Oh, I love it when it looks as big as the lobster claw. This is a fantastic thing. I love all of it. Yeah, they're going to say that, but do they really? Just like when your woman says, oh, it's the best I've ever had. Yeah, every man has been the best he's ever had. You're always the best. She's no way would she had anyone better than you. I mean, you can believe fantasy unicorn stories like this. It's possible that it's true, and we want it to be true, but if we're going by statistics, it probably isn't true.
The actual size, I'm not going to tell you the actual size, but it's larger than average, okay?
Larger than average tells us nothing because you had it grow. And so if it grew, it's already larger than average. People want to know, is it the size of the blue lobster claw? Is it the size of...
Well, you can subscribe to our OnlyFans and find out. Again, her clit is like pretty normal sized.
2 blue lobster claws together? They want to know, is it the size of the entire blue lobster? That's what they want to know. It's not this big, but it's possible that's as big as 2 blue lobster claws. That would be enormous. And so we're hoping it's smaller. Perhaps it's the tip of the lobster claw. And
yeah, it's not even that big.
so there's ways of explaining without explaining. And guys, if you've never seen this before, I know perhaps you haven't been with a woman like this in person, but they do have videos of these things on the internet. Now, I don't want to explain to you how to get it, but it involves typing certain things and you will discover a lot of things that you probably didn't want to see. Speaking from experience.
As far as like how much bigger it gets, it depends on what you take. I'm guessing your response to whatever it is you're taking, the amount that you're taking, and the duration that you're taking.
Exactly. Just like some people's biceps get a lot bigger when they take steroids and some people don't. It's genetic. And so depending on the exposure to androgens from various steroids that you're taking, it could be bigger or less large than you would imagine. Certain girls I've been with in the past, I know that they were on very high doses and I hardly saw any changes whatsoever. Other people, very massive changes for surprisingly lower doses. And so, hey, it all depends on your genetics. Oh, and another thing, did y'all know that the majority of that private area that we're talking about, it's not actually exposed. It actually runs back throughout. And so, you know how there's an iceberg and you see the tip of the iceberg and 90% of the iceberg is underneath? That is kind of like what you're looking at downstairs. And so the nerve endings are not exactly right where you're seeing. It's not just right there. It's actually up above and to the sides and inside. And so you can stimulate this area in several different ways. And it's not just from touching just the tip, playing just the tip, if you will. It's all over. But it's going to grow. The androgen looks the same. Couple inches, I'm sure. Sock, which what is that actually covering? And women, well, a lot of them are actually naked, and so they're seeing hella things going on.
The sensitivity for me personally, and for every female that I've talked to, is very significant. It's the difference between, I'd never gotten to the finish line, so to speak, with a partner before taking steroids, and then afterwards, no problem at all.
If I were a woman, or if I were coaching a woman, or if I had a girlfriend or a sister or a mom or anyone close to me that I valued, I wouldn't want them to abuse performance-enhancing drugs, for example, steroids, Anavar, Ostarine, Rad 140, because higher doses are very dangerous. Now, lower doses are less dangerous, but they're all dangerous. And so what would I recommend? Well, I would recommend that people take Turk Builder Max and Turk Platinum. And why? Well, because the more of this you take, the more muscle you're going to build, and the less of the steroids that you need to take. And so let's assume that 10 milligrams of
No. Yeah, that literally does nothing at all. So, we've done economic breakdowns of this bullshit before. But basically, there's only enough Turk in this to like maybe last you, what is it? I think they recommend like 3 capsules a day on the box. But there's only 40 capsules, so this will last you like, like 12, 15 days, something like that. So you have to buy 3 packs to basically get through the fucking month. That's $229. And they give you a discount if you subscribe. So $229 to get you through the whole month. You can buy 50 Anavar tabs that will last you more than the entire month, assuming you're taking 20 milligrams a day. for $100. So for half the price, you can get 50 Anavar tabs, 50 20 milligram Anavar tabs. So if you're just taking 20 milligrams a day, that'll last you 50 days. So almost 2 months for half the price. And what do you think's going to give you more gains? This or Anavar? The economics of this just doesn't make any fucking sense. Even if this did something, something, it's not worth it versus any other fucking drug you can take. So it's just fucking stupid. This is just for fucking retards. Only an idiot would take this.
Of Anavar is a dangerous dose for a female, which it probably is. Let's just admit it. What if you could only take 5 milligrams of Anavar with the addition of this, perhaps some creatine, other natural supplements? And by taking the natural supplements, you could gain the same amount of muscle and get the same experience as taking 10 milligrams of Anavar.
Yeah, you're not going to get gains like that from taking your stupid supplements, dude.
You've cut your dose by 50%. Can you see how that would be beneficial? At 10 milligrams, perhaps that thing is growing, perhaps your voice is getting deeper, and at 5 milligrams, it isn't. And so what did this do? It kept you as a woman without the horrendous side effects that you don't want. Perhaps your Adam's apple got deeper, you're growing a mustache.
Again, this is just fucking stupid. So if we're considering side effect mitigation and, getting best bang for buck, so Greg's stupid turkesterone supplement, you're paying about $200 for the month for that stupid supplement. You could just spend that on growth hormone. The amount of growth hormone that a woman would be taking is going to be around 2 IUs anyway, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. You'd be spending about $200 a month on growth hormone for that dose. And that's Canadian prices, by the way. So why in the fuck wouldn't you just take growth hormone? As if that would, the growth hormone has a lot of benefits, aside from just helping to support anabolism. Helps with sleep. It helps with elastin production, so it'll keep your skin looking nice and youthful. It helps with healing, recovery. Just reduces stress, promotes good feelings of well-being, increases bone mineral density, increases connective tissue strength. What does fucking turkesterone do? Nothing. There's no proven benefit whatsoever to turkesterone. So $200 for who the fuck knows what it does, probably nothing, or $200 a month for something that we know has great benefits.
A deeper voice. And so by taking natural supplements and leveraging them to its fullest capacity, I would be taking 2 caps of these a day. Now for women, it's going to be stronger than that for men. They're smaller. And so my experience is that women get more gains than men from taking Turk Builder Max and Turk Platinum. And so.
Sure they do. Sure they do. I can get 12 weeks worth of test at 200 milligrams a week for $30, lol. Yeah, it's almost as if these supplements are for stupid people.
If you're a woman and you're on the fence, and if you're watching this video and you're taking steroids and you're not taking this, well, frankly, you're an idiot. I mean, how can I tell you?
Yeah, you're an idiot. Spend more money taking a supplement that has no proven benefit whatsoever. And you also don't know about any of the potential side effects or risks, because again, there's no research on it. So spend twice as much money taking something that has no known benefit. Okay, that makes sense. You're an idiot. Throw your money away in the garbage can. What are you, stupid? You're going to keep your money in your pocket? There's a garbage can right there. Why don't you just throw your money away and waste it, you fucking moron?
You straight. You're taking steroids, which can cause virilization or masculinization, turn you into a man, and you're not leveraging the natural supplements first. And so this would be even worse. You're a woman on Anavar Ostry, and you're not taking creatine.
Yeah, or you could take growth hormone. Growth hormone is not masculinizing. So again, for the same price, you could just be on growth hormone. This fucking idiotic.
take the low-hanging fruit first. And so all the safe things, you should take all those first. Now, if you're a woman and you're not taking any supplements whatsoever, then by all means, go ahead. You need supplements. But if you start adding in supplements, the first thing you do is add in all the safe ones first. This is the first one that you add because it's been proven to be effective and it's safe. There's no negatives.
Oh, weird. Proven. Unlike turkesterone, right?
There's no downfall. Even if you don't want to build muscle, it's smart to take creatine. After that, you can take, for example, Turk Builder Max or Turk Platinum. It can help you to build more muscle. Now,
notice how he didn't say it's being proven. He said that with creatine, but he didn't say that with Turk Builder. Weird. Funny. You're an idiot if you don't take the supplement that might not do anything, like by Greg's own admission.
You also want to be taking GO2 Max for greater endurance, recovery. You can train harder than last time. You can push yourself further. And so by doing that,
or you could just take steroids.
Allows you to build more muscle. And so you can see your leverage.
Like, dude, it's so fucking stupid. Like, why wouldn't you just take steroids, increase your hematocrit, and then there you go. You have more endurance. Just idiotic.
All these natural supplements first. G-Test Platinum. Men and women can benefit from increased levels of testosterone. And so you want to leverage everything first. Now, if you're not getting in the basics, like taking in enough protein.
Oh, I've gone over this one too. I think his G-Test Platinum thing, what was it, like $80 a month or some shit? It kind of depends. I think, like everything, there's like different doses that it recommends or some shit. So 3 capsules, 30 servings per container. So $60 a month for this shit. It's cheaper to be on testosterone. So I was on 210 milligrams of testcypionate per month. That cost me $50. This is in Canadian dollars, so this is like for like comparison. So it's $10 cheaper than the stupid fucking supplement. And guess what? On 210 milligrams of test-cyp per week, my testosterone was at 2,220 nanograms per deciliter, and I gained 20 pounds of muscle in 2 months. So show me anybody who got their test over 2,000 nanograms per deciliter and gained 20 pounds of muscle in 2 months taking G-Test Platinum. So for less money, you can make like you can't multiply 0 by, you know, anything. It's still 0. But again, let's be generous and say somebody gained like 1/4 of a pound of muscle in 2 months. Okay, so for less money, you can make 40 times more fucking gains. So it's just fucking retarded.
You're not taking protein powder and so on. Well, obviously you've got to do that. And if you're not doing 150 minutes of cardio a week, and if you're not training effectively, for example, each body part twice, each and every week, well, obviously these things are to be expected. And so you do the low-hanging fruit first. Then after you've done all of these things, and if you still need more muscle, then and only then do you add in performance-enhancing drugs. And I'm not saying that you should, but I'm saying if you're a person that's going to, you should leverage the natural things first. Now, you also need to get your blood work done. Let's be real. Let's be honest. What are your levels of testosterone? What about your liver enzymes, your kidneys, and so on? Especially as you get higher doses, you need to make sure that you're being healthy. And so what I've done is I have now partnered with AlgoRx. AlgoRx have qualified doctors, and what they also have is very cheap prices. I'm talking about less than half price of company.
Yeah, so that is bullshit. We've gone to AlgoRx before. Their website doesn't even have prices listed on their website. So if you go to AlgoRx, like it's this weird like click funnel thing where they'll say, oh, we'll give you this service, this service, this service. They won't mention any prices anywhere on their website, and that's obviously predatory. So they're expensive. These TRT clinics, they make money by providing services. That's just how they make their money. So they'll try to charge you as much as they can for as many stupid, pointless services as they can possibly do. So that means, oh, let's have weekly check-ins with the doctor that you don't need. Let's go over your blood work, which you don't need a doctor for, and you could literally just ask ChatGPT or some shit. You know, they'll just add in whatever stupid services they fucking can to just charge you more and more money. And because these are doctors too, they'll leverage that to again make these consultations and shit just ridiculously fucking expensive when they don't need to be. There was a TRT clinic I was looking at in Toronto. They were charging $5,000 for the year, for their services. I wouldn't say that's cheap. And that's about normal for a lot of these TRT clinics. You're looking at spending a few $1,000s. It's basically a subscription service so that you can get the privilege to be prescribed testosterone. It's fucking retarded. So it's a scam. It's bullshit. You know, the best way to deal with the shit is to just source the drugs yourself. Skip all the stupid nonsense. You don't have to pay a doctor thousands of dollars. You know, for the privilege of being prescribed testosterone, you don't need some idiot reading your blood work for you. You know, just do your own research and learn.
Companies like Merrick Health. And so when I was sponsored by other companies in the past and so on, what I noticed is that hardly anyone can afford the blood work. They can hardly afford the medications and so on. And so if you need to get things like blood work or perhaps
if you're in Canada, blood work is free.
clomiphene to boost your testosterone, or telmisartan for your blood pressure, Cialis, Viagra, peptides, the list goes on, and you want it to be prescription-based from a doctor that's not going to pester you, not going to be a gatekeeper.
So, by the way, these are medications that you can just get prescribed if you go to like an emergency room or a walk-in clinic, or if you have a family doctor. So I've dealt with a little bit of stupid pushback with getting prescribed like telmisartan, because of course, like dumb bitch emergency room fucking doctor who's like small town. Yeah, I've dealt with that, but like again, these medications are really easy to get prescribed. Like if you go into a doctor's office and you're hypertensive and you tell them you're on steroids and steroids increase angiotensin and you need an angiotensin blocker, they're just going to prescribe you. Like worst case scenario, you might have to get a second opinion and get it prescribed by somebody else. But like again, versus spending thousands of fucking dollars just so you can have the luxury of having your own personal fucktard doctor who's probably going to give you similar issues anyway. It's silly. So spending less money for the same thing is generally a better idea than spending more money for the same thing. So I don't know why he's hyping up Argo or RX. Like, you can just go to a fucking walk-in clinic or whatever and get prescribed blood pressure meds.
But it's going to be there to support you, and it's a very easy process, literally only minutes, then AlgoRx is the company for you. Why do you think I partnered with them? Because I know how beneficial it will be for you. You're going to save money and get the prescription pharmaceutical-grade supplements that you need. It's not made in bro's backyard in their kitchen. This is pharma-grade. And so if you don't have a lot of money, you need to save.
You can get pharmaceutical-grade not supplements, pharmaceutical-grade medications on the black market.
This is the company that you need. Now for AlgoRx, code Greg, 10% off. And for all the HTLT supplements, code Greg, 15% off. Another company, before I go, you can get your clothing from Momentous Apparel. Click the link in the description. And if you want to be coached by...
Wow, some of that shit looks gay as fuck, dude. I cannot imagine walking outside looking like that.
myself and my team, click the link in the description. I had to call with 8 of my athletes yesterday for 45 minutes answering all of their questions. And so if you
Looks like you made another video on clavicular.
he's got the crazy...
Did we react to this one already? Who's this retard? I can't remember if I watched this on my own free time or if we reacted to this on stream. I saw a little bit of this. This weird anorexic fucktard thinks he looks like an anime character. He looks like a weird fucking freak. like some anorexic retarded freak.
A guy posting on social media and it says full day of eating. Now, he claims to be into the gym, food, movies, and
Tony Fit 9. Buddy, when you look like that, fit should not be in your name. Like, gut health is key. What? Oh my god, he looks so horrible. It's all about your gut health, buddy. Oh, here we go. Yeah, of course. Oh my god, it's just, it gets so, it's always, yeah, of course. Jesus Christ. Does this dude live in a fucking shack? That's a weird looking room. This guy eats like, well, you know, obviously you'd expect him to eat like shit. I wonder if he has any footage of himself lifting at all. Like lifting one dumbbell. Yeah, of course not. One dumbbell, dude. He doesn't have a single fucking... Yeah, nothing. Nothing of him lifting. Dude, imagine claiming to have, like, a social media account, you know, that's supposed to be dedicated to fitness, and you literally do not have one single video of you picking up a single weight. And then it's just, oh, here we go. Fine. Oh, there we go. Okay, baby weight. All right. Wow, that's it? Okay, so my mom is stronger than this guy. What a dork. Oh my god. Well, that's what mental illness looks like. And being gay, I guess.
I'm willing to push you to...
Like, dude, even if you were super hyper, you know, I don't know, insecure about having body fat, like, you'd think you'd still kind of want to be a man and be strong. Like, if the consequence was you can't lift anything and you're weak as shit, I think I'd rather just be a bit fatter than I'm comfortable with.
life. But the problem is, if he continues to eat like this, he's not going to have a life because he isn't going to be alive. Let's go over his full day of eating. Full day of eating to look like a real-life anime character. It looks like he has a little bit of gynecomastia.
He does not look like a real-life anime character.
Perhaps that's from puberty or just because he's so lean that you can see a little bit of the gland around the nipple. He's got veins everywhere. He's strided. The chest lines are going from side to side. And as you look at this, it's not appealing. It's not like, yeah, I want to look like that. I mean, even his jaw is shredded. Look from the side. He's got...
Yeah, his face just looks disgusting.
1, 2, 3, 4 lines on the side of his face. His cheekbones are clearly pronounced. And so he's got about no body fat. I mean, if there was a percent, whatever as low as that could be, that's where he's at. Does he have a lot of muscle? Of course not. But you can see every fiber and every striation, and that's what he wants to look like. And so is it social media? Is it anime? Why are we trying to look like anime characters? Those are cartoons. It's not for real life. We're going to watch his full day of eating in order to learn what he does, in order to somehow want to look like this. Like, this is not the look that we should be striving for. Now, it's funny how YouTube and so on have these policies where I'm not allowed to teach you how to eat healthy, to do cardio, and to live a healthy life, as it promotes unhealthy eating practices. That's what they say. Does this video look like I'm trying to say something bad, that it should be demonetized, that you shouldn't be able to watch this, that they're not going to show it to as many people? You can show people doing mukbang videos like Nikocado Avocado did for years, where he gained 200 plus pounds. But when I try to explain how to eat healthy, how not to do these mistakes, that somehow is a bad thing. It makes no sense.
Real life anime character. Sorry, this might be a bit of a long...
And so yeah, he's moving his arms up. We see the gyno. Not saying he's on performance-enhancing drugs. I certainly hope that he's natural.
Clearly
but when
not.
your full day of eating involves only one meal, and it starts at 5 o'clock, and it's under 1,000 calories, It's not good. And you have to wonder, how does he have enough energy to survive? How is he able to make it till 5 o'clock without eating? Does he just have very strong willpower? Or is he perhaps on Ozempic, tirzepatide, and so on? I don't know. Now remember, if you genuinely have an eating problem where you're eating too much and you need to lower the food dyes, you can go to Algorex. You can get your blood work done and take various medications. And for this man, I hope he's getting his blood work done, because when you're this lean, likely his testosterone levels are in the toilet. I don't think G-Test Platinum would be enough. More. And so that should be the solution. All these medications that I suggest, or that your doctor suggests, this should be the last resort. What you do after you try to solve the problem. He needs to eat more. I understand he wants to be shredded. This is no different than anyone doing a bodybuilding competition. But remember, bodybuilding competitions are perhaps one day for a couple weeks, whatever. It's bad enough. But if you continue to stay that lean, it is not healthy.
Video, let's go. That's 6 monsters. He's on macro pal to track them. Yeah, there's a full day of eating. Let me know what else you want to see.
6 monsters.
He only ate 6 monsters? What the fuck?
That day. That was his full day of eating. And so on that day, he
Wow. Okay, yeah, he's dead. This guy is dead. He's gonna have sudden cardiac arrest. He is dying, dude. He is not long for this world. I wrapped 8 plates for 10 reps on the bent over T-bar row. It sounds like a lot of fucking weight, dude. I don't have a good enough landmine. I'm just gonna scrap that exercise from my routine. Every time I try them, the thing moves, so yeah, I'm just gonna swap it out for some other row variation. Yeah, he kind of looks mummified. It's kind of weird how he doesn't have anybody around him to tell him he looks fucking awful. Like, you'd think maybe there's like a girl he likes that he wants to talk to, and then she's like, dude, you look like shit, maybe eat something. Looks like he lives in Rome or something. Why doesn't he eat a fucking pizza?
Consumed sugar in the form of monsters. He didn't actually eat. He drank monsters. He drank sugar. There's no protein. How does he have any muscle? That's just one example of his day. Now, he freeze frames it right here. You see all the chest is striated. And so let's say that that was for just one day. Out of the entire year, for one day, he did that diet. Even that's moronic. Even for one day, this makes no sense. The caffeine content alone, it's around 1,000 milligrams, and that's too much. And so he's essentially running on fumes. He's running on caffeine and sugar with no protein, and so he has no building blocks to help him build muscle. Does this diet make sense?
Here's my full day of eating to look like an anime character. Waking up, hydrating, 2 liters of water and a monster.
What's up with Broid Monsters? Now this time it's a 0-calorie Monster energy drink. I mean, if you're going to drink a Monster, please drink the sugar-free version, unless of course you're doing a tremendous amount of cardio. So for example, if you're in a bike race, let's call it 100 kilometers, and you drink a Monster during the race, I think that that's beneficial, perhaps even 2. The caffeine is going to give you more energy, and the sugar is going to give you some fuel. When you're riding a bike, doing hours and hours of cardio, you're burning a tremendous amount of carbohydrates, and you need to replenish that if you're wanting to put out your full power. But for the average person who's going to the gym and lifting weights, you don't need to consume any more sugar. You're not training that hard. You might think that you're training that hard, and even if you are, you're not burning all that many calories because you lift, you do a set, it takes perhaps 30 seconds or a minute.
Somehow Eugenia Cooney will outlive this faggot twink lol.
Yeah, there's a good chance anyway. Is you, like, I'm surprised she's still alive. Like, is she still doing stuff on social media, or is she just, like, bedridden at this point? Eugenia Cooney update in a huge lawsuit. 1 year ago, so she hasn't been on YouTube in a while. When was this posted? June 27th. So she's been on TikTok, still anorexic as fuck. Yeah, she looks horrendous. Fucking weird.
Controversial influencer Eugenia Cooney has not been seen on her social media accounts for months now.
Do you think the US should invade Venezuela and shamelessly eliminate their regime, just cause we can? Or is there some secret better reason I'm unaware of?
Oh, I have no idea. I think this has something to do with oil or some shit.
I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. They have cocaine manufacturing plants, okay? And then they sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much. But yeah, anybody that's doing that and selling it into our country is subject to attack. Cocaine?
They sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much. Like, by the way, cocaine is an actual medication. They use cocaine for eye surgeries. So, like, there is legal cocaine. But this sounds like, I don't know. This is either some weird excuse so that they can create regime changes in these countries or something, so that they can get better deals on, like, oil or something. Or who the fuck knows? I don't know. Some other reason. I don't think they really give a shit about drug smuggling. But thanks for the donation, retard.
And then you're resting. In a bike race, you're using your whole body and you're moving repeatedly for hours. And
Oh, wait. Let's see the Eugenia Cooney thing.
I'm willing to push you.
Wait, that's clavicular.
Back in May, she suffered some sort of medical incident while doing a live on TikTok and basically hasn't been live since. The last time
Yeah,
she
you don't
posted
say.
any content was back in June when she shared that her dog had passed away. But now we may know why she's been MIA.
I don't know, it's not feeling that great today.
That's weird.
I think I might get off. I'm just kind of like letting my stress get to me.
Yeah, that doesn't look good.
I'm gonna get off for now.
That
Well,
was how
she's gonna
Eugenia
die.
ended her live back in May when she had some sort of incident take place while live. This is the post, the last post she made. This was
Let's see. The Wandering Mason donated $3.
Do you do the vegetarian thing as well, or?
Vegan is just not consuming any animal products and not paying for, it's a logical extension of human rights.
Okay, because I don't know if I'm a vegan or a vegetarian, but I don't eat any animal products, but I eat everything else. Fruits, nuts, grains, vegetables.
Yeah. So why are you an activist? Are you okay with other people just killing the innocent, vulnerable individuals?
I was an activist for 40 years.
So why aren't you an activist?
I'm retired now.
That's lame. 40 years of experience down the shitter? That's really sad, man. These are all monsters around us. They need help. They're mentally ill. They literally don't know how evil they are.
Okay, maybe I am still an activist because I work in community neighborhood houses.
Yeah, and you help people.
I help seniors.
Yeah, that's not activism.
Okay, you're being very judgmental.
Whatever, you're a
I'm on
coward.
your
You're too
side.
scared to do anything. And I doubt your activism was ever any good anyways.
You can suck my penis because I was an activist for over 40 years.
Yeah, sure. Wow. What a hero. Way to go. How come I've never heard of you?
What the fuck is your problem? You're so judgmental and angry.
Because
You're angry.
people like you pretend to be vegan. You don't even know the difference between a vegetarian and a vegan, and you're telling me you're an animal liberation activist? You are a lying, pathetic coward, and I'm not buying your bullshit. Bye-bye.
You're a fucking angry fuck.
An animal liberation activist would know the difference between a vegan and a vegetarian.
I don't know if I am a vegan or vegetarian. That's what I told you.
Well, this person's clearly retarded.
This is what I told you. And you were just jumping the negative fucking...
You don't even know what you're talking about.
You're a closed, narrow-minded person. That's what you are.
I'm sick of bullshit. He's an animal liberation activist and doesn't know the difference between a...
Yeah, he's clearly just a retard. Yeah, you run into a lot of random retards when you're doing activism.
I know what you're thinking.
So yeah, it just happens. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
On June 27th when she shared the horrible news that her dog Buzz had passed. Not long after Eugenia had stopped posting, the rumors started to fly. One rumor that was going around was that she had passed away and that a neighbor had seen it all happening at her home. Now, of course, this was completely false, but for some reason, Meta AI picked up on this news and ran with it as if Eugenia had passed away, which of course caused more people to report on the situation. People had been extremely worried about Eugenia, and they had been flocking to accounts like Jeffree Star to ask what's going on. Now, one night during a live, Jeffree actually acknowledged the comments and said that people need to relax, that Eugenia is completely fine, and that she was actually in his chat section. He did share, however, that she had been completely demonetized on her TikTok account. She couldn't go live, she couldn't make money, she couldn't send gifts to people, and so she was just staying off. Now, you may recall that Eugenia has done this in the past. Anytime her account has been banned, demonetized, or age restricted, she has completely stopped using that account until they remonetize her. She has no interest in doing anything on these accounts unless she's getting paid for it. This time, however, now seems different for a couple of reasons. One, because of the rumor that was going around that she had passed away. So a lot of people, anytime they spot Eugenia, have been taking pictures of her and commenting she's okay. This user actually spotted her at the airport on her way to Disney. This is a close-up of that same video showing that she was with her mother. And other users have actually taken pictures of her at Disney World itself, showing that she is alive and well. She's also been photographed at some of Jeffree Star's events, where she was taking pictures with fans, and of course they shared them online.
Oh my God.
Despite this, her fans are still concerned, and they flock to all her channels, writing comments like this, saying they're checking in and just hoping that Eugenia will respond to them. However, it now appears that there may be a very good reason we are not seeing Eugenia Cooney posting or going live on any of her social channels, especially TikTok and Meta, Facebook and Instagram. It's because a group of parents have been going after those social media outlets for years. This is a huge legal law case, and Eugenia Cooney has just been brought into it. For years, Eugenia's content all looked the same. It was basically her out in the public, walking around, not really doing anything, but someone recording her in different outfits. And a lot of times they were outfits like this. Because of Eugenia's struggles with weight and eating disorders, a lot of people would report her accounts. This is what caused her accounts to get banned, age restricted, demonetized. Now, what ended up happening typically is that her account would be returned to her. After they went and age restricted her account, however, she completely changed her content. She started posting more about her makeup products and less just walking around videos, but her clothing style also changed. She was much more covered up, and most times she would actually be wearing sweatshirts, long hoodies, and things like that. Despite these changes, Eugenia stayed a very controversial figure, but TikTok still promoted her. They actually managed her. They constantly promoted her online because she made them a ton of money. Every time she went live, she would do battles, and people would stop at her channel because of her appearance, and they would send her a ton of gifts, which of course makes TikTok money. It looks like now this could be causing big problems for social media platforms, in particular TikTok, because the families that are going after these social media outlets in this lawsuit have now included Eugenia Cooney in this, and they want all of the communications between Eugenia Cooney and TikTok. This filing was uploaded on August 12th of 2025, but this case has been going on for years. It is massive. This group of parents that are going after TikTok, Meta, etc., have been dealing with this for an extremely long time. But this is the first time that we have seen Eugenia Cooney getting involved in this, and this is why. They are currently in the discovery process, and during discovery back in February, Eugenia Cooney was brought up. A lot of people have issues with this, and so they were asking a lot of questions to people that work at TikTok about this situation. What has come up now, however, is they found out about the online incident that Eugenia had in May, and shortly after that, Eugenia was brought to TikTok headquarters for a big event, showing that they were in fact still sponsoring her, despite having said that they had demonetized her. So I'm going to share some of these documents with you just so you can see exactly what's going on in this situation and how Eugenia is involved. So this was filed on behalf of the plaintiffs that are going after these social media companies and TikTok, who's the defendant, because they could not agree on whether or not to reopen part of the discovery. So they wrote saying that this is them trying to get the judge to decide.
Going fag, Duros, donated $2. I wonder what an anorexic pussy looks like. Well, I mean, you could just Google it if you really want to find out. I like Asian girls with big round butts. Thanks for the donation, though, Going Fag Dress.
Decide whether the plaintiffs are entitled to additional written discovery, document production, and a deposition regarding creator Eugenia Cooney. It says on July 30th of 2025, lead trial counsel for the parties involved in the dispute attended a final conferral, concluding that no argument or further negotiation resolution could be reached, so they had to file this. Because this was filed by the plaintiffs and the defendants, both of them get to plead their case in this. So the plaintiffs go first, which is all of the parents that are suing all of these social media companies. And these are the photos they attached of Eugenia Cooney. So this is what they're stating as their case. They say TikTok refuses to supplement its discovery responses and produce documents and communications discussing a number of things. Number one, TikTok's relationship with Eugenia Cooney. Now, when they go on to explain who this is, they say a TikTok creator suffering from anorexia who TikTok managed, paid, and promoted. Number two, user concerns TikTok received about Miss Cooney. Now, of course, everyone was reporting her account and writing TikTok trying to get her account removed. They state that TikTok has produced over 300 documents referencing Miss Cooney, its relationship with her, user complaints about her, and related harm to users with eating disorders. It says TikTok's relationship with Miss
This
Cooney...
nigga so fucking retarded he is going to crash and burn so quick. Bro couldn't wait. Weird flex but okay.
I don't hear any audio.
Alright, boys. We're good to go. We're good to go. Boys, I need to just be gambling.
So what, he was having some girl suck his dick or something? Okay. Well, thanks for the donation, retard.
also was a central topic during Victoria McCullough's deposition in February of just this past year. So this was before Eugenia Cooney's episode on her live. It says, after the deposition happened, plaintiffs learned that Miss Cooney collapsed during a TikTok live stream on May 23rd of 2025 and had recently visited TikTok's New York office. The plaintiffs claim this is new information and that TikTok is refusing to now give them any of that information to supplement their discovery they had in February. Plaintiffs then go into a background situation telling why Eugenia Cooney is important to this case. They state, in TikTok's own words, Miss Cooney is a controversial influencer who is widely known in the eating disorder community for having anorexia nervosa. Now, this was given to them through their deposition with Miss McCullough. It goes on to say, even though Miss Cooney is suffering from an obvious serious eating disorder, TikTok brought her into its inner circle, managing her, paying her, and promoting her at branded events, including TikTok's live programming and TikTok's live battles entitled Road to Superstar. Now, if you have followed Eugenia for any length of time, you know she participated in these Road to the Superstar events numerous times. This made her and TikTok a lot of money. Meanwhile, TikTok's trust and safety team was unaware that TikTok had hired Miss Cooney as a paid influencer. Now, in one email that they got through their discovery, they are quoted as saying, wow, her being managed by us? Other internal documents they got state that Miss Cooney's account has been reported by various external partners due to how many consider her appearance to be triggering for body image and eating concerns. Miss McCullough expressed concern that TikTok's
You know, now that I think about it, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that kind of standard, because, I mean, like, somebody could have, like, really severe cancer, and they could be dying of cancer,
Yeah, he was
and look anorexic. Like, should they not be allowed to post on social media? Because it could be triggering to somebody with anorexia? And like the inverse is also true. Like, should somebody with an eating disorder that's causing them to be like really obese, that they don't really have an ability to control themselves, like, should they not be allowed on social media? And, you know, what I do, like, I'm on steroids. So if I got like super ridiculously jacked and looked like the Juggernaut, you could say that would trigger somebody to want to take performance enhancing drugs. Like, does just looking a certain way like mean you're promoting dangerous or illicit behavior? So I don't know. I think parents should maybe just parent their kid rather than blaming everything on the internet. That'd be my opinion.
Yeah, he was getting sloppy. You can see the back of her head at one point in the clip, but yeah, like dude needs to chill or he's gonna wish he was Sneeko.
Yeah, some of it's probably the crystal meth. I'm sure some of it's the immaturity, like him being 19, but he is also on crystal meth. But thanks for the donation, retard. Appreciate it. I remember there's that chick, Jessica Nanners, who wanted me to butt fuck her. I wonder what she's up to. I'd still like to butt fuck her. Be fun.
Sponsorship of Miss Cooney would be a barn burner with TikTok's eating disorder consultants. Indeed, TikTok's consultants were concerned. One, Dr. Bryn Austin from Harvard, recommended that TikTok warn the public, but TikTok ignored this advice. Further, TikTok discussed how to handle media inquiries concerning Miss Cooney's health and, in the event of her death, potential online tributes and glorification. Miss McCullough testified that TikTok eventually removed Miss Cooney from its creator fund, but her recent visit to TikTok's New York office, described below, calls that into question. Plaintiffs learned that Miss Cooney collapsed while live streaming on TikTok. Miss Cooney also visited TikTok's offices in New York, as seen in her TikTok video posted on May 24th. This is shortly after her collapse. Plaintiffs promptly asked TikTok to supplement its discovery responses limited to specific documents concerning Miss Cooney, and TikTok has refused. Now, plaintiffs are stating what they're looking for. So number one, they want any of the new documents and communications discussing.
No, I've never used Reddit to find jerk-off material. I've used Reddit to vet steroid suppliers, which is not a great idea. Reddit is just a bunch of shit-posting fucktards. But I've never used Reddit for jerk-off material.
TikTok's relationship with Miss Cooney. And number two, they want new documents and communications discussing user concerns related to Eugenia Cooney. And this is all things after her having her collapse online. They're saying thereby exploiting someone they maintain as to why they want the documents and why TikTok says they can't have them. Well, this week, the judge has just made his decision. So the judge in this case is Judge Kang, and he's made his ruling, and what he decided was he would grant the motion in part, but he set limits. So what he said was that TikTok is now being ordered to produce the documents from employees responsible for user safety, media inquiries, or complaint handling, but it's restricted to only communication regarding Miss Cooney, so Eugenia Cooney. And he is saying it's going to be from her May 2025 live stream and the office visit that she made soon after that to the TikTok offices. Now, he is denying the broader request, and one of those denying is going to be for Eugenia's testimony. He says that he's emphasizing that she is a private individual and not involved in this case. So they are not going to be allowed to depose Eugenia Cooney in this case. This is actually an extremely interesting case. If you're interested in checking it out, you can simply screenshot this and Google it yourself. I will warn you though, there are hundreds of pages of documents to go through. Basically what this case is, it's a bunch of consolidated lawsuits, and they're accusing Meta, TikTok, YouTube, and Snapchat of designing their platforms to encourage compulsive use among minors. And the plaintiffs involved in this, I told you there's a bunch of parents, but there's much more. It includes parents, school districts, and young users claim that features like infinite scrolling, push notifications, and personalized recommendations are intentionally designed to maintain user engagement for extended periods.
Yeah. Oh my god. Dude, it's funny how we live in a time where parents aren't expected to parent their kids. The device that I gave my child can have an app installed on it that I could choose to block that I don't like my kid using on a device that I bought for them that they don't need to use. Oh, okay. Dude, this is just some, like, fucktarded shit. I don't... How old are these parents? Like, this is just so weird. How do they not know that they don't have to give their kid a smartphone? Or they can use, like, child blocks for these smartphones and shit. Just fucking bizarre. I gotta take a shit. I'll be right back. I just need to do a poop-a-doop. I'll be back in a minute. Oh. All right, I did a poop. Dish soap poison, don't need tillers. What do you mean by final stream? Also, check out this article. Gut epithelial barrier damage caused by dishwasher detergents, rinse aids. Yeah, so this is just an in vitro study. So who cares? What do you think? I've been thinking of washing my dishes by pressure cooking them after rinsing with lemon and heat to kill bacteria and stuff. People have been using dishwasher detergents forever, and only now do you hear people whining and complaining about gut issues and, oh, my stomach is sensitive and I can't eat gluten. Like, gluten intolerance was never talked about. Ever. Until some idiot made some stupid article about gluten. So, I think it's massively fucking overhyped. Chances are you're not getting any stomach irritation from the microscopic quantities of tiny, ridiculously low amounts of whatever detergent thing you might end up consuming from eating off a plate. If you want to go through that effort, you can, but I don't think it makes a difference or does anything. It just sounds like more, hypochondriac bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, dish soap poison.
I feel like this is all just incentives. Instagram is incentivized to push what gets clicks, bad for kids. Law firms are incentivized to squeeze damages out of social media companies and fuck them in new and exciting ways, which influences their tozenshi.
Well, yeah, they're incentivized to do whatever gets clicks. Yeah. Again, parents can just learn how to parent their kids. I don't know why they're responsible for anything. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
React to this.
This quarter zip trend is anti-black. You think that you're elevating black people into more class and elegance. But you're implying that when you put on a quarter zip, that you stop being this type of black and you start being this better type of black.
Hi, my name is Joel Patrick. And as a member of the African American community for the advancement of the quarter zip, I can tell you, your life doesn't have to be this way. If you're sick and tired of feeling like you're being followed in a store, or you're feeling like maybe you're not one of the good ones, all that can change. It's simple. Go out and buy a quarter zip, and immediately after purchasing a quarter zip, get you one of these. Once you have these two items, your life will begin to elevate in ways you can't imagine. You may have heard that all cultures are equal. Well, they aren't. Well, some cultures are actually superior, and it's now your opportunity to be a part of a superior culture. Elevate your living by joining the quarter zip community. For far too long, you've been experiencing the negative effects of being a YN. Well, you don't have to do that anymore, and you can happily come join us in the quarter zip community.
I'd really like some vegan fried chicken.
The quarter zip community is full of peace-loving, well-behaved, good. All of the benefits of being black with none of the headache. So go ahead, put down that.
Okay, well, now I know. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
And so if you're just going to the gym, I don't really think you need a lot of sugar. I don't even think you need to add in any sugar. And so a Perrolite with BCAAs and essential amino acids as well as electrolytes, this is all that you need while doing your workout. But without protein for building blocks, you can't build muscle. What good is having very high growth hormone levels or even high testosterone levels if you have no building blocks to build muscle? Without the building blocks, you can't build muscle. And so it doesn't matter how high your growth hormone levels are or how much testosterone, tren, whatever that you're taking, if you're not eating enough because you can't build something from nothing. Does that make sense?
First meal of the day around 5
I don't know why YouTube's doing
5
this.
p.m. Yogurt, fruit.
This is how lazy the editor is. He has fruit, steaks, and eggs, but he shows a photo of Greek yogurt. Now, what she should have done is had some of that fruit or that Greek yogurt or some of those eggs and steak and had it for breakfast. Spread his meals out. Instead, he has 3 steaks, eggs, and some fruit all at 5 o'clock. Maybe 1,000 calories. It's not enough. Even if he were a female, it's not enough calories to sustain muscle growth. And so this diet is moronic. It makes no sense. If this was not a man and it was a woman and we showed her this lean.
He has an eating disorder, clearly, and he's also dumb.
Single-digit body fat. Hardly eating anything. What will we call that? It starts with A. If you continue to eat like this, you end up going to the hospital. Or worse. Let me read this comment. Chris Elgins, he writes, "Hey man, you don't know me, but I have a friend that died from restricting like this. He was an influencer as well. Please take care of yourself. S. Murray _32, rest in peace. He was a great coach, a great guy, and just became obsessed with staying too lean. It's very sad. I'm praying for you." That's all you need to know. If you starve yourself like this, with the goal of being shredded, 5% or less, the chances are it's not going to end well. This is not healthy. It's an ED, and you need to go and seek professional help. This is not okay. If you're thinking, oh, I'm skinny shaming this guy, or I should mind my own business, or I shouldn't speak out on this.
Or you could just eat a sandwich.
Do you know how many people out there are suffering from mental disorders where they think that they're fat when they're not, or they're simply dissatisfied with their bodies? They have body dysmorphia. It's a real thing. And once you get into bodybuilding, start posting and you start comparing your physique to others. And in today's day and age, with AI and so on, photoshopping, we've all seen Goop's channel. Imagine how hard it is to have a physique that stands out. People will go to even greater lengths to get a physique that they think others want to be seeing. Concentration camp build. This ain't healthy, bro. Build muscle first. Brother, I'm encouraging you hard to up your food drastically. This
Frank has uploaded new vids.
Pretty sure we already reacted to them, James. Been streaming for a little while now. Yeah, we reacted to these 2 earlier. Basically, he doesn't have a roof on his house, and he's gonna attempt to basically do the roof himself. But yeah, we already reacted to those. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
is an ED. I don't want to diagnose anyone, but this seems like it starts with an A and ends with an A. Rest in peace, hormones. In the video before this, he has striations all over his chest, vascularity, veins. He's got the crazy abdominals, veins going all through his arms, and you can see the gynecomastia, which we may or may not be getting from testosterone use and so on, but you can clearly see that he's obsessed, that he thinks that this is a quality look that he should be striving for, and to get this look, he's been starving himself. Just shape shift. And so prior to this, he was healthy. He looked healthy. He had a normal amount of muscle, but he decided...
He looks like something that would crawl out from under a bridge in Harry Potter. What a weird shaped face.
See, he had a normal amount of muscle, but he decided, nah, I need to get skinnier. I have too much fat. The only difference that's not making it jump out to you exactly what this man has is because he's a male and not a female. If a female did this and said, I'm too fat, and they got down to 80 pounds, and they said, I'm too fat, and they got down to 70 pounds, you would be saying exactly what I know you're thinking. You would know it's wrong. But because it's a man, you might not be thinking that. And so hopefully understand that this happens to both men and women. It's just way more common in females. He's promoting this. I hope everyone who's...
Is Jax Fit a retard for going on MK67? Is that skinny fucktard who's like a simp and hangs out with OnlyFans models that want to have sex with him? Is that the fucktard I'm thinking of? Yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot. I have no idea why he'd go on MK677. Just outrageously stupid.
Okay, guys, welcome.
If there'd be any benefit for him at all, it would be for appetite increase if the guy isn't able to eat enough calories. But yeah, he should just be on testosterone. How has this guy been lifting for as long as he has and he's made like no progress? Like at this point, I mean, if you've been training for what, at least it's been like 2 years, right? That he's been at this. He's weaker than my mom, like a lot weaker. And this is a grown man. Like, he should be on testosterone replacement therapy at the very least. But yeah, I don't know why the fuck he's fucking around with MK677. It's just fucking stupid. Like, how about go on a drug that will actually make you gain muscle?
Sees this is thinking, this is not the way. This is not healthy. This is not what we should be striving for. And we should be careful when we see this. Don't want young and impressionable people reading this.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even pay attention. Yeah, it's kind of a nobody.
Perhaps looking up to this guy thinking, yeah, I also want to shapeshift. This is code for starve yourself and become that word that starts with A. Ghost freak physique, wait for it.
He looks like shit.
He's promoting trying to look like a ghost. Like, is this what we're trying to strive for on social media? This is where I'm not going to tell.
Yeah, that kid's just fucking gay. Like, he's just a gay retard who wants to be a weakling.
Doubled my testosterone, 15x'd my growth hormone, and gained significant lean mass in less than a month without steroids, without suppressing my natural hormones, and without sacrificing my health. This is the power of the Natty Plus protocol, the supplement regimen designed to
yeah, no.
maximize your physique and performance while minimizing adverse side effects. See, in the bodybuilding world, substance utilization is viewed through the dichotomous lens of natty or not.
There goes YouTube again.
And I used to identify as a natty by avoiding any supplement that society considered unnatural. I thought that this was the safe, healthy approach to bodybuilding, but I was wrong. See, in order to achieve my dream physique, I had to engage in extreme, destructive behaviors that ruin my physical and mental health. Meticulously counting calories to the point that could be considered an eating disorder, destroying my metabolism and hormones just to achieve a single-digit body fat percentage, and practicing antisocial behavior because I didn't want to miss my next meal or be tempted by alcohol that could disrupt my protein synthesis. See, at my peak physique, I felt my worst, both physically and mentally. And it wasn't sustainable.
This guy had a full-on mental breakdown and had to, like, be committed because he was on, what was it? He was taking DMT on a daily basis and went completely delusional and manic. And this is when he was doing some of this shit. You know, the Natty Plus protocol thing. So as soon as this was right around the time where he admitted he was on, like, enclomiphene, he was taking MK677. He ended up doing, I can't remember if he was either doing DMT or if he got the natural form of it from a shaman. What's that fucking crap called? That weird sludge they make in the rainforest. But he was doing DMT, and like, again, it's a little bit of a weird coincidence that he ended up getting addicted to DMT and went into a completely delusional manic state after he was doing enclomiphene and MK677 and shit.
I restricted calories for years straight out of fear of losing my visible abs, and my body adapted by lowering its metabolism and natural anabolic hormones such as testosterone, making it more difficult to maintain muscle and stay lean. But I refused to step over to the dark side and become unnatural. I didn't want to become one of the many serious bodybuilders with severe body dysmorphia that abuse steroids out of insecurity, shedding decades off of their life just to achieve a physique that receives validation from others. But then I had an epiphany. Why am I blindly subscribing to this false dichotomy, natural versus not? After all, naturalness is a spectrum. Even creatine is unnatural to an extent because it's consumed at concentrations unavailable to primal humans. And the consensus of what's natural or not changes over time. Caffeine used to be a banned substance by the World Anti-Doping Agency until 2004. And now it's in every single natural bodybuilder's pre-workout. So I realized the real reason I was remaining natural was to acquire the approval of others, of my friends, my family, my online audience. And then I recognized the mental prison I had locked myself in. I was engaging in unhealthy, obsessive-compulsive behaviors just to maintain a label because I cared what others thought of me. Fuck that. What should matter is building a physique that you can be proud of while remaining healthy and feeling great. So that's why I created the Natty Plus protocol, a regimen that includes supplements that many people would consider unnatural. Some of the supplements I take are up to a 6, I would say, on the natural or not spectrum. But these supplements don't negatively impact my health. In fact, my blood work has
Yeah, they do.
shown an increase in my metabolic health. And subjectively, I have more energy, more motivation, more drive, and improved cognitive functioning. Plus, my natural hormones aren't suppressed. So, if I decide to stop taking the supplements, my physiology simply returns to baseline, instead of crashing to dysfunctional levels like what would happen if I was actually injecting anabolic steroids. And best of all, my physique is as good as it used to be when I was dedicating my entire...
I don't know why that's really a benefit, because when would you ever be in a situation where you just stop taking steroids?
Existence to the fitness lifestyle. But now I don't track a single calorie. I miss a workout here and there when I'm extra busy, and I have a great time. I party, I enjoy life. Detox testosterone boosters doubled my natural testosterone.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay.
In less than 2 weeks with no noticeable side effects. 3AD.
Right, the test booster. Oh, I have a link to these supplements. That works so well. Sure.
This is a derivative of the hormone DHEA, but 3AD is more potent because it is more easily converted to testosterone and other androgens in the body. It's actually the world's strongest DSHEA compliant metabolite, patented and sold exclusively by Enhanced Labs. 3AD
Yeah, that's Tony Hughes' supplement company.
and DHEA are quite extraordinary because they are pro-hormones but don't appear to significantly suppress natural testosterone levels. MK677 from Swiss Chems. This is a growth hormone
Growth hormone secretagogues are fucking stupid. Just dumb as shit. Just take growth hormone.
secretagogue that increases growth hormone by stimulating the ghrelin receptor. This increases your natural growth hormone production, analogous to a testosterone booster, increasing your natural testosterone production. But it is significantly more powerful.
I'm not on antipsychotic medication. Where did you get that idea?
Weeks on this boosted my growth hormone by 1,500%. AC262 from Swiss Chems. This is a selective androgen receptor modulator, or SARM. But AC262 appears to have more potent and selective binding affinity for the androgen receptor than most other SARMs, which gives it one of, if not the best ratios of anabolic benefits to side effects. Now, of course, I also take the basic supplements, whey protein, essential amino acids, creatine, and sometimes pre-workout. And I also have utilized
I haven't even heard of that stupid fucking SARM in my life. It's probably just garbage, considering he's not any more jacked than he used to be when he was natural.
More obscure but very natural supplements such as epicatechin, a myostatin inhibitor derived from plants, arachidonic acid, an omega-6 fatty acid that increases protein synthesis by inflaming the muscle, turkesterone, a natural plant steroid that has anabolic effects, alpha-yohimbine,
Yeah, here we go.
an alkaloid in tree bark,
This causes cancer.
which blocks the alpha-2 receptor, increasing lipolysis or fat breakdown, and slim pills, which improves nutrient partitioning and increases metabolic health by increasing insulin sensitivity. This one is a must-have to counterbalance the potential insulin resistance caused by MK677. If you want to learn more, make sure to follow the
Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid.
We still don't know when Luigi Mangioni's state trial will take place for the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Before that can happen, the judge in the case has to decide what evidence can be used. Scripps News national correspondent Alex Miller is live.
How old is he and what is his height and weight? His friend could use more muscle.
I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. I think Connor Murphy might be like 5'10". Connor Murphy's height is 6'4", although this can vary depending on which Connor Murphy is being referenced. The NHL defenseman for the Chicago Blackhawks. Okay, that's not the right Connor Murphy. According to this Reddit page, he's 6'2". I don't think so. There's some like women walking around where he doesn't seem much taller than them. I could believe like 5'11" maybe. I don't know. It's probably around 180, 190 pounds, something like that. Thanks for the donation, James. I don't know how old he is.
Life Force in New York. She has followed this case since the very beginning. And Alex, the officer, Joseph Detweiler, spending the day on the stand going over the body cam footage of Mangioni's arrest. What did we learn?
Well, Del, we saw this body camera footage from multiple different angles. There were nearly half a dozen officers on the scene very quickly, but Joseph Detweiler was one of two officers initially called to the scene. So we get to see how this all transpired from his perspective from beginning to end. He said that when he got the call from the 911 officer, which we listened to, he was a bit sarcastic because he thought there was no way that this could have been a real possibility. He even made a joke with another colleague where the colleague offered to buy him a hoagie if he caught the NYC shooter, and he said, consider it done. So he went into this thinking there was no way this was going to happen. And when he walked into McDonald's, you can see on the video he walks past him, which he said he wanted to see how Mangioni responded. And then he goes up to him and he says, "What's your name?" And Mangioni gives him a fake name, Mark Rosario. He gives him an ID and he pats him down. And he also asked him to remove his mask. Mangioni was wearing a medical mask. And Detweiler testified that the second that he pulled down that mask, he knew that this was the guy that they had been looking for. And officers slowly start coming to the scene as they are running this ID.
What is DMT?
It's a drug called dimethyltryptamine. Thanks for the donation, James.
And Detweiler testified that he tried to keep Mangioni calm. They talked about various things. He asked him how long he had been here. Mangioni had said he was homeless. They talked about little things here and there to try to calm him. At one point, there was the song Jingle Bell Rock playing over the speaker system, and Detweiler said he was whistling to try to act like this really was a very routine situation. And it wasn't until they came back and told him that he had given them a fake name that he knew that he was in trouble. He gave them his name immediately when they asked him again. He nodded yes when they asked if he had given them a fake ID, and that's when they read him his Miranda rights. It took place very quickly. This only transpired over just a couple of minutes, less than an hour from beginning until end. And the video we watched all the way through him being led out of the station and to the prison. But it was very eerie, Del, to watch all of this transpire, to watch Luigi Mangione watch himself in all of this. He did not really show any expressions. He seemed a little bit tired today, but was still very much paying attention, looking at Detweiler right in the face. But during this entire ordeal, there were these Christmas carols playing that I could not stop.
Did you hear this teacher gave this retarded bimbo a 0 on some college essay, and it's become a big free speech issue cause she promoted God and said there's only 2 genders lol.
What the fuck is this? How is this a college essay when it's only 2 pages? Oh wait, this article is very thought-provoking, causing me to thoroughly evaluate the idea of the role gender plays in society, peers using teasing ways to enforce gender norms. Do not necessarily see this as a problem. God made male and female and made us different from each other on purpose and for a purpose. So what is the context here? Is that a student talking about some dumb article about gender issues? If the assignment is to give an opinion, like a personal opinion, then I don't know how they could possibly grade you. Because it's not a matter of being right or wrong. It's just your opinion. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Paying attention to as he's being arrested. The song I'll Be Home for Christmas is playing as he's being patted down. Holly Jolly Christmas is playing. They say they found a wallet on him with lots of cash, including foreign currency. All of this is important as they...
Retard, donate $2. College instructor put on leave over 0 grade for gender essay. The essay written for a psychology class called the idea of multiple genders demonic. The instructor said it did not answer the assignment. Well, it's a psychology class, so it's just gobbledygook nonsense. I've had friends who have taken psychology courses in college. They're just retarded. So I don't know what the assignment was really supposed to be about, but that student sounds like a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Trying to figure out what evidence is going to be administered.
So, Alex, break it down for us now. The testimony that we're hearing, these videotapes, why are they so important?
Well, they're trying to build this story, Del. They want to show why this testimony is so needed. At the center of all of this is the backpack, which we can see on camera. And we see at a point an officer begin to go through this backpack. They did not have a warrant. And so there's a discussion about whether the contents of this backpack will be able to use in trial. It allegedly has a 3D printed gun, a silencer, writings that prosecutors say amount to a confession, as well as electronic devices. And so they obviously want to be able to use this, and they need to build up the case for what their concerns were, and why they needed to go through this bag. Obviously, they searched Luigi Mangione's body multiple times, which we also watched. And then there's one other thing. His defense says that his Fourth Amendment rights were violated. We can hear directly on the camera, the body-worn camera, an officer read him his Miranda warnings, as they called it in court today. But the question is when they were read, and is anything allowed to be used before then? Remember, they asked him if his ID was fake before they read those Miranda warnings.
Pretty sure across the entire United States now, they do not need to read you your Miranda rights, ever. It's not their responsibility. I think the Supreme Court had a ruling on that just recently. I hate this guy's intros.
Yeah, I'm at complete. But like, dude, just go get tan and do it now. Wanna cuddle with it? Dude, sleeping a lot better. Dude, Grant, he's like twice as big. What the f? Baby, turn me on. Today is gonna be a bit different.
Intro's super annoying.
I don't have dextrose, and as you guys know, I like having dextrose.
Didn't you just put Nutella in there?
So it's gonna be a good one. Then the next few days, we'll train with Joe Bennett. I have a leg day coming. I love both. Because bodybuilding is like you meet different people and you gather something from each one of them. You know? So I learned something from Derek, something from Gregor, something from Joe. Now my pre. Oh yes. So I do like 12 to 15. Easy. Yep. Right. Oh yeah. Woo.
How do you feel?
Jet lag.
Me too, I can barely walk, I'm so tired. I'm attracted to him, I guess, then.
You're like twice as big. I'm the biggest in Malta.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, he lives in Malta. Isn't...
Shit.
In Malta, you get like yelled at for that.
Really? Yeah, and Malta
Yeah.
you get kicked off for this.
They're like, can you please tone it down?
What do? You just keep that shit inside? No, I just like...
No, you continue.
Sorry. Yeah, bro.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, there's many more.
Oh. Next year I'm at compete. But like, dude, just go get tan and do it now.
I have a funny feeling he's just not ever gonna compete.
I'm actually like I'm not that fat even.
Are you kidding?
Oh fuck. Well, not
Oh my god, last 3 days.
No. with love, you know. I just fucking. Oh, fuck. The freak.
I've seen the Trent twins in person. They're max 5'5". Yeah, it sounds about right. They're pretty short.
Soon. 2 more years.
So he's got to be pretty short then too, because he's not really much taller than them. Dodo $22 watch beginning at least.
Jeffrey and Jessica have just turned 18 years old. Jeffrey's still a virgin, but Jessica's been getting passed around from Chad and Tyrone. Whilst Jeffrey stays up late playing video games, Jessica stays up late in another man's car giving him a BJ in the woods. That's disgusting, Jessica. Damn, both of you are losers. Don't you have any goals or ambitions for the future? 99% of our generation are like this, apart from Adonis. Adonis is the most successful, handsome, charismatic tribe leader ever. He doesn't reset his nofap streak like all the weak men of today. He uses his sexual energy to build a life he's proud of. And that attracts Anastasia. They are a high-performing couple, and it all started with putting in the work when they were younger. Number 1, lean is law. In terms of weightlifting and building a body that's really attractive, I wish I knew when I was 18 that being lean is so much more important than being bigger, and I wish I just stayed lean at about 10 to 12% body fat and just kept a six-pack year round. I kept on eating dirty food and calling it a bulk and then doing like a dirty bulk and
What in the fuck was that? So he like complained about girls who wouldn't have sex with him when he was a teenager, and then he just starts going on about how, oh, I wish I stayed lean. What a fucking weirdo. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I hate him a lot.
Oh. Where are we gonna sit?
I don't think Malta even has a car like this.
No, I don't have this.
No,
It's kind of crazy how their stomachs are like so bulgy.
not even one, right? Antibiotics. Like, you know, the cough syrup you drink?
Yeah.
That's what it, right?
No. It's like a... Not today. Because we cannot try.
Yeah, because you didn't have one.
You know.
And we're go eat, my love.
Clavicular. How can this 41-year-old man... I know what you're thinking, Clavicular. How can this 41-year-old man roll out of bed, go like this real quick to his hair, sit down, not apply any eyeliner, not put any drops in his eyes to make his whites look whiter, not be on testosterone since he was 14 years old, and still be a 10 out of 10? My guy, I even put on one light for my stream setup just so that you could see the jawline and the absolute perfection that I'm radiating in my video right now.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for!
And I know you're gonna judge me, because after watching Connor's video, which is hilarious, and we're gonna go through it, it looks to me that you spend more time judging other dudes and how they look than picking up chicks, which I thought was the whole point of the looks maxing to begin with.
Wow, this is awkward. I feel like I'm in my first junior high mixer.
I don't know, guys. This generation, in their own words, is absolutely cooked. I didn't even know what looks maxing was until I saw John Bravo's video on Clavicular a few days ago. Like, what these kids are willing to do to their bodies at such a young age blows my mind. When I was in my teens, my early teens, I was more interested in playing video games, collecting cards, hanging out with my friends, riding bikes, working on my car as soon as I got my license at 16, and then going to the gym, improving myself, just having fun. Like, life was fun. There wasn't...
Blargament.
Let me take a look.
Few people have chimed in, why are you wearing the belt on the med ball throws? I do it honestly at this point just because it really pisses people off. And I'm actually serious. Just because people comment on it and they get upset by it, it makes me mad.
He looks very strange. Why doesn't he just wear normal shorts? All of this is just so strange. Yeah, it looks like a diaper.
So, and it's not necessarily about, oh, hiding your waistline. Because I have a bunch of stuff without a belt on, right? I mean, I'm doing ab work without a belt. You see me do my neck extensions at the end. I do all my shoulder work, my curls and everything, just in the shorts. So, funny enough, I put plenty of stuff up in every single vlog without a belt. So it's really not about that for people who are going to think that that's what it is. No, because I do multiple exercises without a belt every single day on camera. No, for me, it's really about, one, I could argue about the better neural drive. I can make a small case for that. Definitely the weight it carries, it makes sense. Being able to brace my core, the neural drive probably helps a little on this stuff. But for me, the biggest part is it seems to really upset some people. And because I do like to be a bit of a troll sometimes, but if it really upsets people enough to get engagements, that's worth doing. It's clearly enough to do it. And people think I'm kidding. I'm actually dead serious. I'm really serious with that. That's reason enough, dudes.
Yeah, so he's just trying to hide his stomach. Thanks for the donation, eh? What a fucking weirdo.
All this pressure to look a certain way, right? And you're gonna hear Clavicular talk a lot about how life is just easier if you're better looking. And I'm gonna tell you right now, this is gonna be a reoccurring theme in this entire video. The only thing that you need to get through life is confidence. If you have confidence, the world is your oyster. And some of you guys might say, you know what, Scott, you're just saying that because you're a good looking dude. Life has been super easy for you. I can't even get through that. I'll tell you what, guys, when I was in high school and I was in college, I actually had a hard time dating girls because I looked too much like a jock and they all thought I was a jockey douchebag before they got to know me. I literally had girls tell me that when I started dating them. Like, you know, at first when I met you, I thought you were just gonna be like some cocky douchebag because you work out and you look good. And I was like, well, thanks. I'm actually into anime, collecting cards, working on my card, and treating women, you know, the way they should be treated. But that's besides the point. Let's get into today's video. But actually, before I do, I just want to say, I hope all of you had this dude, Clavicular, the guy on the right. This is actually Connor's video. If you guys haven't watched the whole thing, I'll link to it below. You know, Connor went to visit Clavicular because he's the most insane looks maxer. Like, he does all these crazy things to try to make himself look better. And the first thing I noticed in this video, because I watched John Bravo's video, and it basically, to me, it sounded like these look maxer dudes do all of this stuff so that they can look better and get more chicks. And the entire video, I was waiting for like them to go from room to room and to be at least one chick in the house. Like, the whole video, there are no chicks anywhere to be seen. And again, I think it just comes down to confidence. I don't think that these dudes are getting girls the way they try to make you think that they are. I think they're actually just obsessed with the looks maxing stuff and the height to body fat ratios and all the weird shit they talk about. And he does all this crazy stuff. The dude is putting eyeliner on, but you do it just enough so that people can't notice that you're putting eyeliner on. He's using that scrunchy thing to curl his lashes. And I've actually seen one of these before because my mom used to use one all the time. And when I was a kid, my brother and I would like fight each other with them. We thought it was super funny. But like these guys literally have like this like skincare and body routine that they do every single day that like takes 100 times more time than the average woman does with their skincare and body routine. And to me, what woman would want to date or be with a guy like this that takes longer to get ready than they do? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, this dude's life is so terrible that he doesn't even enjoy being outside or swimming in this beautiful pool that he has in the back of his house. Like, let me play this clip for you.
A decent amount of our time out here, obviously avoiding UV, considering how, you know, carcinogenic that is. So
avoiding UV, considering how carcinogenic it is. This kid has no life outside of the looks maxing. Like, can you imagine not wanting to do things outside because you're afraid the UV lights are going to damage your body? Like, this is insane to me.
But we do like to come out here to film. Good view. Like, whenever we're doing like a cinematic shot, we'll go on the side and use the views.
You can just wear a sun hat. You can wear sunscreen. You can use melanotan too. There's ways of avoiding the UV damage.
Kind of a scroll stopper, you know what I mean? Just get some more view, stuff like that. I've actually never stepped foot in this pool.
No swim maxing?
No swim maxing for me.
So basically, like, everything here is just like the studio to take photos so that people think they live like this amazing lifestyle, when in reality, it's almost like they're in jail. They're like in looks maxing jail. They can only do specific things at specific times or else it's gonna ruin their looks maxing. Like, that's wild to me. And we're gonna go through more stuff in this video, but again, I went through Connor's entire video. Not one girl was seen anywhere in the house. And then they end the video with a workout, but before they work out, they spend time actually rating how dudes look. I can tell you with one hand how many times my friends and I rated how dudes looked when we were trying to go out and score chicks. It was this many times. Let's play this real quick.
Henry Cavill.
That's going to be an 8.5 out of 10.
Whoa.
8.5 out of 10? That's Superman's face. That's at least an 11 out of 10. Let's be real. But it was this clip right here, and there's also a clip in John Bravo's video that I'm going to share, and I'll link to Johnny's video down below too, that really kind of helped me understand why he is the way he is and thinks the way he thinks, right? So this one right here, I won't play this clip because it's kind of long and it goes in and out, but this dude basically got arrested for beating an underage woman, and all, like, I guess women online saw how this guy looked in his photos, that he was a good-looking dude, and I guess they raised a lot of money for him on Kickstarter to help him out with his court fees or whatnot, right? And he basically took that information as the
What's funny is this guy clearly has alopecia.
Telling him, even if you beat women, you can kind of get out of trouble and women will still like you because you're a good looking dude. And let's play this part right here, because what he says in this clip from Johnny's video, I thought was just like...
Honestly, even if you're an ugly dude, there are just women who kind of are into getting beaten. I've seen plenty of ugly dudes who are abusive and chicks will still date them. Like, I don't know why it's so hard for people to put two and two together, but there just happen to be crazy, dysfunctional idiots who date other crazy, dysfunctional idiots. There are dudes who want to date, like, stupid, vapid, money-grubbing whores. And there are women who want to date abusive dickheads who will beat them. It's just the case.
Sad, honestly. Right, so I was noticing who was going home with the pretty girls every night. And I noticed it was really about 1 to 2% of men, right? So it was people who were very tall, people who were very good looking. This is something I was noticing over my formative years when I was a teenager growing up, right? So making these observations, kind of seeing that sometimes good looking people would be able to go up to women and start making out with them without saying anything. I kind of started to shift my worldview a little bit and realize, hey, okay, so this is like the most important metric, and I have to go all in.
I hope you're watching Clavicular, because I'm going to explain to you a little life lesson, okay? Women love the bad boy. We learned this lesson growing up. Nice guys finish last. I was way too much of a nice guy growing up in middle school and high school, and it wasn't until I got older that I started to be able to go on more dates and, I guess, score more chicks, if you want to say that, right? It sounds silly saying that on video, but the point I'm trying to prove is it doesn't really have anything to do with how good looking you are and how tall you are. It has to do with how confident you are. Women are attracted to confident.
It has to do with how good looking you are and how tall you are. And confidence helps too, but no, being good looking and tall is definitely gonna help.
Men. And unfortunately, when it comes to like a bad boy, those dudes are usually overly confident. And that's what the women are attracted to. Women don't want a guy that's basically going to be their lapdog. They want a challenge. And you can still be a confident dude without being a complete asshole and treating women poorly. That's the difference. That's why you're missing the mark. And good looking dudes, sure, they're being told their entire life that they're good looking, that they're a specimen. Their confidence is through the roof. So that's why they're able to go out and pick up girls, because they are confident. The ultimate mission isn't to look smacks and fuck.
How many lotto tickets did you buy? Just one. I never get multiple.
Up your face and get limb lengthening surgery and do meth before you work out because you think it's going to make your workouts better and make you leaner. Like, all of this superficial stuff that you're so focused on is going to mean nothing if, number one, you're dead because you just destroyed your body, or number two, by the time you get to your 30s, 40s, 50s, you're so destroyed and so distraught and you spend so much time focusing on things that don't matter, you're alone for the rest of your life. Like, you talk so much about how good-looking dudes get the chicks, blah, 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 blah. What are you going to do when you're in your 30s, 40s, 50s and you've destroyed your body and you're not good looking and there's no hope for you and you're all alone in life, right? I hope that doesn't happen to you, but that's the future that you're basically going towards right now. And for a dude who spends so much time worrying about his looks, you would actually think he would enjoy going to the gym. But guess what? That couldn't be furthest from the truth. And this clip right here, this is on John's video, really pissed me off. Like, this told me everything I needed to know about him and the way he thinks. Check this out.
The journey is being in a sweaty ass gym, okay, full of a bunch of fucking gym cells and disgusting sweaty beasts. Okay, that's the journey, okay?
Bro literally is like rocking the Mugatu haircut right now. I think that's all I can think about when watching this clip. Hold on, sorry.
So if that's what you want, have the fuck at it. Go do your fucking journey, my G. But goddamn, I'm trying to spend as little time in that fucking shithole as possible. I hate the gym, okay, quite frankly. Or wait, no, do you like the gym, sir?
No.
Yeah. And I'll say it again, this generation is just so lost. We don't just go to the gym in order to build big muscles and get shredded. Fitness becomes a part of your life.
So now he wants to turn to dangerous surgeries. He's talking about going to Turkey to get double jaw surgery and implants in his face because...
Dude, that is freaking insane. And he talks about the double jaw surgery.
Yeah, he's gonna look like handsome Squidward. What is my landmine setup? It's just a stupid thing that you put into weight plates, and it doesn't stay on the floor very well.
Right here. And the reason why I had this tab up is just to show, like, This video was posted 9 days ago, so maybe they filmed it like a week or two ago. He's, after everything that he does, all the bone smashing, all the testosterone at 14, all the looks maxing, he still just looks like a regular average dude in this shot here where he's just casually being filmed. Like, I don't understand where all the benefits are. But the bro literally wants to get double jaw surgery, and he wants to get limb lengthening surgery. He's already 6'2", but he wants to be 6'5". Let me play this clip for you.
Double jaw surgery.
So you really can't change certain things without surgery. You can't change how long your mandible is. But the only means to correct this, is going to be through maxillofacial surgery, Bimax or double jaw. So that's what I'm doing.
So your goal is to have like more of like a Chad face,
Correct.
pretty much. Is there any risks or complications with that?
Yeah, so any surgery has complications, right? But I don't think that there's, any reason to fearmonger surgery. Everything has risks in life, but the risk to reward is definitely there for the double jaw, especially in my case, right? Even if you consider the fact that I'm an influencer, right? If I were to be better looking, it would benefit my career. So that's an example of why it's a huge...
So what he just said there about this benefiting his career as an influencer, to me, it's putting him more on the scale of like weird people doing weird shit versus good-looking people being super good-looking, and that's why I follow you, right? Just like this woman right here. I'm sure you've seen her all over Instagram with like the super exaggerated cheekbones, right? People don't follow her because they think that she's like this amazingly beautiful woman and she looks so incredible and they want her beauty tips. They follow her because she looks like a freak show. And if this kid continues to go down this path of doing all these wild things to his body, he's probably gonna just get obsessed with it even more and continue to do more and more things because he's getting all this attention. But the attention that he's getting is because he's turning into the freak show, not that because he's...
So bizarre how people like this exist.
Hop on testosterone, like when you're 14. Just really taking a look at, what was possible in terms of time frame. I wanted to get to my goals as quickly as
literally haven't hit puberty yet, but let's continue.
Possible, right? Because I always thought the idea of, telling people you work out and talking about all this stuff, but you're not big, to be just kind of ridiculous. It's like, dude, what are you actually getting after?
This is literally why all of the young kids in my gym are jumping on tests and jumping on SARMs or anything they can get their hands on after 3 months of working out, because all of this stems from wanting to be a big social media influencer. Like, that's what's driving all of these decisions. If social media didn't exist, I'm sure there would still be people like him doing this weird stuff. But if social media didn't exist and you weren't like fighting for likes and views, probably 90% of these young guys that are doing these crazy things to their bodies wouldn't exist today. Let's keep going.
So I was like, I'm gonna get my physique going as quickly as possible. I do not care about side effects. I don't care about any implications.
Yeah, because you can get surgery for that, right, Ron? Just get surgery if your hair falls out. Just get surgery if you get gyno. If you have ED, there's pills you can take, right? That's the solution.
Of, oh, this guy's using drugs. Like, none of that shit really fazed me. So I just wanted to, get to my goals as efficiently as possible.
So I believe he's like 19 years old now. So even after jumping on testosterone at 14 years old, we know he hates the gym. I can only imagine what his workouts are like. This is him in the gym with Connor at the end of the video. And you'll notice a few things here. Number one, he looks just like an average guy in the gym who's worked out for maybe like 3 or 4 months. Number two, he lies about how much weight he can bench. Bro's trying to convince us that he benches 245.
What's the PR on the bench?
245.
240.
Come on, mate, masturbate.
Maybe later. Right now, probably not a great idea. Thanks for the donation, though. A-tier queer.
45, it's not too bad.
And I want you to also notice something, again, that I noticed.
I could believe he could bench 245. Seen plenty of people who are less muscular than him do 225, and he's on steroids and meth, so that would probably just give him a little bit more, energy and power.
This goes back to what I said earlier, okay? I'm a huge reader of body language, and his body language, the entire video, especially here in the gym, we can see his full body, is that of a person who is very insecure, constantly worrying about how they look and how they're moving on camera. And you can see it in how stiff his shoulders are, the awkward gait of how he moves, like with his legs, like action, which is comfortable he looks.
I'm honestly nervous for you, but
nervous for me?
I'm not going to tell you what to do.
I just really want to fucking dial in for this workout,
But you better.
So cringe.
Would you get double jaw surgery for 1 million? Probably not.
25. Don't rip a bathroom break and tell me you got to bring the weight down.
Yeah, that is a good point.
He's barely benching 185. Connor's pretty strong. And guys, like, I'm not saying he looked bad, but like he basically would have looked like this without taking testosterone at 14 years old and just training normally a few days a week. Like, he doesn't even have the physique of someone who needs to dedicate 5 days a week to the gym. He probably could have done an upper-lower split, been on a good diet, adequate protein, and he would have built the same exact physique that he has here. I'm sure the story is going to continue to just grow and grow because now that everybody is talking about it and there's more videos being made about it.
Yeah. He doesn't train hard or like very often. Whoa. That one looks fucked. Okay, I just gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh. Man, it is getting cold. Where do you get your water? From the water tube.
Viktor Reznov is like a guardian angel. He saves Mason in every possible way, while the game secretly tells us that he actually doesn't exist. In Call of Duty Black Ops 1, the first time we encounter Reznov after Vorkuta is in the mission The Defector. Mason sees Reznov saving him, and the first hint comes in this dialogue.
Are these your men?
Woods, Bowman.
I am Rez. What took you so long, Mason? That intel better be worth it.
Then in the mission Victor Charlie, we see Reznov opening the door of the helicopter where Mason is trapped, symbolizing how Mason hallucinates him whenever he's truly struggling to survive. Later in the Vietnamese tunnels, we get another clue.
I will work my way around.
That was actually a really good part of the game, because looking back, it makes sense why the one dude reacted the way he did.
But move quietly.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
It all culminates in the final mission.
Yeah, because he was imagining Reznov, so the guy saw it and is like, what the fuck's going on? You're talking to yourself.
Where Mason sees Reznov killing Steiner. But in reality, it was Mason himself all along. This makes for a powerful finale to one of the best Call of Duty stories ever made.
Yeah, Black Ops 1 actually had the best COD story.
Just got a blood test back and there are a few metrics I'm a little concerned about. Would you mind taking a glance at it? If not, it's cool.
Sure, send me the screenshot or whatever. I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
Experienced tension headaches before from doing some heavy ass deadlifting, and they suck. They last for weeks and you can't even lift heavy. But never in my life have I seen or experienced literally making it rain because blood is pissing from your eye sockets while doing a heavy ass deadlift. And that's what happened.
Holy shit.
Happened to this guy here. His name is Logan. I was just scrolling through my Instagram feed last night.
Did Redacted ever make your guy's bed? Or did she always make you do it? In fact, did she ever do anything that would inconvenience her?
I don't know. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
I came across this video that he posted of what happened to him, and I literally stopped after the first few seconds just to ask him if he was okay and to see what happened. And so I've been chatting with Logan. He's allowing me to share the story, so any of the DMs I'm showing you guys, I have permission to share those. I'm not just going to share DMs without asking, but he really wants his story to be a wake-up call to a lot of these young guys out there. He's only 23, 24 years old, literally almost died because he's running so many PEDs, way more than he should have been, while also being on high amounts of caffeine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like, this guy's blood pressure must have been through the fucking roof. And I wonder what he looks like. Wonder if he was on, like, Superdrol or some shit.
And this is what happened. It's actually called a bilateral subconjunctival hemorrhage, so a bright red spot on both the white pads of both eyes caused by bleeding from tiny blood vessels, often triggered by increased pressure from activities like coughing, sneezing, vomiting, or heavy-ass dead lifting. They were just missing a few words in there. But let me play this video for you because it quite literally stops.
That looks horrific. I gotta take a look at this. Yeah, this is the Instagram page. Dude. So this is after his eyes got fucked up. Bruh. Like, that ain't worth it. This guy has, like, blood pressure so high it could fucking kill him for this. It also looks like he's really, really prone to getting gyno. I wonder what he's, like, been taking, but usually when you see gyno like this, they're running test and nandrolone cycles, or they're doing something stupid like D-ball. And maybe, like, he's doing high doses of Anadrol along with high doses of test. But yeah, that's some pretty bad gyno. Wonder what he's been taking. Seems like he's pretty fucking strong. Yeah, dude, the acne and shit. That gyno's just really bad. Okay, so, like, he's just taking way too much shit. I don't know if he shares what dosages he's on or anything, but it just seems like he's taking way too much gear. Especially with, like, the skin issues. Like, dude, I've grown so much more than he has, and I've gotten, like, no acne problems. I don't think this is a sensible person. Sengoku $22. Which woman would be more insufferable, a far-right conservative MAGA Christian or a far-left pro-Palestinian, pro-LGBTQ liberal feminist? Well, the feminist bitch, because they're gonna yap and whine and complain about shit. The far-right MAGA Christian, they're kind of, you know, they're supposed to listen to their husband, so you can just tell them to shut up and they'll shut up. And honestly, like, the amount of, like, nonsensical, toxic crap that you're gonna hear, it's gonna be way worse from the feminist. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Me in my tracks. I only made it like into the first 10 seconds, and then I reached out to Logan. Super nice guy, by the way, but let's play the video.
So this is day 2
Yeah, trend can cause gyno.
of me popping every blood vessel in my eyes after deadlifting, working out too hard, being stupid. To kind of give you guys a synopsis on what happened, I had taken probably 400 milligrams of caffeine and 25 milligrams of Clen right before this deadlift. It was very early in the morning, maybe 4 or 5 o'clock. I threw in a 12 milligrams in, so I was on a bunch of stimulants.
That can't be the only reason that happened. Like, that sounds like it's the steroids he's taking. Like, again, if you look at his skin and the gyno, I think he's way overdoing doses.
Go inside, do a quick little warm-up set or two. I get to my 6 plates, and I go to pick it up. I'm all energized. I have a compression strap on, a full jacket, full sweats, and a weightlifting belt. And as soon as I get it about halfway up, I didn't stop because I couldn't pull the weight up. I stopped because I was violently erupting blood from my face. Violently. So I'll keep you guys updated and let you know how it's doing. We can see okay, and I hope it stays that way, but don't do what I did.
Dude, like, that's insane. My wife wouldn't even look at the photo. I showed her, like, a glimpse of the photo, and she's like, I can't look at that. It's crazy. And it is. And he's so lucky that this is the only thing that happened, because it could have been way, 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 way worse, right? And Logan's a good-looking dude. And, guys, I would encourage you. I like it when people want to share their stories.
Yeah, that's not as big of an improvement as you'd think, going from natty to enhanced.
To help others
Like, the biggest noticeable difference is, like, the gyno.
learn from their mistakes, and that's basically the conversation we had last night. Is he was giving me all the details of what happened at the time of the deadlift. I think he said it was like 188 pounds, which is super strong. He's a few weeks out from his show that he obviously still competed in, right? And we talked about things. I'm like, dude, you should not be maxing out a deadlift when you're getting ready for a show. Like, your body's under so much stress already. But, you know, he still went on stage, he still did his show, he still looked great, but now he's literally scared natty. And this guy, man, I mean, if anything can be said after dealing with that, still a trooper, still getting ready for the show. You can see in this video here that he sent me, his face, like, he looks like he got his eyes tattooed black. That's how bad it was. Luckily, a lot of it cleared up for the show, and in our DMs, he actually told me that it's like 95% gone now. But this just could have been so much worse. And it was the scare that he needed to realize that he's only 23, about to be 24 years old. He still has his entire life ahead of him. And I tell you guys, and you know what, on my channel, I constantly preach about staying natural, right? And at the end of the day, and there was some controversy on my last video with that dude who, like, called me out for having a shitty body at 41 years old, which actually, he got so much backlash, he wasn't expecting that, guys. So thank you for sticking up for me. You can do whatever you want with your body, right? Like, it's up to you. Like, I have friends that are on gear, like, I don't care, right? You have to make sure you do these things the right way. There are a right and wrong way to do these things, but there are still risks that can happen, and you really have to figure out what you want your future to be when you're older, right? Like, you don't think about how you're gonna look and feel when you're 40.
Son Goku no Tillers, would it be reasonable to say that the introduction of high fructose corn syrup is the main cause for the obesity crisis we're experiencing today? No. The main cause is food in general just tastes better. So food formulations have just gotten better, they taste better, and the consumption of formulated food has just become more common. Because that's the time frame in which obesity rates have skyrocketed. High fructose corn syrup is just a cheaper form of, like, cane sugar, basically. There's no difference between high fructose corn syrup and just normal cane sugar. The proportion of glucose to fructose is basically identical. They just made high fructose corn syrup because there was, like, an abundance of corn, and they just found a way to repurpose some corn that wasn't being used, and they just found a cheaper form of sugar. But no, it's food formulations just in general that have gotten better tasting. That's it. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
when you're 23 years old and you think you're unstoppable and nothing can kill you, right? And that's basically kind of the wake-up call that Logan had here. So I want to share with you guys some of these messages we had going back and forth, because he's just a really chill, nice dude, and he wants people to know his story. And so this was me. I asked him, like, hey, can I, like, share these DMs? And he said, sure. He goes, absolutely, man. The main reason I posted this was to spread awareness of how lucky I was and the cost of being dumb, mixing stimulants, pushing yourself too high, etc. If you want to, I can send over any other pics and videos I have, which he sent me. The redness is virtually anything than just cleanse.
Test 500, Anavar 50, Clen 25, Winstrol 25, Proviron 25. I don't know why he's on Proviron. I also don't know why he's on Austrian. Taking Winstrol like a few days before the show makes sense. I don't know. I can't remember the time frame. There's not really, but there is no benefit taking it more than a week out from a show. Anavar makes sense. It's probably a little too high of a dose. Most people seem to get like maximum benefit from Anavar around like 30, 40 milligrams. Test 500. Like, that's not necessarily unreasonable or anything, but I don't know what his drug use throughout the year looks like, because again, with the like absurd amount of gyno this guy gets and the acne, I don't know if he's been on any other stupid, drugs. Like, nandrolone or Anadrol. That would make sense for why he had that like crazy uncontrollable gyno.
Because in that video that he did right here, he talked about, some of the stimulants and things that he was on. And so I was like,
I used to ski. I haven't skied in a while. Are you going to go back to Natty, focus on health, 200 milligrams TRT max maybe, if I'm prepping for a show? Ruin my hormones. I have kept it at 160 weekly. I mean, that's probably smart for him.
Like, hey, don't feel like you have to tell me if you don't want to. I'm just trying to add some context for those of you who might be interested. And so he said, yeah, absolutely. It was stupid at some points. At the time of injury, Test 500, Anavar 50, Clen 25, Winstrol 25, Proviron 25, Ostarine 20. I mean, guys, I'm natural. Like, a lot of this stuff is like a second language to me. Maybe if Greg or somebody else sees this video and
well, he's talking about his liver enzymes being elevated. I have no idea how long he was on Anavar and Winstrol and Ostarine. I'm pretty sure Proviron's also gonna, but like he's on 3 different orals. So I don't know how long he's been on them, but like, yeah, no shit, your liver enzymes are gonna be elevated.
they can talk more about this. It might be more of an eye-opener. I'm not the guy to do it, but he listed everything that he was on there, and he says, I even think I tried a couple other SARMs at the time, like Ostarine and YK and MK and Cardarine, to see what they could do to my prep physique. Literally, so stupid, man. Would never advise this as a coach, and even the person helping me in my show was like, bro, why? That's a lot. Seriously, so dumb. My liver was slightly elevated from this, so I thought, oh, wow, my body can just handle it. Literally stupid thinking. And that's kind of like the part here I want to show you guys, right, where I thought my body could just handle it, ... and then obviously it couldn't. So, like,
Anavar is great. I've been using it for the last few days. It makes you feel really good. It gives you some nice energy. You can definitely notice a clear visual change. You just look kind of like harder and like more dense and veiny. It's pretty sweet.
He really learned his lesson. I was joking with him. I was like, did you just order everything on the menu? And he's like, yeah, I was so beyond wrong, basically, bro. Or I had on hand that was just adding in more and more and more. Ugh, I really wish I had a time machine, would go about everything so much differently. And you know what? Logan doesn't have a time machine. But I'm off all stimulants, anything excessive. Again, I'm stupid, haha. So I stuck to my cycle aside from all stimulants into my show. Still not worth it looking back now in my mind, but now focus legs, the upper lower.
Yeah.
To do the methods that actually work. Steroids, pharmacology, extreme protocols.
If this was only for adults, well, you're an adult. You do what you want. But this is directly targeting kids.
Why does it say it's in 4K? And then when I click 4K, it was clearly not in 4K.
Coach Greg, in today's video, I'm going to be exposing...
Dude, YouTube's been trying to cuck me with the video quality.
Claviculum's clan. And so what we have...
No, Anavar isn't the worst for your liver, you fucking idiot.
Is Clavicular, a man who
That would
has...
probably be Superdrawl, if I had to guess.
Many admirers, many followers, you know, people who are hopeless, who feel like the world has nothing to offer, who believe that if they listen to Clavicular, that they'll one day perhaps be 6'2" and extremely good looking and be able to get girls. What you perhaps don't know is that Clavicular's clan is a group of people who are paying him $50 a month to get advices from him. He has 1,100 members, and so if you do some quick math, he's making over $50,000 a month selling these programs. On the one end, he's an adult and he can sell whatever he wants. The problem is, 46% of the people who are buying those plans are between the ages of 14 and 17. And so about half of his audience are literally kids. They're children. Wait till you see what he's going to be educating those children on taking. And let me tell you, this is the same man that thinks that I'm scamming people by selling Turk Builder Max. Yes.
Yeah, because it doesn't work. So, telling somebody to take steroids, regardless of their age, steroids work. Your Turk Builder doesn't.
Where did you get this information? And I was praying you wouldn't have said from Coach Greg. And thankfully, he's...
Yeah, maybe because you're a snake oil salesman.
Let me get it straight. It's not okay for me to sell supplements, but it's okay for him to sell programs teaching people about how to smash their faces in, to poke...
I don't think anybody made that claim. He was merely claiming you're selling snake oil. That doesn't, like, oh my god.
Can you react to this guy's account? I think he is retarded.
There were only 7 countries in the world that did not have a Rothschild-controlled central bank. These are those 7 countries. And if you're wondering, what is the common ground between
The Rothschilds do not control every fucking central bank in the entire world. This guy's a fucking idiot.
these countries? Why did they look so familiar? Well, it's because since World War II, the United States has went to war with every single one of these countries. Seems weird, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't seem weird, because they're all shitholes. Like, what the Oh my god. Yeah, right.
What is the United States trying to push? After World War II, there were only 7 countries in the world that did not have a Rothschild-controlled center.
Yeah, this is just nonsense. This is some stupid, dumb shit conspiracy theory. I think this is misinformation that I don't know where this originated from, but I think they're thinking of like some these countries aren't part of some international banking system, so they're not like part of SWIFT or anything. So that's what they're talking about, but it has nothing to do with their banks being owned or controlled by the Rothschilds. They just don't have an international banking system, and they're like disconnected from like SWIFT. So like it doesn't mean what they think it means. They're just stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Blink. Anadrol Skittles donate $2. How much of your diet and gear choices are influenced by longevity? For example, Masteron slashes HDL, increases oxidative stress, more ApoB is oxidized. Oxidized LDL is just a meme. Your liver clears it out immediately. There's a reason why they don't do tests for oxidized LDL anymore. It's not a predictive factor. Test is the only safe anabolic that is pro-longevity. 250 milligrams test should be government mandated, to be honest. Masteron is extremely safe. The only, like, there's only a few issues with it. It has the same issues that any anabolic steroid's going to have. Yeah, it can lower HDL and it can increase LDL. There's ways of mitigating that. Obviously, you can take antioxidant supplements. You can take EPA, DHA. You can take red yeast rice extract, or just take like something like rosuvastatin. Obviously, just having a good diet in general is going to help. I'm not going to just stay on Masteron like indefinitely, year long, forever. But it's a safe anabolic. It's not like it's gonna just kill you. And just like anything else, it has its downsides, and there's ways of just mitigating it. Yeah, I'd say test is certainly... It all depends on, like, doses, right? And individual response. Like, if you were to take 1,000 test on its own, like, you might have horrible side effects, right? But if you were to take 1,000 master on its own, you might not feel anything. So it all depends. So, you know, you just look at your blood work, you see how you feel, and just go from there. Thanks for the donation, though, Anadrol Skittles. Like, I don't know how to answer that question. How much of your diet and gear choices are influenced by longevity? Like, I'm just trying to stay healthy, you know. Whatever I think is reasonable risk, I'll tolerate. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Aaron P. donated $2.
Hang on. Hey.
You Aaron? This just came for you.
Yeah, thanks.
What's this? No idea. I'm just supposed to hand it off. Just an N on it? Yep, have a good one. Just an N, huh?
Hang on. Hey.
All right, cool.
All right, let's help him out. 500 for the rent fund, sending now.
Whoa! No way! That's 500 from Vegan Gains? Dude, thank you so much. That just covered my rent.
All right, let's help him out.
Set for 3 rounds. Aaron P. in the gray. Vegan Gains in black and green.
Fighters, touch him up. Ready. Fight.
Here we go. Quick jab for P. Big right hand for Vegan Gains. Double leg. Huge slam. Set for...
All right. Well, that's AI. Thanks for the donation, Aaron. Justin donated $250. Tried sending the screenshots to your IG, but it does not allow photos. Could I send it to your email or somewhere else? It should allow for photos to be sent. Where... I guess you can send it to my email. You should be able to send photos, no problem, though. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
Needles around their eyes to take steroids at the age of 14, and that he can teach them all to do this safely because, well, he's not a normie.
Where's Greg's evidence that his terkestrone supplement is safer than any anabolic androgenic steroid for a teenager? So if he's going to claim steroids are more dangerous, please show the safety data of your terkestrone product, indicating that it is, in fact, better suited for minors compared to any other anabolic androgenic steroid. Oh, you can't. You're just making that up. Okay, cool.
He's a not neural, a neurodivergent, and so of course he knows and understands everything. And so Clavicular's Clan Private, 1,100 members, $49 a month. By school backup. What you're getting access to: 100+ advanced courses covering looks maxing, nootropics, pharmacology, aesthetics and social dominance, and more. Wow. In particular, I'd love to see how a 19-year-old is an expert on pharmacology. Does this bro thinks that he watches a few Derek videos and he's now an expert? Weekly Zoom calls for live calibration and strategy refinement. Direct message access to me and equally dedicated members. No more wasting time in normie spaces. And so 1,100 people are going to be directly messaging him, asking questions. Now, I once coached 64 people at the same time, and I was working about 14 hours a day. He's coaching 1,100 people on how to look smack. Does anyone think that he's actually answering all of those messages? So let's see what he offers.
If you're tired of being invisible to women, tired of getting rejected, and tired of watching other guys who won the genetic lottery take what's yours, then pay attention.
And so there's the hook. You're 14 years of age, and you're perhaps not even gone through puberty, and you're thinking, this guy's tall, he's attractive. He's telling me if I'm tired of not being chosen by women, that I should listen to his course. And after all, he has an incredible before and after transformation. It looks like, wow. What has he done? Well, he grew his hair out, and he doesn't have acne anymore because he's on Accutane, which is dangerous, harmful for the liver, but that's just one of his things.
Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. You have been lied to. They told you just be confident, just be yourself, looks don't matter. But you and I both know that's complete bullshit.
And so you get in front of a camera, and you speak to young, impressionable teenagers that probably have low self-worth, low self-esteem, low confidence, and you sell them a program that says, if you listen to me and you take and abuse drugs, oh, and I'll teach you how to do it safely, even though you're 14, I'll get you the spaces to get your nootropics, your steroids, your peptides, perhaps your snow, you're sniffing creatine, perhaps you're doing meth, Adderall, you name it, all in the name of getting good looks, because if you aren't a good-looking person, if you're not a Chad, you're useless. What do you think you are, you little normie? You need to hire me and buy my freaking program, or else you won't be successful in life. People who don't think that they can do anything, that they can't be successful because of the lack of appearance, the lack of looks, it's called people who are black-pilled. And so he's going to sell you a dream to young and impressionable teenagers. Now, if this was only for adults, well, you're an adult. You do what you want. But this is directly targeting kids.
And if you don't fix it now, you're going to wake up 5 years from now in the exact same position or worse. Still invisible, still alone, still wondering where your life could have been if you had decided to take action.
I'm imagining as a parent, if I had a 14-year-old listening to this message, I would be very concerned. He consistently is telling people, if you're not a Chad, that you're invisible. No one can see you, that you're a loser, and that there's no hope for you unless you buy my course. He's preying on the insecurities of...
Yeah, sort of like how you bullshit when you do advertising, Greg.
Children. Perhaps because he's 19, you're thinking, oh, it's not really a big deal. How would you feel to know that your 14-year-old is listening to a grown-ass adult? 19, I don't care. You're an adult. If you're old enough to vote and you can go to prison for doing things that are bad, you're an adult. And so he is preying on children, on minors. Now remember, this is the same person that was injecting...
Greg literally allows minors to buy all the supplements on his fucking website. So who the fuck cares? Like, as if you give a shit.
Some kind of fat dissolvent on a 17-year-old girl. Where are his credentials? How is he telling children how to use and abuse performance-enhancing drugs and pretending that he knows how to do it safely?
Maybe you've tried to fix this already. You've hit the gym, you've tried skincare.
Well, he's been doing it since he was 14. Sure, he has some idea. It's not like it's that difficult.
Routines, and you watch 1,000 videos on mewing. But here's the problem. That stuff doesn't work fast enough, and most of it doesn't work at all.
Maybe you watched Coach Greg, who said, go to the gym, lift weights, put the fork down, do some cardio, but hey, wake the Turk up. That's not fast enough, and that's probably not going to work anyway. You need surgeries. Have you not looked in the mirror? Your face is recessed. Your occipital folds and some other bullshit terms, they're not good enough. Your eyes are too close together, too far apart. You don't have hunter eyes. And what's with your teeth? Do you think a woman could ever even look at you?
Oh my God!
You need to take drastic measures. For example, I'm 6'2". What hope do I have? I need to get limb lengthening surgery so that I can be an Adonis. I want to be the first person that anyone sees when I enter that bar. This guy is getting titanium implants on his face because he's so insecure and suffers from body dysmorphia. If you're a kid and you follow this man and you buy this course, or you go on his Reddit forums and you read a bunch of other people who are going to be in an echo chamber screaming the exact same thing, you're going to continue to feel worthless, only worse. You really think that you can buy his course and start punching your occipital bones and putting makeup to cover it up, putting eyeliner, covering up your blemishes, and that somehow now you're going to be cool? Just because you transform, just because you look better on the outside, doesn't mean you're going to feel better on the inside. All it's going to do is make you even more aware of your insecurities, and you're going to be in a downward spiral. This...
What's going on with the middle of his head? Did he get a bruise?
...is the worst...
Yeah, it's like there's a greenish mark right here. I don't know if that's a bruise.
...influencer on YouTube, the one man you need to avoid.
And I've spent years mastering the science of male aesthetics.
He's 19. What do you mean, years?
I'm talking about completely restructuring your facial aesthetics using pharmacology, extreme methods, and protocols people are too scared to even ask about.
I mean, you would think that this guy was perhaps a surgeon, had years of training. For example, Mepsigram, she went to school for 11 years to be an eye surgeon. I was asking her, is there any dangers to, for example, poking near your eye to try to get hunter's eyes? And so she described orbital cellulitis. This is extremely dangerous. And not only that, what if you simply poke the eye by accident and perforate your cornea? Do you know how dangerous this is? And so even when people are getting Botox and so on, they are very careful whenever there's a sharp object near your eye. Imagine being a scared teenager, 15 years of age, and you suddenly start poking your eye in order to get swelling to look like you have under eyes. Or beating your face in, punching it, using a hammer. These are very dangerous things. And you really want a teenager, that's right, he's only 19, explaining to other younger teenagers on how to do this.
I've taken on guys who are skinny, low dimorphism, and completely overlooked by women, and turned them into jacked, high-value men who command respect the second they walk into a room.
He calls me out for being a snake oil salesman, saying, oh, turkesterone is snake oil. He has no idea of anything about it. He doesn't know that we've proven its authenticity and that we don't sell snake oil. But yet...
Yeah, I don't think that's what he meant when he made the criticism that you're selling snake oil. He's not, saying it's not turkesterone. He's saying turkesterone doesn't do shit. And Greg knows this. He's just a lying, dishonest dipshit. Oh, that's just what Greg does.
He tells kids, they're 14, 15, impressionable. He says, I've taken skinny loser kids who are ugly and made them into muscular, jacked, high market value men.
I'm not afraid to go where others won't. While every other looks maxing coach is telling you to drink more water and do facial exercises, I'm willing to push you to do the methods that actually work.
Is it really good for children? Remember,
I sent it over to your email. Thanks again, brother.
Let me take a look. Oh, fuck, this is in millimoles. Oh my god. Shit. Uh, 2.26. Yes, thank you. Okay. 87.4. So, like, ideally, you'd have it under 70, but it's not really that bad. I'd try to get your LDL down a little bit. Your B12's fine. Looks like your ferritin's fine. What is this shit? Why can't I? Oh wait, no, there I can zoom in. Bone markers, vitamin D. So your vitamin D is a little low. I'd supplement with vitamin D. Total and free test seem fairly normal. Sames Jaffire donated $2. Thoughts on push-pull legs that say, people that say eggs are crucial for health. Thought you meant PPL, push-pull legs. They're not. Also go to nutritious vegan foods. You eat lentils, beans, nuts. Trying to crush my LDL. Plant-based is the way. Would love a full day of eating from you as a roided bodybuilder. Also macros. I don't track my macros. I'm not a pedantic fucktard. I track my protein intake, but other than that, I don't track my macros. I don't know why eggs would be crucial for health. They're crucial to avoid unless you want to get heart disease. And go to nutritious vegan foods. Tofu, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and beans, and I guess some fruits, apples, blueberries, oranges. Nuts are good. I don't really eat any nuts. My diet's extremely low in fat. But yeah, I'll do a day of eating like, soon. Thanks for the donation, Sames Jaffire. And hematology. Everything seems completely normal. So, what were you concerned with on your thing? Oh, it's just bilirubin, alkaline phosphatase, and aspirate aminotransferase. Yeah, it looks like it's a little elevated. I don't know what that really means. It's probably nothing. You're not on any steroids right now, right? I don't know, I just asked ChatGPT. I don't think that necessarily means anything.
Underage children to listen to an adult on how to do things that are illegal to improve their appearance. Illegal, as in breaking the law. Last I checked, steroids in the United States, they're not legal. And so is teaching kids how to get and use steroids, keeping it a secret from their parents, really something that we think should be allowed on the internet.
Steroids, pharmacology, extreme protocols.
I'm just looking at his account here, and it's saying ages 14 to 15, and it says minor, and it says 518 people in common. The next age demographic says 16 to 17, and then it goes to 18 plus. And so imagine selling a program that involves drugs and having any inclusion of people under 18. It's bad enough that people are doing this who are over the age of 18. Everyone, and I do mean every single person.
You know, it's entirely possible that he has separate programs depending on the age of the person.
Person in the world has...
Like, I don't know why I'd make an assumption without actually doing the research and confirming.
Something that they don't like about their bodies. Maybe it's their height, their hair color, their skin color, their teeth, the size of their nose. But do you really want to then focus on that problem and give it even more attention and say, you know what, you're not good enough because of that? If you look at your body long enough, eventually you're going to find something you don't like. And is it then okay to sell people courses on how to change that using illegal drugs? That's Caligula's clan. Don't you wish you were part of it?
They didn't know how to mitigate side effects. They didn't know what compounds to stack, the timing, the dosages, what blood work do I need to get? That's where I come in.
How does he know if he's doing things safely? How can you trust him? How can he possibly tailor everything to their genetics? He has gene testing as part of
Eggs mog tofu in terms of nutrition. Eggs have B12, vitamin D, choline, carotenoids, EPA, DHA, selenium, all of which tofu has little to none of. Vegans are all balding or depressed.
I don't give a shit what stupid nonsense you make up. That's great, dude.
This $50 a month plan? How can he know that? He literally told me if I could go back in time that I should have used steroids at 14 so that I could grow taller. I had finished growing when I was 13. And so how is he going to know your genetics? You're going to send him a photo and say, I'm 5'6" manlet like Coach Greg, I want to be taller. And he's going to say, make sure you use some masterone, some testosterone, and be sure to add in some estrogen blockers. Is that what he's going to do? This makes no sense.
No guessing what to do next, no trial and error, no wasted time. I've already done this for dozens of men.
Not thousands, dozens. And how do we know that things have always gone according to plan? Do you really think he's going to show the poor transformations? People whose eyelids have perhaps gotten overly swollen have been taken to hospital? Or people who use steroids and now have gynecomastia or are losing their hair or have horrendous acne? What about all those people?
One client came to me super skinny, and within months, I completely transformed his facial structure, got him jacked, and got him high dimorphism.
Is that really a skill, a talent? You convinced the kid to use steroids, and he put on a lot of muscle.
Just imagine waking up 3 months from now and looking in the mirror. And instead of seeing the same average-looking face looking back at you, you see a completely different person. Strong mandible, defined cheekbones.
You're not going to look like Jeff Side because you bought his program for 3 months.
You finally experience what it's like to live life on easy mode. No more rejection, no more being invisible.
You really think that just because you're extremely good-looking that no one could possibly reject you? What, if you're famous, tall, and good-looking, every single human on the earth is going to want to be with you? It doesn't work like that. that. Sure, having an attractive face, being tall, can get people in the door. They'll be more likely to want to talk to you, but they can still reject you. Imagine you meet this guy, he's 6'2" and he's good looking. You're thinking, yeah, I'd like to be with a guy that looks like that. And then when you wake up in the morning and he's next to you in the sink and he's grabbing your mascara and he's doing his eyeliner and he's punching his face to get some swelling and then covering it up with makeup. And he looks over at you and says, you know, your faces are a little recessed. Can we not get a nose job soon? I require some blastoplasty. Once you start on that path of thinking you're not good enough, that you need to take steroids, that you need to have surgeries, that the world is simply not going to treat you nice because, well, you're not tall enough, you're not strong enough, you're not big enough. It's never going to end well. You'll be on the hedonic treadmill for life thinking you're never good enough.
If you're ready to experience what attractive men experience every day, and you're ready to do whatever it takes, no matter
whatever it takes, and do anything, no matter how extreme, no matter what drugs he says to take, no matter what surgeries, you just gotta do it and shut up. I think that this is grooming. You're young and underage and you're trying to convince them. Actually, it's worse than grooming. He's not waiting to teach them until they're older. He wants to tell them.
This influencer was sentenced to over 2 years in federal prison after investigators discovered that his entire luxury lifestyle was built on stolen government relief funds. Remember the PPP fraudsters from back in the pandemic? Well, apparently they're still out getting got. Because who would have thought stealing from the government would not lead to some serious criminal charges? Well, what makes all this so much worse is when he finally was arrested, his legal defense involved declaring himself a divine being, demanding a $10 billion bond, and insisting that the United States court system had no power over his flesh and blood. What the? So meet Scott Lee Huss, a 28-year-old content creator who built a massive online presence with more than 3 million followers under the name of JR Yako. His entire brand was, about wealth, travel, and that whole alpha male Chad lifestyle that you see. His bio described himself as building legacies through art, music, fashion, and luxury. And his feed was essentially packed with the usual stuff. This switch.
You know what? I tried that, what is it? The soy-free tofu from Boulder Foods or whatever. It's made out of fava beans, right? How do you make this shit?
Hello friends, and not yet friends, welcome back to Mary's Test Kitchen, where we're big fans of making your own stuff from scratch, especially tofu. Today it's high-protein soy-free tofu with a certain ingredient nobody guessed except for Sandra. Congrats on being the only person who guessed this ingredient in the comments of my previous vegan fish tofu video. Fava beans, aka broad beans, are high in protein, and we're going to extract that out for our soy-free tofu. The process is similar but a little different to making regular tofu, and is a bit of work though, so if you want soy-free tofu and you'd rather just buy it, I'll share a solution later on. But first, I actually had a bit of trouble finding the dried beans, so I'm going to leave info in the description box in case they are not super easy for you to find as well. The ones I finally got are split fava beans. They need to become fully hydrated, and to me the easiest way is just to soak them overnight in the fridge. Then they will become plump like this. Drain them completely, and then give them a good rinse. I started with 400.
I'm 24, biracial like you, and have had a trap hairline since I was a kid. I think my hairline corner is start to recede a bit. What would you recommend? Dermaroller and minoxidil? GHQ? Should I go to my doctor and have him tell me to kill myself?
Well, only if you're in Canada. They'd probably actually let you do it too, which is funny. I'm totally bald pilled at this point, dude. I just see hair as kind of an annoyance. Like, you just have to trim it every few weeks, and it just gets in the way. So, like, if you want to spend a bunch of money and effort and bullshit keeping a little bit of hair that's going to go away anyway, I guess go for it. Yeah, Dermaroller and topical minoxidil seems to be the best. GHKCU probably isn't going to do anything. What you could do is, like, get a mohawk. So if you have recession on the sides, just shave it completely off on the sides where it's receding, and then just have your normal hair. That's also another thing you could do. Or just, again, go bald. Like, who cares? Thanks for the donation. I am indeed Somalian. Appreciate it.
My main concern being my ferritin, D3, and neutrophils levels are apparently low based on my lab's reference range. My B12 is also quite high. I'm not too sure if that is bad or not.
Doesn't matter. So just eat more iron and vitamin D. So, yeah, then you'll be fine. I really want tofu right now. Tofu's so fucking good. I think I'll make some tofu after stream. Thanks for the donation though, Justin.
50 grams, or about 1 pound of dried fava beans, and now we have about 850 grams soaked and drained. Scoop about half into your high split blender. Don't worry about being exact. Add 3 cups of water to that and blend on high for 15 seconds. Using a soy milk making bag or nut milk bag, over a large pot or bowl, pour the puree in. You can see that it's quite liquefied, but this bag is so fine it can catch all the fiber from the beans. Do it up and twist so nothing can come out the top, and squeeze to strain the milk from the pulp. If you've made soy milk before, you'll notice the milk is much less creamy, and the residue isn't as sticky either. To be honest, this is the most annoying part, so it's nice to know that after this whole operation is done, it's really a lot easier to clean up than soy tofu. Afterwards, the pulp should be like this, kinda crumbly, kinda Play-Doh in texture. And see how fine the particles are. If your pulp is chunkier than this, you'll probably need to put it back in the blender with the milk and blend a bit longer. But assuming you blended correctly, also note how dry this looks. Make sure it's not too wet, otherwise it means you didn't squeeze enough. You can use this fiber stuff in recipes like my Okara sea burgers or add it to bread recipes for extra fiber, but I make so much pulp that I can never use it all, so I am going to feed this batch to my new home composter. I just got it as a gift from Lumi, and I'm hoping to turn my kitchen scraps into nutrient-rich dirt for my windowsill garden. We shall see though, it's my first time, so let me know if you're interested in hearing how it goes. Anyways, let's repeat the process with the other half of the beans. So far the steps have been identical to making regular tofu from soybeans, but now we stray. Actually, I should have strained the milk into this glass bowl in the first place because, well, you'll see in a bit. And now would be a good time to clean up your blender and your nut milk bag and everything else, because after 10 or 15 minutes, you can see a layer of sediment has settled. This is actually the starch from the beans. Whereas soybeans barely have any starch, fava beans have, well, this much. So I want to leave that behind. The best way I've found so far without any special equipment is to just dip my scoop, or in this case a measuring cup, into the milk from the top slowly and gently, but not go down to the starchy layer, and just kind of scoop back up gently. Of course, some of the starch is still going to make it in the milk, but not much. And if you're wondering, can you just leave this in because you don't mind the extra carbs in your tofu? And this looks like a really annoying step. Make sure to stay to the end to see the difference between when we do this step and when we skip it. In the end, I have to switch to a shallow spoon and reluctantly leave the smallest bit of milk behind. You can feel the starch if you get your hands in there. Did you ever do this in science class? Mix cornstarch with water and it acts like a solid when you press on it, and then it acts like a liquid when you release it? So, milk, which is now ready to cook. Use medium heat to get it started. Meanwhile, I'm getting ready with a wide flat spatula for stirring, and my laser thermometer for measuring the temperature. Also, make sure you have your tofu making mold or tofu press that can double as a mold clean and ready to go, along with a clean, fine, thin cloth to line it. If you're thinking about buying a set, I highly recommend this one. I used to use super cheap tofu molds, but this one really makes things easy and simple. Plus, I use it all the time for pressing my store-bought tofu for a firm, lovely texture in recipes like my black pepper tofu. And for bonus, you don't have to run around the kitchen trying to find random things to use as weights. You'll also want your coagulant nearby. I have here a cup of room temperature water and my calcium sulfate, aka gypsum. You can buy the food grade version at beer and winemaking supply stores, and of course online, which is where I got mine, so I will leave links in the description. I'm mixing 1 tablespoon with 1 cup of room temperature water, but actually I only ended up using half this mixture. Still, it's good to have too much coagulant solution on hand than too little when the time comes. As this milk warms up, you want to keep it moving to prevent anything from sticking and burning on the bottom. That's why I was using medium heat at first, but now that the stove has my full attention, I can turn it up while stirring constantly until the fava bean milk reaches 180 degrees Fahrenheit. I am not too sure of the lowest temperature for fava bean protein coagulation, but through my testing over the last few weeks, I know it can coagulate around 165 degrees. The temperature will drop though when I add the coagulant, so that's why I like aiming for the 180 mark. When we get there, stir up the coagulant. Then turn off the heat, and while stirring the milk, pour half the coagulant in, slowly. Hold the spatula straight down, which stops the spinning action, and then I'll leave this on the stove for the residual heat and cover. Leave it alone for about 10 or 15 minutes, and when you come back, check on how it coagulated. Oh my. Actually, it's quite a solid block, which tells me I could have added a little extra water during the blending process, but it is fine either way. Align the tofu mold with cloth, and pro tip, it's easier if you make it damp first. Then, gently scoop the fava bean curds in, trying to layer them evenly until the mold is full, and or the curds have been completely scooped up. I poke the corners with a chopstick so the curds can get all the way into those corners. And pick up the fabric, this bottom side, which has the most excess. Then the top. And finally fold in the sides while trying to keep things neat and tidy. There is a lot of water in there, so I'm going to put this piece on top, and while holding it securely, drain some water. It's kind of hot, so be careful. And then I can pop this lid on, which has a spring inside, so it will put pressure on the curds, pressing out even more water. Conveniently, the lid has these vents on top. Now I'll twist this knob, which adds a bit more pressure, just as far as it wants to go without much strength though. You can always twist it more later to make the tofu firmer. I find that fava bean tofu requires more weight than regular tofu, so that's another reason why I prefer this tofu press as a tofu mold. Then I like to clean up everything else first, just so I get that done, and this gets a few minutes to cool before I put the whole thing in the fridge. I leave it there overnight so the tofu can become firmer and more held together, and periodically should be fairly low in carbs. Let's see inside. And it looks pretty much like regular tofu. What you want to make with it, let me know in the comments below. When I gently press it, it seems suited to make dips though, and things like tofu ricotta, rather sturdy though. They like it. However, tofu is, I can see this hurts before pressing. The tastiest way to make tofu is deep frying, of course. So for this one, I'm going to coat it in some dry seasoning where I use lupin.
Do you think there's any benefit to using tofu over protein powder? Well, aside from things like taste, digestion, satiety, like whole food might fill you up more. Not really, like protein's protein. So in terms of anabolism.
Thin flour instead of cornstarch, nutritional yeast, garlic and onion powder, and salt. I'll just coat all the sides. Beautiful as well. I mean, delicious. Just how deep fried tofu was always meant to be. That is not exactly high protein, and I don't really think it's worth it to make fava bean tofu regularly if you have access to buy this one by Big Mountain Foods. Plus, they managed to solve the starch problem. I mean, you could say they have the starch solution. And look how springy the tofu is. I think it is perfect for subbing.
This shit is insanely expensive. They had it. They had this at the grocery store, like a couple weeks ago. They didn't have a price listed on the rack in the fridge, so I just got all of them. I figured it probably would be a little bit more expensive than the tofu I get. I was thinking like maybe $5 per pack. It was $8 per fucking pack. Like, that is crazy. That's double what I spend on the more expensive tofu that I get. Like, that is fucking nuts. Just incomprehensibly, ridiculously expensive.
Extra firm or pressed tofu. And the fact that it comes smoked, and it wasn't more expensive or anything, nice and firm like the other smoked tofus you've seen on this channel, sprinkle a bit of salt and it would be amazing simply to eat.
Koreans just don't know how to make tofu taste good with this dubu yori.
Tofu! Slice it like that. Take some ginger on steroids. Add some soy sauce, sugar, chili flakes if you're spicy, water, and bada boom bada bam, sauce is done. Sauce meets tofu. Now let it simmer until the flavor is omnipresent. Enjoy.
I want tofu. I gotta take a piss. Again. I'll be right back. Ooga booga. Ugh. You know what? Walmart is actually pretty fucking good for shopping right now, like for groceries. Their tofu is 50 cents cheaper for the same brand. At my local store, it's $4. At Walmart, it's $3.50. Their grapes are a little cheaper. They usually have better deals on sweet potatoes. They also have broccoli that's way cheaper. I think it's like $6.50 per bag, whereas at my local store it's $10 per bag. And I think the blueberries are a bit cheaper too. I think it's like $16-ish there, whereas it's 18 to 20 at my local store. So I'm probably going to shop at Walmart more often. It's literally the same brand of tofu, you fucking retard. Does Ottawa or Toronto have hotter women? Well, Toronto's like a bigger kind of city. Like it's more like New York, you know? So you're gonna find hotter women in Toronto.
I was not doing any cardio, which was...
Jesus fucking Christ.
I loved it. I also was not doing any cardio, which was just phenomenal.
Really like to get up on stage, the competition diet, as well as the after. And so for today's video, we're highlighting Nicole Dewey's.
I'm going to speak on my entire prep experience. In all honesty, with that being said, I can confidently say that I will never compete in a
It's weird how these girls look so much fucking older when they're competing on stage than when they gain weight, like they lose the weird wrinkles.
bodybuilding competition ever again in my life.
Starts the video off by saying, I hated it and I'm never going to do it again, despite the fact that she placed very well. I don't know if she won or got the top 3, but she did amazing. But she hated it.
I am an online health and fitness coach and I share all things fitness.
I've seen the tofu at Costco. It kind of depends. Usually it's shit. So sometimes I've seen them have like okay tofu. They don't have the extra firm. They only have the firm. And they're smaller portions, but like it's still a good deal for the amount you get. But then other times they only have like the shitty medium firm in bulk, and it's not even that much cheaper. So I don't know. $5.50 for 4 blocks tofu. That's USD though, isn't it? So I don't know if that's any cheaper than what I'm really paying now.
Nutrition.
Isn't it interesting that she's an online health and fitness coach and she herself hired a coach for her very first competition? Now, I don't think you actually need to compete to coach others, but if you're coaching others on how to compete and you've never even done it yourself, well, that doesn't make any sense. If you're coaching competitors, you have best have done it a lot. Not just once or twice, but preferably dozens of times.
I had always been told that I have the physique for bikini, which is basically just glutes and shoulders. So like, thank you, I appreciate that. But I was like, no.
And so full disclosure, she looks amazing heading into this competition. She has 5 years of training, and I do believe she has above average genetics. The wider shoulders, the amazing, just over 20 athletes
putting on like 15 pounds of mass, which is
immediately no. And I'm not talking about muscle. Yeah, let's fatten her up now in the off season, and then later we're gonna have to starve her. And
also was not doing any cardio, which was
when you put on all that weight, getting up to, I believe you said 104. Maybe you're not watching Coach Greg and chill while doing your cardio, and perhaps that's what's wrong. I mean, everyone better.
I started dieting.
Want it bad enough, you can do it. I don't know how old she is, but she said she started lifting in high school and she'd been training for 5 years. So she's sick and tired of waking 4 or 5 times up a night to go to pee to the bathroom. You're starving. You have no energy at the gym. You have brain fog. Your sex drive is in the toilet. Everything makes you irritable. You have insomnia, or if you're on performance enhancing.
This cat has a big cat head. You got a big cat head. I went to my family's house for Thanksgiving and I ate so much that I gained muscle. My arms are bigger and stronger now. LMAO, mom's cooking never fails. I doubt that's what happened.
What evidence do these retards have to so confidently make this claim?
Let me see.
Conviction who killed Charlie Kirk. In case you missed it, Candace Owens has gone full Rico on her Instagram, exposing what happened leading up to his death. Israeli Prime Minister bribed Charlie $150 million to side with Israel because of his political voice, because he had a massive following.
Like, are these people this retarded?
Probably the biggest political audience, and he denied it, to which Netanyahu then offered to re-educate him, fly him out to Israel with his family. He also denied this, and shortly after he was killed. And
Give, like, just, you know, it's the stupidest shit imaginable. I wish you could lock these people up. Thanks for the donation, though, Blink.
Natural bodybuilder, Brian said he got as jacked as he did sheerly off of rigorous workout routines and a strange diet and lifestyle consisting of him eating everything from raw liver to animal oily claims around his lifestyle choices. It should come at no surprise that this man wasn't telling the full truth about his fitness journey, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
We got the liver!
In August of 2021, Brian officially began calling himself the Liver King on social media, posting a plethora of wild workout videos and yapping endlessly about how bone marrow and bull testicles and raw organs were the key to mental and physical wellness. He also had these tenets to life, which I believe one of them included going out and sunning your balls every day.
And he was telling
Dude, the amount of fucktards I've seen who actually thought Brian Johnson was natural, like, it's unreal. It's amazing how many stupid, and again, like, those are the people buying his fucking supplements. Like, it just makes sense. There's so many stupid people that are just so easy to take advantage of. It's how these people just make their money.
Telling people that the way he gets that way is by sunning his balls. He literally lays down with his asshole staring at the sun.
Thanks to his unconventional and primal approach to health and wellness, Liver King became a worldwide sensation. His social media blew up, and many in the Gen Z audience were convinced by the man's primal diet claims. Brian's supplement business exploded after he began posting videos as Liver King, and the man was reportedly making close to $100 million a year from his brand. But was this brand completely legit? I mean, is a primal lifestyle and raw diet really the edge when it comes to getting a physique this crazy? Natural or not debates are a common sight in the online fitness world. You know, guys saying, hey, is this influencer natty or is he on roids? And given Brian's freak looks and his claims, the Liver King often found himself the target of said discussions.
Have you seen that bloke that eats just the raw?
No, that's a gimmick, that guy.
It just looks ridiculous. He's got a plate of hearts and it just looks weird.
He's got an ass filled with steroids is what he's got.
Yeah, he should have a big plate of steroids next to it.
That is not a natural body.
Of course it's not.
That guy is shooting all kinds of shit into his system to achieve that kind of physique.
Look, this is Liver King, a guy in his mid-40s. This does not look natural. Like, eventually your body does kind of give out a little bit. But this dude looks like he's got the testosterone of an 18-year-old, guy. But when pressed about natty or not concerns, the Liver King vigorously denied any and all steroid rumors, saying, quote, "I don't touch the stuff, I've never done the stuff, I'm not going to do the stuff." I guess the raw livers he ate just worked some kind of crazy magic and this dude was churning out testosterone like crazy.
So this is what I say to people that make this accusation. If you don't believe this is possible, then I suggest that you take that self-limiting belief, you put that shit in a fucking box and you bury that next to all your embarrassing shit and don't open your fucking mouth about it. Let that live with you. Don't let that live with somebody else.
But it was only a matter of time before the truth came out. On November 28th, 2022, bodybuilding and fitness YouTuber Derek Monroe of More Plates, More Dates uploaded a scorched earth video addressing Brian titled "The Liver King Lie." This expose accused Liver King of being nothing more than a jacked snake oil salesman and pointed out some pretty consequential lies Liver King had made throughout his career. The most interesting and damning portion of this video, though, involves a collection of leaked emails from the Liver King, wherein he admits to not only taking multiple forms of steroids, but also says how much he was paying for them, and he was spending a lot of money on steroids.
I've been working out for 35 years. I know how to train, eat, rest, and recover. I even...
Omnitrope. 5.8 milligram vials, 11K USD per month. So that's growth hormone. That's very high dose growth hormone too.
And have a hard shell hyperbaric chamber at my house. But as I've reached my mid-40s, it's getting harder and the back fat fucking kills me. To support these exhaustive efforts, I've recently started taking Omnitrope. So if you guys don't know Omnitrope, this is pharmacy-grade human growth hormone. The brand, it is created by the pharmaceutical company Sandoz, I believe it is. The 5.8 milligram vials from Empower Pharmacy, $11,000 per month for my new dose, which is 4 vials per week. 16 vials per month.
Yep, sorry to break it to you guys, but you won't get ripped eating animal testicles. I've already tried it. It doesn't work.
Growth hormone really does fucking work. Really does.
What are your thoughts on James Aspie's new rap song?
We already reacted to it yesterday. I liked it. You know, had a really good message. And, you know, I'm not the biggest rap guy, but it wasn't annoying. You know, it's catchy. Good kind of starting point for his music career, I guess. But thanks for the donation, Blink. John donated $2. Let me see. CMV, the moral argument for veganism relies on the false premise that suffering is objectively bad. Does not rely on a premise that it is objectively bad. You can be a moral realist and be vegan. As a moral nihilist, I accept the suffering but reject the obligation to stop it. Okay, so that would just be a name the trait question. So, like, I'm assuming he's not okay with, like, murdering and raping children or anything, so... Yeah, there's just a edgy fucktard online who thinks he's a genius and he's just dumb. Thanks for the donation, John.
Work. With this video and the emails public, the Liver King woke up finding his brand in flames. Hundreds of thousands of people were now rightfully calling him a fraud, as the guy claimed he was all natural and put forward this idea that you could get ripped by just eating a bunch of raw meat. Time for a YouTuber apology video. On December 1st of 2022, Liver King would take to YouTube to upload an apology video, fully admitting that he was taking steroids, roughly 120 milligrams of testosterone per week. He also admitted to lying on multiple occasions when he was asked about using gear.
Yes, I've done steroids. And yes, I am on steroids, monitored and managed by a trained hormone clinician. Yes, this is true. I've continued on with 0.6 cc's of testosterone per week, roughly 120 milligrams of testosterone a week. And no, I don't take any other steroids like nandrolone or Winstrol, but
He's full of shit.
I have tried them in the past without success. Ultimately, why do I do them?
Yeah, dude, he's not on 120 milligrams of test a week. That's just bullshit.
When I talk about the 85% of the population that suffers from self-esteem issues, that's me. I'm part of that statistic. This is why I fucking work myself to death in the gym. This is why I do 12 to 15 blood-burning workouts a week, just to feel like I'm okay. Still, I have to absolutely crush myself to do so, and I'm wrecked physically and cognitively, and hormone replacement has helped in a profound and significant way. And still, I believe that the path to paradise is paved in fucking hell. I previously have said in a weird way, I'm grateful for the recent events that have shed light on this complicated as fuck topic. I knew I needed to take this opportunity to openly discuss everything for me to be a better human. If there are any questions that remain unanswered, send them my way. I fully own that I fucked up. I am as sorry as a man can be. And all I can do is take extreme ownership right now, be better, and lead myself to a better life as a better human. Again, thank you to everyone for the support, the criticism, the love, the hate, and above all else, the loyalty. Liver King.
What a douchebag.
And keeping it moving. Some YouTube comments responding to the apology. See, the thing that makes me upset is that I have self-esteem issues also with my body and want to get bigger, and honestly feels like now I can't get big for a long time because all of these creators are doing steroids or non-natural substances. Another commenter writes, so it honestly makes me and probably a lot of other people lose hope once we find out what you guys do behind the exorbitant, just rare animal organs. And King Colt, the walls began caving in not long after the exposure of his juicy secret. A class action lawsuit seeking $25 million was filed against the Liver King, and a tumble that clearly has weighed heavy on the mental health. 25, Brian was arrested and Trask.
You can hold the hand of somebody that you love because
it's funny how he aged like shit recently, like in the last 2 years.
What happens next to you, you're going to need to remember that. Pray to God, because
police at the Four Seasons.
Yeah, he just looks like shit.
Hotel he was staying at was set at $20,000.
Terroristic threat division.
Clearly struggling with mental issues behind.
Yeah, apparently he did ayahuasca and he's been in a weird, like, fucked up state since. I've seen quite a lot of people do ayahuasca and get fucked up. Belle Gibson cancer.
18,409 the house. Near restaurant quality per serving. Faked cancer, then cured it.
It's been suggested perhaps you have Munchausen syndrome or a factitious disorder. Do you accept that perhaps you do?
I don't accept that.
33-year-old Australian wellness blogger Belle Gibson started her social media journey in the early 2010s, documenting what she described as a miraculous recovery from terminal brain cancer. According to Belle, she got diagnosed in 2009 and doctors told her she had 4 months to live, but she managed to cure her own brain cancer. But how? In 2012, the woman launched her Instagram @Healing. It was an inspiring journey of healing,
Which is the way that we encourage people to get back to the fundamentals of eating more fruit.
book deals, and she wasn't shy about bragging how The arranged beneficiaries of this cash would have been a child who was going through brain cancer treatment, and Belle claimed that she was raising funds for this person. I guess she changed her mind. Not paying out promised charity money to a dying kid is pretty shit, so naturally folks dug deeper. And you soon found people asking a pretty big question. If Belle lied about charity, did she also lie about her own cancer story? I mean, all of her past diagnoses that she talked about had never been backed by any concrete evidence. Couldn't hide forever. Journalists soon discovered old web forum posts where Belle had claimed to have spent a lot of her early adult life in and out of the hospital due to frequent illnesses. In these posts, which went all the way back to 2009, Belle would state that she had undergone multiple heart surgeries, and she claimed that she had even once died on the operation table during a procedure. A claim that she had never made or even mentioned that she had received. Only government would be.
Vegan caught eating fish. I can only imagine who the fuck that would be.
There are many online vegan content creators who have been in controversy, but the case of Ravana stands out in that the woman behind this vegan YouTube empire was caught eating animal products secretly on camera. Ravana reportedly began dabbling in raw veganism back in 2013, after dealing with mental health issues. A visit to a health retreat.
Yeah, that's a good sign. It's always the usual suspects, women who follow a raw diet with a history of mental health issues and eating disorders, or gay dudes.
Introduced her to the diet, which apparently changed her life for the better, fixing numerous health ailments. Now, raw veganism is basically veganism dialed up to the max. Everything is 100%.
No, it's just you eat raw. That's all there is to it.
Plant-based, and nothing can be cooked or even heated above a certain temperature. Everything has to be raw. Her strict diet and crunchy lifestyle awarded Ravana with near-instant success on YouTube. Her content appealed to a relatively niche community on the platform that was desperate for content. And another thing that she had going for her was the fact that she spoke Spanish as well.
You want to know what pisses me off? Fitness influencers, who are primarily women, who make their following by babying and coddling people who aren't disciplined enough to stick to their diets. Fitness comes with standards, you either meet them or you don't.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just what women do. They're, very egalitarian, so non-competitive. They don't give a shit about standards, and it's just like dumb mom logic. So yeah, thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Have you tried the El Pastor salad at Costco food court? What kind of stupid fucking question is that? Do I look like the kind of fuck who would buy a fucking salad at Costco?
Allowing her to corner the Spanish YouTube market for veganism, which only added to her viewer counts. Ravana remained on a raw vegan diet for over 3 years, though considering the strict limitations, it eventually became too tedious to maintain. So in 2016, she switched to a traditional vegan diet, revealing the switch in a vlog wherein she cooked a pumpkin.
Let's do this! Cheers!
Like, as if this is a fucking problem. Dude, you know what? I want banana bread. Or not banana bread. Well, I'd like banana bread, but pumpkin bread. Dude, pumpkin bread is so good.
Cheers! Salud!
Revealed her authentic self through veganism and urged her followers to eat an abundance of was a piece of cooked fish. Last time I checked, sea bass don't come from the dirt to obfuscate the view of the fish, though what's there is clear as day. Viral, she entered damage control mode, admitting that she had actually changed her diet a while back for health reasons, and she asked for forgiveness from fans.
I'm really, really sorry.
Didn't she say she had like some bacterial infection or something? And she wouldn't take antibiotics for it or some shit, and then she thought fish would help? Like, it made no fucking sense.
About the way that the news were communicated to you, how you had to find out. I know that so many of you...
Yes, lab-grown whey protein is ethical to consume. Like, I don't know how you'd think it's not.
You trust me, you listen to me, and you probably feel deceived and lied to, and you're in your whole right to feel that. And for that, I ask for forgiveness. I'm human, I made a mistake, and I was not planning on hiding this from you. I was planning on telling you, but on my terms, on my time.
I certainly understand her hesitancy.
Dude, she's such a dumb bitch. Like, she was eating fish at a fucking public restaurant.
Coming forward with the switch to animal-based products, and I can also tell you it was extremely unethical for her to do this. I'm sorry, homegirl, but you are the vegan chick online. You made...
Do they have, like, dried pumpkin spice? Is that a thing?
money off this being the case. You
responsibility that I
comments of her apology video calling her a liar, fraud, and what have you. Okay, so you're saying you...
Where are these people now? What are they even up to? Like, I'm assuming they're... I'm assuming they're just, like... Their channels are dead. Oh, wait. Fuck. Ravana. Three weeks ago, gender reveal. Oh my god. Some stupid vlog about her dumb, ugly fucking shit baby. Who is that other one? Elise Parker or something?
I
10 months ago, she's just gone. I don't know if she's doing anything on Instagram. Yeah, they're just basically gone. I wonder if they have enough money to retire or something. It's weird how they just disappear. Like, you'd think, like, they must have enough money to retire or some shit, because, like, you don't go from just not having a job and just basically doing whatever the fuck you want to, like, just working a normal
Here's
job.
a fire recipe I made for an oat flour pumpkin bread, sugar and oil free.
Let me see.
This is how you're going to satisfy all your holiday cravings in a healthy way. It's high protein, high fiber, and most importantly, delicious. To make it, just throw all your wet ingredients in a bowl, mix them together, throw all your dry ingredients on top of that, mix that together.
Greek style soy yogurt. Is there, like, some alternative I could use to that?
Fold in some chocolate chips, pour it into your tin, and throw it in the oven at 350 for 40 minutes, and boom. Recipes down below, and shoot me a follow because...
Yeah, that looks great. I fucking love pumpkin bread. Thanks for the donation, though, Sky. Tofu would work? Yeah, maybe. I'll save that for later.
This is how you're gonna
I might make that. What was the recipe for the sauce?
How to make tofu taste good with this dubu yori.
Tofu! Slice it like that. Take some ginger on steroids. Add some soy sauce, sugar, chili flakes if you're spicy, water, and bada boom bada bam, sauce.
Is that just water?
Sauce done. Sauce.
Is this anti-Semitism trying to be disguised as not anti-Semitism?
I have to be a massive conspiracy theorist to know that all the founders of the Federal Reserve Bank and the current system of financial control in the United States government were Jews. You
They're not.
do have to be a conspiracy theorist to think that your Jewish friend and neighbor is also in the group chat trying to oppress you. That's when the conspiracy gets out of control.
Yeah, so they're not all Jews. You can look them up. They're not all Jews.
What I would say is, let's all concentrate on who runs these massive power structures. And you could say where the people are from without making you a man who hates the entire demographic. Read about the life of Woodrow Wilson, who gave him money, what he signed and why, who wrote the things he signed. I can say that much. People could do their own research. Who's really
Fuck tarded. Yeah, it's basically anti-Semitism disguised as not anti-Semitism. You know, I'm just pointing out the fact that, you know, Jews run the world. I think you're going over the line when you think your Jewish friends in on it too, but it's just a fact. Jews run the world. Like, it's people are just fucking cancer.
Sauce meets tofu. Now let it simmer until the flavor is omnipresent. Enjoy.
Looks good.
Here, scram! Take a hike! Get lost! Don't let the doorknob hit ya! That's what Judge Cameron Curry told Trump's insurance lawyer Lindsay Halligan, only she said it nicer because she's a 77-year-old federal judge. She also said that the cases against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James were DOA, since Halligan was never lawfully appointed to hold the office of U.S. Attorney. Just weeks after the president celebrated the indictments of his mortal enemies, the cases disappeared in an embarrassing cloud of stinky smoke. Gosh, who could have seen that coming except viewers of this channel who have gotten a whole pile of videos explaining that this was inevitable. It is
No
the
shit.
least surprising November surprise ever, and the administration has reacted in the least surprising way ever.
Sure, we'll be taking all available legal action, including an immediate appeal, to hold Letitia James and James Comey accountable for their unlawful conduct.
Yep, they're doubling down. Not gonna take no for an answer, no matter how many courts tell them that they have bungled the law. But what does all that mean? What happens next, and what does that have to do with hats? In September, Trump pushed out Halligan's predecessor, Eric Siebert, and he wasn't subtle about the reason. The president was pissed that Siebert refused to indict Trump's enemies, former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, for crime TBD. He ordered Attorney General Bondi to appoint Lindsay Halligan, a Florida insurance lawyer who'd never prosecuted a case in her life, to lead one of the largest U.S. attorney's offices in the country. Halligan followed Trump from Florida to D.C., where she...
What's a good vegan protein powder? They're all just fine. I just got a bunch of My Protein vegan protein powder. The banana bread flavor is fantastic. Goes really well with oatmeal. If you mix that with oatmeal and soy milk, that is god tier. Fucking good shit. Also, I have a big silly cat here. Big, ridiculous, silly kitty who is just filled with nonsense, and I love him.
She was appointed Assistant to the President for Domestic Policy, Special Assistant to the President, and Senior Associate Staff Secretary. On March 5th, Trump put out an executive order tasking her with de-wokifying the Smithsonian so it would concentrate on the nice parts of American history and not so much on the icky stuff like slavery or the wholesale theft of land from indigenous people. On September 20th, Trump announced on Truth Social that Halligan was going to be the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, known...
Hi VG. I have eaten these daily for the past 3 years. Do you think I am at risk of increased mortality? Why?
No, you'll be fine. Yeah, you'll live. Yeah, you'll be fine. I think once my steering stabilizer comes in the mail, I think I'm gonna go to Walmart, get some vegan chicken nuggets, 'cause why not? Why not? I think that will be rather delish.
To its friends as EDVA. Things went sideways fast, but first Halligan did what she was hired to do. On September 25th, just 5 days before the statute of limitations was due to run out, she walked into the grand jury all by herself and secured an indictment of James Comey for lying to Congress in 2020. And on October 9th, she got the indictment of Tish James for making false statements on a mortgage application in 2020. Mission accomplished. Except, almost immediately it became clear that there were major problems with these indictments, especially the Comey one. Some sort of way, Lindsay Halligan got 3 signed indictments out of 1 presentation to the grand jury, which is not a thing. Check out Anna's video about sitting in the courthouse watching the Comey case implode before her very eyes. But the biggest and most immediate challenge to Halligan's cases was that she was never legally appointed as U.S. attorney in the first place. See, Congress says that U.S. attorneys have to be appointed with the advice and consent of the Senate. That is, the president has to nominate them and convince the Senate to vote to approve them. The procedure for temporarily filling a vacant U.S. attorney role is set out in 28 U.S.C. Section 546, which says that the Attorney General can appoint someone to fill the role on an interim basis for 120 days. After the interim appointment expires, the judges in that district can appoint someone to fill the role. Often the judges vote to keep the president's interim appointee on the job. That's what happened with Eric Siebert, who'd been a prosecutor in EDVA for 15 years. The judges there voted to keep him, and he could have stayed on that job forever without worrying about Senate confirmation. But judges were less impressed with some of Trump's other picks, like Alina Habba in the District of New Jersey. Habba is another of Trump's personal lawyers who had 0 prosecutorial experience when Trump tapped her to serve as U.S. attorney. When her 120-day term expired, the judges in New Jersey passed her over in favor of a career prosecutor. That infuriated Bondi, who accused the judges of rebelling against the will of the president, which is wild. The judges have no obligation to bless the president's choices. So Bondi developed what I call the 3-hat dance to install Trump's cronies as U.S. attorneys without Senate confirmation. First, she takes advantage of the 120-day interim appointment under Section 546. That's hat 1. Then she appoints the crony as the first assistant U.S. attorney on the theory that the first assistant automatically gets promoted to the top job when the position becomes vacant. That buys another 200 days under a law called the Federal Vacancies Reform Act. Hat 2. And then, for good measure, she appoints the crony as a special attorney under 28 U.S.C. Section 515, the same law that was used to appoint special counsel Jack Smith. So there you go, 3 hats. And this weird dance has worked, kind of. I mean, it hasn't worked to keep the cronies in as U.S. attorney. In fact, judges in New Jersey, Nevada, and California have agreed that the president cannot get around Senate confirmation with successive interim appointments. Every single court has ruled that the president gets 1 120-day interim appointment, and that is it. But the first assistant still gets to run the office in the absence of a confirmed U.S. attorney, and most importantly, any case that the crony touches, it's still valid thanks to that second hat, which gives him or her a secondary source of prosecutorial authority. So when defendants moved to dismiss their cases because the other cronies weren't legally appointed, judges said, yes, that appointment is totally illegal. And also, tough luck, fella, because the other hats make the prosecution valid, which makes it even weirder that Bondi did not do that with Lindsay Halligan. Bondi appointed Halligan under Section 546 and called it a day. That is just 1 hat, and if you'll forgive the metaphor, it was a hat Trump had already given away in March to Eric Siebert, who used up Trump's one and only 120-day appointment. Why didn't Bondi give Halligan some other FVRA and special counsel hats? I don't know, man, but it seems to have dawned on her 6 weeks later that she had screwed up. On Halloween, Bondi signed this bizarre order claiming to retroactively appoint Halligan as special attorney under Section 515. Essentially, Bondi said that she was going back in time to September 22nd and putting another hat on Halligan. Alternatively, Bondi said she was ratifying what Halligan did back in September because she read all the papers and it was cool, so it didn't matter if Halligan had no legal authority to present a case to the grand jury. Bondi said a magic spell on Halloween and made it all okay. We are living in some very weird times, and so now is probably a good moment to wipe away all your personal and private information off address to dismiss their cases based on Halligan's unlawful appointment. They made all the arguments I just laid out, although they didn't describe them as hats, and they pointed to all the other judges in New Jersey, Nevada, and California who disqualified Trump's U.S. attorneys when they stayed on after their interim appointments expired. The Comey and James motions to dismiss were assigned to Judge Cameron McGowan Curry, a senior judge from South Carolina. One of the first things that Judge Curry did was to ask for the grand jury transcripts to determine the extent of the indictment signer's involvement in the grand jury proceedings. The indictment signer would be Lindsay Halligan. That was a bad sign for Halligan because it strongly suggested that Judge Curry had already determined that Halligan was unqualified and was trying to see if the presence of another lawfully appointed prosecutor might save those indictments. But no other lawyer at EDVA would get anywhere near these garbage cases. Halligan was the only person who presented the charges to the grand jury, and she was the only one who signed the indictments. And she did it all wearing one defective Section 546 hat. On November 25th, Judge Curry dismissed the charges against Comey and James. She said that Section 546 is unambiguous. A person appointed as United States Attorney may serve until the expiration of 120 days after the appointment by the Attorney General. Subsection D provides a single option for how subsequent interim appointments may be made. If an appointment expires under subsection C2, the district court and only the district court may appoint a United States attorney to serve until the vacancy is filled. Translation, Trump had one U.S. interim attorney hat to give away in the Eastern District of Virginia, and he gave it to Eric Siebert. He had no hat to give to Halligan, so she was never legally on the job. Judge Curry laughed at Bondi's attempt to retroactively jam a Section 515 hat on Halligan's head since the government has identified no authority allowing the Attorney General to reach back in time and rewrite the terms of a past appointment. And the court said that the attempt to ratify the indictments post facto was DOA as well. Otherwise, the government could send any private citizen off the street, attorney or not, into the grand jury room to secure an indictment so long as the Attorney General gives her approval after the fact. That cannot be the law. Judge Curry ruled that all actions flowing from Ms. Halligan's defective appointment, including securing and signing Mr. Comey's indictment, constitute unlawful exercises of executive power and must be set aside. And since no legally serving lawyer participated in that grand jury process, the indictments were dismissed. But Comey and James didn't get everything they wanted. They both asked Judge Curry to dismiss their cases with prejudice. Cases dismissed with prejudice cannot be refiled. Comey and James said that Halligan's misconduct was so apparent that the court shouldn't let the government do it again. And here, Judge Curry said no. She dismissed both cases without prejudice, leaving the government free to go get another grand jury and re-indict Comey and James. Now, in a normal world, the DOJ would just shrug their shoulders and get back in front of another grand jury next week. It's actually kind of a gift. All those embarrassing screw-ups Halligan made before the grand jury get wiped away, and the DOJ gets to take a mulligan. This time, Bondi might even remember to give Halligan all the hats. But we are not in a normal world. Bondi is at war with the judiciary over the legality of those U.S. attorney appointments, and the DOJ has appeals pending at the 9th and 3rd Circuits. Plus, they're fighting off a motion in the Northern District of New York over the 3-hat appointments of a U.S. attorney named John Sarcone. Funny enough, that's a Tish James case too, since Sarcone is using his office to subpoena the state AG for documents from Trump's civil fraud prosecution. The point is that Bondi has to defend the 3-hat dance in Virginia because if she concedes the point with respect to Halligan, it's going to totally undercut her cases everywhere else. So she's boxed in. She has no choice but to appeal the Comey and James losses instead of doing the logical thing and just getting in front of a different grand jury and indicting them again tomorrow. So now what? Well, the dismissal order wipes out all the pending motions, which is a huge bummer for me and Anna Bauer, because the magistrate judge said that in her grand jury presentation, Halligan made basic errors of law that would make a first-year law student die of embarrassment, and I was looking forward to seeing all that stuff come out. Instead, the government will appeal to the Fourth Circuit, after which it will almost certainly head to the Supreme Court. I assume that the justices will agree to hear the case and will combine it with all the other disqualification cases because that's the same issue. The Supreme Court will ultimately decide if Section 546 allows the president to hand out one 120-day interim appointment hat, or if he can keep naming a new person every 4 months. And obviously, it's a binary, right? Either the Supreme Court will say that the trial court judges were all wrong and the president can indeed make successive interim U.S. attorney appointments, or the justices will say that the trial courts got it right and Halligan and the rest of the three hatters were never legally appointed. So, okay, say the Supreme Court overturns Judge Curry and says Halligan's appointment was legal. The win for the government is that the Comey and James cases come roaring back to life, warts and all, which is great for me because then I'll get to see what kind of crazy stuff is in those grand jury transcripts. But it's kind of a monkey's paw for the government because they'll be stuck with those weak, defective cases put together by a prosecutor who didn't know what she was doing. But okay, say it goes the other way and the Supreme Court agrees with the trial judges that none of these U.S. attorneys were legally appointed. Okay, then the DOJ can go back and seek new indictments, maybe. Well, they can definitely do it with Tish James' indictment because she's charged with committing mortgage fraud in 2020, and that's got a 10-year statute of limitations, so no problem there. Whether they can indict Comey again is an open question. The reason that Halligan was such a hot hurry to indict Comey on September 25th was that the statute of limitations was about to expire on September 30th.
I have no idea if Walmart would do food deliveries to my house. Not sure.
That's why Trump pushed Siebert out, because that window to indict Comey was going to close. And okay, obviously.
Like, there's no chance I can get, like, Uber Eats orders to my house. You'd have to give them, like, a $50 tip.
We're now long past that date. But under 18 U.S.C. Section 3288, the government might still be able to recharge him. That law says whenever an indictment is dismissed for any reason after the statute of limitations has expired, a new indictment may be returned within 6 calendar months of the date of the dismissal, or in the event of an appeal, within 60 days of the date the dismissal of the indictment becomes final. So, the Justice Department's going to argue that this law gives them another crack at Comey whenever the appeal gets resolved. That's one of the reasons Comey's lawyers pushed so hard for Judge Curry to dismiss the case with prejudice. They argued that it would be manifestly unfair to allow the DOJ to use this patently illegal prosecution as a means to basically buy an extra 6 months on the statute of limitations. But judges are by their nature pretty cautious, and so Judge Curry dismissed without prejudice anyway, and now we're in a weird place. The question is basically, should the courts treat this dismissal like a normal dismissal, which would trigger this extension under 3288, or was this indictment void from the jump, and so it can't be the basis for an extension of the statute of limitations because it never existed? Obviously, the DOJ will say, hell yes, we get the 6 months to indict, and Comey will say, hell no, because the indictment didn't exist since Halligan had no authority to even walk into the grand jury room, so it can't be a vehicle to extend the statute of limitations, which does sound pretty logical, but that's going to be a question for the Fourth Circuit and probably the Supreme Court. Now, that assumes that someone could or would go back and try to indict Comey again. This case is me to use words like Attorney Grievance Commission and disbarment and ethical shitshow debacle.
To colonists,
it is fucking nuts. Like, it's basically the worst case scenario that you could have ever imagined. Another Trump presidency, like just more crazy and unhinged.
living in America in the 17th century, few things were more important to their survival than pumpkins. As one poem from the 1630s put it, instead of pottage and puddings and custards and pies, our pumpkins and parsnips are common supplies. We have pumpkins at morning and pumpkins at noon. If it was not for pumpkin, we should be undone. I'm using a sugar pumpkin because it is, as the name would suggest, a little bit sweeter than a pumpkin. But if you are going to use a whole pumpkin, then you have a few options. Then to the pumpkin, you're going to add the eggs, which should be well put in the oven. That same is so became a steady rote 2.5 years.
Remember a buddy of mine found pumpkin bread in the store, and it was Wonder Bread pumpkin bread. I don't know where the fuck he found that. Boobs. We did both, right? Yeah. Savage Land. Let's do that. Alright. We're obviously gonna go with She-Hulk again. She's just so sexy. Is it purple? I like the pink. Maybe I'll go with the pink that time.
It's easy being green.
Kinda wanna try Wolverine again. Maybe we'll go with Ghost Rider. Haven't tried Ghost Rider yet.
Cosmic Ghost Rider. Let's ride.
The Savage Land is crawling with insect soldiers and sentinels.
I'm always ready to help out a jungle hunk. Keep your mind on the mission, Jennifer. It's okay, I'm a multitasker. Court is in session.
I have freed kidnapped mutants from bondage. Brought here by sentinels.
It can only mean one culprit, Sauron. That dinosaur guy in jorts? He feeds on the life energy of mutants. A ruthless opponent.
Panic stare. On fire. Stay put, jump.
Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, I think I prefer Wolverine.
Need some hulking here.
She-Hulk's back!
Fuck. Oh my god, I keep hitting the fucking
Case?
lava.
Round boots, a classic.
She has such nice cheeks. Fuck. Fuck. Damn it. Oh, it takes a while for that to go away. Damn it.
Shit. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh, what the hell? Did you see that?
Classic.
Damn it.
Case closed.
Just reloading the blasters.
These insects are quite helpful. I let them use the valleys, and in return, they provide me fresh units to feed on.
Gotta fuel up somehow. Nothing to it. Go wild, Lady Hulk.
Son of a bitch.
Ready for some special moves. Thunderclap! I should just use my special against huge waves of enemies.
Damn it.
Food, a classic. Ground food, a classic.
Sour.
Mutant or not, I shall make a feast of you.
Your next feast is gonna be a gamma knuckle sandwich.
Shit. So, I don't get it. What's the warning for the...
Fully focused.
Fuck.
Fully focused.
Cosmic cycle.
Fuck.
Fully focused.
Oh, what the hell? Really?
Hellfire blasters.
Hell yeah. She-Hulk sexy as hell.
He's harmless now. My thanks to you all. Zabu and I can fight the small remainder of the invaders,
I
but the
love
rest of the
She-Hulk.
world is yours to save.
Don't mention it, handsome. We're on our way.
Wakanda. Oh god. I haven't tried Spider-Man yet. I don't know. So I could try Spider-Man. I like Wolverine. I'm just gonna play Wolverine.
Wolverine! That's what I do, bub.
Shuri, what is the situation?
Birnin Sana is getting bombarded with insect pods.
Do you like Titania Maslany as She-Hulk? Is that the chick who did
Reactivate
the
the shield generators.
Let's cut a line.
She-Hulk
through the invading
series on
force.
Disney Plus that everyone hated? I thought she was a decent cast.
Oh, look at all this great pixel art.
Oh, what the fuck?
Denied. The best there is at what he does.
This is my kind of party. Enough out of you, runt. X-slash. Slice and dice. It don't taste bad.
Ah, fuck.
Triple slash. Focus is sharpening up.
Shit.
Fero's fury.
Fuck. Fucking bitch.
Blade vortex.
Yeah. It's like a fucking annoying Pokemon.
It don't taste bad. Slice and dice.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
Next time, try harder.
Watch out! You need to destroy these pods, or they'll generate even more bugs.
Never known an Nihilist to have such a fearsome army. Something has changed.
We can find out more once we've beaten back these bugs.
Catch these hands. Gotcha. Smash down. Gotcha. Denied.
Fuck. Oh, god damn it. Damn it!
Need to focus.
Damn it! Oh, fuck you. Fucking She-Hulk.
Down you go.
Yeah, the new Insomniac Wolverine game looks sick. Fuck. My hands are going to sleep again. It's super annoying. Oh my god.
Ugh, my focus bar's not full enough.
Damn it! Timing that counter is hard. Damn it. I don't know if there is a difficulty select. Not sure. Oh shit, okay. I see. Damn it, oh fuck. God damn it. Fucking shit, son of a bitch, motherfucker. Fuck off. Yeah, how do you like that, motherfucker? Damn it! Oh, I mistimed it.
Denied. Gamma Slammer! Oh, my focus bar's not full enough.
How did I not pick up that, power up?
Ready for some special moves. Catch these hands. Case closed. Gotcha.
Greetings, Your Highness. It's my pleasure to welcome you to Wakanda's downfall.
Working with aim claw. I always knew you couldn't take us on your own.
Smash 'em, Jen.
I don't know what that is.
Wakanda will fall silent after all.
Disrupt Claw's sonic form by striking the generators near him.
Oh my god.
Enough out of you, runt. Adamantium storm.
Ugh, my focus bar's not full enough.
Fuck. What in the fuck?
I tracked the bug's flight path. Their ships are coming from the moon.
Then this is where we shall go next.
Bugs are coming from the moon. That looks like Jean Grey. Yeah, that looks like Dark Phoenix, maybe. Alright, my hands are getting fucked up. I need to, just have a relax. Alright, well, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow around the same time, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams. See you all tomorrow.
This is how you're